amount of the days. I think it's day like 7, 10, 11, 14, 20, 21, part A, B, C, D, 22, 23, part A, B, C, D. That might not be exact. I was trying to do that from memory. Nonetheless, we have a day. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, did you take all of those PDFs and then combine them and then make them readable by a machine reader? And are you now going to listen to them with us and comment as you find things interesting to explicate the context? Yes, I'm going to do that. Why? Well, for a number of reasons. One, I'd like to raise some money for lunch, so if you want to send some donations, I'll keep reading. I'll keep reading no matter what, probably. Two, I know a lot of you are not going to read 4,242 pages. I just know that's not going to happen. So I think the best way to do this is to listen to it together. Number three, I'm not reading 4,242 pages. I'm pretty sure if anybody tried to do that, they would lose their voice. I'm pretty sure if 5 people tried to do that in character, with each person reading a different line for a different lawyer or judge, they would lose their voice. So we're going to listen to it. All right. Well, I'm going to break in. We're going to do this together. It's 4,252 pages. I'm sorry. I was 10 pages off. I don't even know what to say about this, okay? This is pretty intense, all right? So let's start up on page 1, all right? Oh, goodness. I don't know what I'm getting myself into. We're not doing this in one day. If we tried to do this in one day, I'm pretty sure we'd be here until tomorrow. We're going to break this up. So part 1, they got released overnight from Marbury v. Madison, and then Dee uploaded the PDFs, or maybe Marbury v. Madison uploaded the PDFs. I don't know. I found it on Dee's feed. And I compiled them, and I made them machine readable. It took a little bit amount of time, all right? So let's listen to them. I'm blind reading this. I have no idea what's in here. I will figure it out with you. I'm sure there's some stuff people have been posting up over on X that is, like, interesting. I saw a few posts. But I don't want to read someone else digesting and taking out of context screenshots. I want to read the whole thing, and I want to do it with you. So, all right, let's do it. I got to click the button. Hold on, button. All right.
Volume, VII pages, 274 exhibits.
No, we got to start at the top, please. Nope, no. Hold on a second. All right, it's doing its thing. I think it can only read so many pages at once, so it chunks it. It breaks it up into different chunks, and it's going through its first process right now. Then we're going to listen to it, God willing, and then that will be it. Now, I have a backup process if this process proves to be unwieldy for reading this, in that I'll convert the PDF to a text document, and then we'll listen to that. But for the time being, I want to try to do it this way, because then I don't have to hand scroll the PDF if it preloads a lot of the text. So we're letting it do that. What you're seeing is it's scanning a lot of pages of text. I did this earlier, actually, so I don't know why it wants to do it again. Maybe because I tried to get it to start at the first page again, but we'll see what it does.
Volume, VII pages, 270.
All right, yes, that's fine, but I don't want to start
Volume,
on that page. Hold on one second. What I want to do is start on this page. So why are you making this so difficult for me?
Volume, VII.
Oh, I see the problem. Some of the PDFs were machine readable, and some of them were not. Oh, all right. So we are going to pause this process, because I don't want to start. All right, so what happened was it was 20 different PDFs, and it looks like only some of them are machine readable, which means like only some of them can be actively scanned into the reader that I have. I actually wondered earlier why that did that. Now I understand. And since I don't want to skip over 223 pages of it for you, what I'm going to do is just do it the manual way. Is it annoying? Yeah, it's a little bit annoying. Is it worth it? Probably, based on what we're about to do. So let me just do this. I don't necessarily know if this thing's going to be pleased with Little Towel for trying to do this, but I also don't want to take it out of order. I think so first of all, it is a little bit out of order by its very nature, in the sense that we just pick up on day 7 of the first trial. It isn't actually starting from day 1. They're going to come in batches. But I don't want to start on day 8, which was the first scanned in PDF that was machine readable. I don't want to start on day 8 and then go back to day 7. So we're just going to do a little pause and wait for it to convert. Now, what's kind of funny about it all is I was sitting there. We can watch one of the Ray from Dallas videos, actually, maybe. I was sitting there thinking to myself, oh, this is so great. Like, it's able to work. It scanned it in earlier. And then it started on page 223 when I did the test. And I said to myself, all right, maybe that's just it being a little quirky. No, it just, the first 122 pages couldn't be scanned by the OCR reader I have. So I'm doing that by hand. While we're doing that, let's watch a fun little video from Ray from Dallas the other night. That was a great interview, by the way. A lot of stuff has been going on. I think that's like best way to put it. But if you missed that Ray from Dallas interview with Towel and Lindsay, let me just tell you right now, you missed out, little towels. All right, that was a hell of an interview. Ray from Dallas is a hell of an interviewer. All right, that was amazing. So while we're waiting for this all to scan, let's listen to this one. Well, which one's the most interesting? Yeah, let's listen to this one. This is where Lindsay had people kind of the culmination of it was Lindsay saying the person best positioned to expose this corruption is Turtle Boy. It was a very interesting moment, and you'll hear Ray's reaction and my reaction. And we're listening to this, by the way, while the PDF is converting into text. So this is Lindsay, Ray from Dallas, and Towel talking about, and I believe it was Lindsay. It was actually, it's really interesting to listen to, because Ray from Dallas and I try to encourage people to support Lindsay, and then she's like, no, and she doesn't let us do that. So take a listen. I'll be here.
Would you want to leave Massachusetts?
I would leave in a heartbeat if I could.
Oh, my.
I would never come back. I would never look behind. Ever.
You know what she really deserves, though? You know what she deserves, though, Ray? She deserves a month in Zurich, part of the year, then a month in Aspen, then a month in Miami, and then a month in Prague, and a month in Paris. Like, she deserves to never have to deal with these people ever again and to just live a jet set life, because they made her a public fucking person against her will and tormented her. And now, like, she deserves to at least live some life of comfort. You can donate to Lindsay, by the way, to all the people listening.
No, I don't want to leave it. No, I don't.
No,
I was gonna say, like, if you're listening and you like, she's a person. Like, I have a channel. I do my thing.
To her. What's the link?
You can know.
What's in the chat?
There's a give, send, go. I'll drop. No, you don't want me to drop it.
No, drop it in the chat, man. Like everybody, like, if y'all want to support Lindsay, support, man.
Donate to Aiden, because he's the one that's going to be able to take these people down. I'll never be able to do that myself. Aiden is the only one that has the opportunity to do that. So donate to him.
Wow, that takes a lot of fucking balls to say. Like, just the fact that she said that. I hope a lot of people who listen to Aiden appreciate.
I hope that don't go through one and not the other with people.
Right. I hope you understand what she just said. That's like, first of all, no one asked her to say that. We were trying to encourage her to do the opposite. She had to overrule us, including Ray. So, like, take that to the bank and remember what she just said. That takes fucking balls of steel.
Oh, man. Man, look, oh Lord, look, man, I'm gonna just, I could just hope and pray, you know, because I mean, I'm with you, Lindsay. I think not even for it to be dangerous, it's just, I know it's a disdain for this state on how they did you, and that's where you're from, right? So I can understand you when you're saying, I would leave in a heartbeat, like, because, this is cruel. And I hope everybody have a heart, you know, and think about what she and Grant has been saying. And that's why I'm so appreciative of Grant. Because she needs somebody like Grant by her side, right? She needs somebody who's going to stand up for her, be able to break it down and know what's going on. And know that he gonna protect the house on her like I protect the house on this side, and y'all know how I'm coming. Ain't nobody gonna be able to come up to her and just give her no false information anymore, y'all. They're not gonna be able to do that because she got Grant now. And that is much respected, sir.
Thank you, Ray. There's got to be some honor in this world, not just because Lindsay deserves it, but like I realize I cannot be there for everyone. I try really hard, but I'm like a one man. Okay, I'm just a person. I'm just some guy. Don't follow me. But like, if everybody was willing to act this way, even for one person in their life, think about how that would ripple outwards. We would overwhelm these fucking evil assholes very quickly. Just pick one or two people and do it. Just don't expect anything. Don't be a fucking selfish asshole. Don't have some ulterior motive. Like, just fucking do it. Live a life of service. If everyone does that, we will take over and win. But you have to live it. You can't say it. You have to live it. Even if you hate the person that you need to express compassion to or forgive, you have to live it. Words don't mean anything.
And that's real. And this is the thing right here. It's hard for me not to believe. I believe this, right? Because I know how corruptive the mother people is down there. I know how corruptive they are, right? So if anybody don't believe this, you are just an idiot. You can have your naysayers out there, but I don't give a fuck about y'all. Y'all know how corruptive they is. Y'all know how they play the games. Y'all see how they try to do Karen Reed. Y'all see how they trying to do the GOAT, right? For doing the right thing. Are you kidding me? You think I trust these mother? You think I don't believe this shit after what I witnessed? After I seen a leaf blower, red cups, Brian Apple don't come down, don't see the sirens and light. She called, we found out in the second trial, Jim McCabe called 2 times to her sister and she don't answer. Are you kidding me? Oh my. Oh my. Ladies and gentlemen, this ain't no game. And I want y'all to understand that this is not no game. We know who they is down there. Let's put whatever the fuck y'all think, what y'all thinking to the side and look at who we know who they are down there. Think about that. We know who they are down there. We know all the obstacles they tried to do to get Karen Reed down there with Country Kim, to make them spreads. We know what they tried to do. But if it wasn't for the GOAT, you know, not walking through the fire, running through that bitch and exposing this corruption, not only that, everything he been going to and then what he facing, man, we know who they are down there. Stop playing. Stop playing.
And he can be a part of this too, Ray, by the way, in so many ways. Like, Turtle Boy clearly, like, if you look at his work before the Karen Reed case, it was mostly like about like protecting animals, and then there was like the ratchet coverage, but like city councils and fucking animals. Dude really likes animals, all right? So that's great. Like, this dude has it in there. Like, I think he's like alienated because people took his teaching job away from him, which he fucking loved. So maybe somebody should just hire this motherfucker as a teacher, because that's clearly what he wants to do. But if he can't be a teacher, the very least is he's got to help set the tone too. And I think he can do it. There's no reason for it to be toxic, for people to hate each other. We can critique these fuckers without like stooping to their level and playing into their games. And I see Aiden moving in that direction already. I read that post to Nurse Kim today, like maybe like 6 hours ago now, but right before we went on. That was contrition. If he can lead the way on that, I think the whole thing will change. It really just takes one person doing one nice thing for someone else, and then other people being like, wait a minute, like that is like a good thing. Like, people will focus on that. All right, now it's popular. Now everyone's doing it. Great. Let's set the tone. Let's do it.
I do wish secretly that Turtle Boy and Karen could fix their differences, because I think that would be a force to be reckoned with if we could all come together to take down the bigger cause, which is the corrupt Mass State Police in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Like that, like I wish that their differences could be settled. I understand why there's animosity between them both. I do understand both sides. I get it. But I think like working together towards the bigger cause is like the most important thing. So I wish that could happen. That's what I pray for. Because at the end of the day, it's going to benefit everybody, anybody, not just the citizens of Norfolk County or Massachusetts, but like the much bigger picture. It's like this corruption, like it happens every day. Karen Reed wasn't the first case where this shit went down. Like, let's not fool ourselves, all right? And bringing attention to it and exposing it is so important. And like having somebody just revamp everything. Let's get Adam Deitch in there. And is it Deitch or Deitch? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. But like, let's get him in there and revamp everything. Like,
and I'm with you though. Like, my thing is, like, the reason why I have a problem with people is because everything the GOAT did, like, saving a woman.
I know.
Life, right?
I see that. Yeah.
And
I get why there's that animosity. I trust me. I see that.
No, I'm talking about they can talk about anything else they want to. He saved that woman life, right? So it's no question, like, it should be solidarity, right?
Yeah.
And they could be a force to be reckoned with. But, like I say, I truly hope that happened, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's anyone, like, I'm not saying it's Aiden's fault. I'm not saying it's,
All right, I have the sidebars. That was a very interesting discussion. Thank you to Ray for hosting that. By the way, the delay was I didn't want to skip day 7 of the sidebars, so I went and manually prepared them for you. Only some of this file is machine readable, I have just found out. So to be able to listen to it, I had to do this, and now we will begin.
Volume, VII pages, 274 exhibits, see index. Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Norfolk, SS.
Hold on 1 second. I have to reload the file.
Volume 8.
All right, finally got it going. It's a very long document. If you're wondering why people are going to try to go through this, it's 2,452 pages. So just to load all this text into my text reader for you is taking like, I don't know, 3 minutes. I've never seen anything like it. Now, I did this on purpose. I combined the files because it's the easiest way to do it. And once we start, we'll go interrupted. But yeah, it's definitely loading a substantial amount of words. Probably more words than I've ever actually asked it to read. Here we go. It seems ready.
Pages 274.
No.
Exhibits, see index, Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Wrong document. Oh, this is a substantial
Volume 8.
amount of information. Oh, goodness. I really don't want to do this by hand, but I will if I have to. Oh, that's why. Oh, okay. Because it's this very complex, multi-edited document. I see. All right. No, I don't.
Pages
I
274.
don't want that. I want you to get rid of that one. Wow. Okay, so the reason why this is having so much trouble is there are redactions of the sidebars. And the redactions are messing with the ability of the screen reader to go through it. So I found the actual first page. It's on page 10. And we're going to start there. Now, I did manage to actually get it into text form, which is the first sort of process of all this, but I have a backup plan as well if I have to. But all right, I'll just do it by hand until it manages to figure out what's going on. All right, is there anything we need to talk about before we get started? The court, the clerk. No, Your Honor. Mr. Lally, it doesn't have to be now, but I just wanted to address the issue of exhibits before we start with any witnesses, that's all. The court, what issues with exhibits? Mr. Lally, so I don't think anything has been, despite our best efforts, I don't think anything has been pre-marked yet. I think there's a list as far as an agreement, as far as different exhibits and what they've been numbered. I just am looking for some guidance from the court as to how you want to refer to them. Well, I believe that Mr. King would tell you that Miss King will tell you that she will be here at 8:30 every morning, and that one lawyer from each side has to be here if you want anything marked from 8:30 to 8:50, and that's it. Mr. Lally, okay, the court. All right, is there anything more? Do you want to come over here? The court reporter. I explained it to both sides this morning. Miss McLaughlin was present for the prosecution, and everyone was in agreement. Mr. Lally, no, I'm still in agreement with that. I'm just more seeking your guidance so far as to what you want me to call something without... Are you using exhibits today? The court. Mr. Lally, yes, there's not very many of them, but yes. The court. Mark them one at a time as we go. The court reporter. Sure, I'm ready to go. The court. Okay, let's do that. If they are agreed upon, you can just bring them up and they will be marked as you go to introduce them. Mr. Lally. Okay. The court. Okay, anything else? Mr. Lally. No, Your Honor. The court. All right, so it'll take a few minutes to get the jurors over here, so let's take 5 minutes. Mr. Lally. Okay. Mr. Jackson. Sure. The court. Are they ready to come over? The court officer. Not yet. The court. Okay. Whereupon there was a brief recess taken. Court resumed at 10:11 a.m. Defendant present, jury present. The clerk. I'm sorry, jurors. Could you stand one more time and raise your right hands? Whereupon the jury is duly sworn. You can have a seat. Jurors, hearken to these indictments. Okay, then they just read the instructions. They read the indictment. Counsel and court identify themselves. This is all on the record. Same questions get asked every day. Preliminary remarks. This is like the initial charge. Okay, I think then we're going to see openings. So we don't actually need to read anything that was in open court. We're only really looking at stuff for stuff that is in at sidebar. So it looks like these are openings. This is Lally's opening. It's about 45 minutes. We're not going to... I guess it was actually not necessary to have this read out anyway, in hindsight, because you can watch these opening remarks on various channels, including this one. So this is the opening for the state. All right. I think this is Jackson's opening. Yep. So it looks like each opening's about 30 to 40 pages. Okay, so now we get into witness questions. Okay, so it's the direct examination of Paul O'Keefe. Oh, so you really do have to do this by hand. Because, wow. Okay, so let me see if I understand this. It's the whole transcript, but then there are also sidebars interspersed with the transcript. Oh, this is a manual exercise. All right, that's what we're going to do. So you have to, even if we were reading this, like with the AI, it would be pointless. You have to do this by hand. All right, fine. We're doing it by hand. So this is the direct of Paul O'Keefe. And the reason I guess it's important to do it by hand is because when they go to sidebar, okay. All right, so instruction at this point about Aruba. Is this a sidebar? Okay, whereupon there was a sidebar. Okay, here, so you have to do it manually. All right, here's the sidebar conference, and this is right about before the Aruba incident. Okay, the court. I don't know. The court reporter. I'm having trouble. Mr. Lally, with regard to this witness, so they were in the room around the same time, but they did not see each other. The court. Okay, that's what I thought. Mr. Lally, so the next witness, there's a conversation between her, meaning Mrs. O'Keefe, Miss Erin O'Keefe, Paul's wife, and the defendant, Karen Reed, in regard to what happened. With this witness, it may well be hearsay. Okay, so no instruction? This is about the Karen Reed, the Aruba incident where Karen Reed saw John with Marietta Sullivan in a hallway, and there was a whole fight about it. So unless the court finds it appropriate for the 2021, which I'm fine, not fined, which I'm fine with that, if that's what... I can do that in the final charge, the court. Mr. Lally, okay. Mr. Yannetti, just to confirm, if I may address the court, I'm just making sure there was some indication on a report that Paul O'Keefe had told the police that he did not go over to Karen and John's place because they were fighting or something like that. That's what you're referring to in terms of when you say you're not seeking to elicit that from him? Oh. That's a different incident than what I had thought. That's very intriguing. Very intriguing indeed. Hello, Nicola Cox. And actually, let me put out, now that I'm doing this by hand, I think it's actually going to be incredibly valuable for folks. So let me put out on Twitter that I'm going to do it by hand. Okay, change of plans. I am going to, by hand, go through all of the 4,000 plus pages of transcripts from the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Then I will find the SideBahs and explicate their context in real time. Let's do it. All right. Tao's got a plan. Tao's got a plan. All right, here we go. Mr. Yannetti, okay, so just to confirm, if I may address the court, I'm just making sure there was some indication on a report that Paul O'Keefe had told the police that he did not go over to Karen and John's place because they were fighting or something like that. That's what you're referring to when you say you're not seeking to elicit that from him? Mr. Lally, correct. So he gets that information from his wife, not directly from your client, being Karen Reed. Mr. Yannetti, okay, but no, I'm not seeking anything about pause. Mr. Yannetti, then that's fine. The court. So you don't want me to draw attention to it with an instruction? Mr. Lally, correct. The court. Okay, thank you. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Okay, so then we go to the next set of questions. Now we're in the Paul O'Keefe direct examination. I see. So you really do need someone who knows the whole trial to walk you through this, because otherwise you're going to, imagine someone who didn't know this case trying to read this. You have to know where you are in the direct and cross at all times, because the sidebars occur just like randomly, and a sidebar is not going to make sense because they speak in legal colloquialisms and like very precising syntax when they're talking. All right. So let's see. Whereupon the jury is escorted from the courtroom for a lunch recess. The court reporter back on the record. Okay. Entering of exhibits. Whereupon the photographs were entered. The lunch recess is taken. Defendant present, jury present. They keep going with Mr. O'Keefe. This is the resumption of Paul O'Keefe's direct from Mr. Lally. All right. They're still going. And then you're looking for any break in the Q&A. Okay, whereupon there was a sidebar conference. All right, what were they talking about? Oh, the Ring camera. Have you seen those on like a disc from, is that a disc form? Have I seen them on a disc form? Have you viewed any Ring camera footage from either the front door or the driveway to your brother's house? No, I didn't have access. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, may we approach? The court, yes, counsel. Ooh, ring-based sidebar. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. Mr. Lally, so they are not marked as exhibits yet, but what I'd like to do is show this witness some video from the ring, whether she's on the ring footage or it comes from that day, so I am just the court. Is this going to be an agreed-upon exhibit? Mr. Lally, I believe so, but Mr. Jackson, just explain which one it is, which ring video it is. Mr. Lally, probably I think there was one where he arrives back at the house from the hospital along with his friends and Miss Roberts, and then there is when Miss Reed arrives with her father, and then basically just to identify who these people are in these videos. So that's talking about the footage from the late morning, early afternoon of January 29, 2022. And then there's a couple just in reference to sort of snow removal from the driveway and when that occurred. Mr. Yannetti, we have no objection to that. The court, that's fine, so let's mark it as an exhibit. Mr. Yannetti, that's fine. The court, okay. Whereupon the sidebar concluded. Okay, then they do the marking of the exhibit. Okay, is this the sidebar concluded? So they're back in open court. They go back to questioning. We got a video was played. Okay, more videos, more Q&A. Sidebar. Whereupon the video was played. No, more Q&A with Paul, more Q&A. Wait a minute. Okay, approach to retrieve. There was no, that might have been part of the cross. No, there was no cross. All right, there you go. So the witness was excused. Miss Erin O'Keefe was examined. Direct examination by Mr. Lally. So we're in the direct of Paul O'Keefe's wife, Erin, now. All right, Q&A, 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 Q&A. We're looking for sidebars here. This is like really, you really have to know what you're looking at. Wow, I didn't really realize this. Okay, limiting instruction. Defendant state of mind. We're getting into Aruba. Still in open court, still in open court, still in open court with Aaron O'Keefe, still in open court, still in open court, still in open court. Now you got to have a lot of respect for Madam Court Reporter, if you didn't before, by the way. Turns out they loved that we were calling her Madam Court Reporter because we weren't supposed to use her name. I didn't know her name. I wouldn't have called her by her name, but yeah. All right. Okay, cross-examination, witness excused, next witness, Stephen Saref. Who was this guy? Oh, it was one of the officers. All right. This was the very, very early part of the first trial, obviously. I think we're actually about to get done with day 7, which is technically day 1. I guess jury selection took 7 days, or 6 days. We're looking for specifically in the colloquy for breaks. Brief pause. All right, nope, that's not a sidebar. You could just Control F sidebar, but I think it's more interesting to actually look through it to see, like, how long was the questioning going when the sidebar happened? What was the questioning about? What time of day was it? It's fascinating to look at this in this regard. You really do have to know what you're looking at, though. They're talking about a video right now. Sidebar conference. Sidebar conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a sidebar conference. So what are they doing? They were finishing for the day. Okay, sidebar after the end of the day. So do you expect Detective Lank tomorrow? I'm sorry, do you expect Detective Lank tomorrow from the court? Mr. Lally, no. The court, okay, because whenever he testifies, I'd like a voir dire on the issue of the prior allegation. Mr. Lally, sure. The court, so just give us enough of a heads up. Mr. Lally, I would say Friday at the earliest. The court, okay, who do you have tomorrow, just because it helps me prepare? Sure, so tomorrow, I think we will just continue with Officer Saraf. Then we have Officer Mullaney. And then essentially it's going to be a number of firefighters. Okay, Mr. Lally, so we're going to have Timothy Nuttall, Anthony Flamati, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, probably, depending on how far we get with all of that. I'm not sure how much cross there is for these people, but I think it could be George Woodbury, then Daniel Whitley. And I'm not saying we'll get into all of these tomorrow, but these are basically... I'm going through the paramedics that dealt with Mr. O'Keefe, and then I'm going through the paramedics that dealt with Miss Reed. The court, okay. Mr. Lally. Oh, you really get an insight into Lally's trial strategy. Mr. Lally. So, Mr. Whitley and Mr. Becker would be the last two there. The court. All right. Anything regarding any of that testimony that you expect limiting instructions on, or any evidentiary issues that we need to be concerned with? Mr. Iannetti. I don't think so, Judge. Mr. Lally, I think even exhibit-wise, for the most part, it would just be run reports. That's like when they emergency responders file reports. And a lot of the same photographs as far as where the body was, when they arrived there, and that kind of thing. The court, all right, so anything that needs to be pre-marked will be marked tomorrow morning. Mr. Lally, that's fantastic. Mr. Iannetti, 9 o'clock tomorrow, and we will be here at 8:30. We will start at 9:30 and be here at 8:30 if you want anything marked. Of course. Mr. Iannetti. The court. We need one person from each side. Mr. Iannetti. Of course. I appreciate it. The court. All right. Mr. Iannetti. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lally. Thank you, Your Honor. Whereupon the court adjourned. Okay. There you go. Next page. All right. So this is the one we can technically listen to, but I don't think we need to. All right. So today we're going to, in this part, we're going to get Saraf, Mullaney, Nuttall, Flamati, indexes. All right. Here we go. The court reporter, they're looking at exhibits. All right. The court reporter, A.D.A. McLaughlin and Attorney Little, in without the court at 8:35 a.m. to pre-mark exhibits on the record. This is the court reporter. I'm in the room with those three marking exhibits. All right. They mark exhibits. They mark exhibits. Very interesting. They do it in the morning with just the court reporter. And just like sticker, sticker, sticker. Oh, look how much work Elizabeth Little and Elizabeth McLaughlin were doing. Oh, my goodness. And the court reporter. All right, they pre-marked, thumb drive, everything was pre-marked. Court in session, jury present, 9:30. Let's go. They resume with Nuttall. All right, judge does her instructions. Oh, they resume with Saraf, actually. They do the cross. I don't think the cross goes very long. And then they publish. Wow, this is fascinating to look at it this way. All right, we're about, oh, God, we're 1/5 through 1,000. So we're 1/50th through this document. And it's, I didn't know what I was getting myself into because I'm a towel and I just do things live and I don't really think about reading ahead and, like, preparing. Like, who does that? If you don't have an encyclopedic index of everything to reference offhand at all times, I don't know how to live life, all right? So I was just like, screw it. Let's just listen to the whole thing. I thought it was like 4,000 pages of SideBahs. Nope. You got to read it in context if you're just tuning in. So we have to actually manually, it's me manually going through 4,000 pages. And every time I see a sidebar, I have to know who the witness is, whether we're in direct or cross, and then what they're having a sidebar about. Somewhere in there is going to be some very interesting information. Let me just tell you about this right now. But the way that this was released is very classic of a FOIA. Well, this is a trial transcript, but a FOIA, like, I think Marbury v. Madison wanted the sidebar transcripts, and so they were like, okay, fine, we'll just give you it all, because when you really want to, like, overwhelm someone, just give them everything and make them parse through it. So we're crowdsourcing this in some sense, and you'd see my process, and there's no point in me reading through this on my own anyway, because then I just would have to come on here and tell you what I was thinking as I was reading, so may as well make a live record of it. But yes, very glad to see you, Nicola and AD. Thank you very much for tuning in. I think a lot of people don't want to read. It's not even like, first of all, if they had to read 4,000 pages, no one would ever do this. But I don't even think people want to necessarily take the time to parse through this and find the needle in a haystack, so I'll just do it for you. If you want to see me keep doing this, if you benefit from it, if you want to send a lunch donation, there's a Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis, Venmo at Grant E1. Just need some money to eat today, whatever. It's a public information service. This is what I do to help folks, and if you help me, then I can help people who can't afford it. So there you go. The other thing is I'll stay and do this all no matter what, but this is hard. I didn't realize this was going to be a manual process. Even listening to it together would have been passive and a lot of work, but this is going to be a substantial amount of work. And once I'm on something, I'm doing it. You can't stop me. All right, let's do it. Here we go. All right, so AD, by the way, you mentioned you tried to send me an email. If you could just follow up on the email that you sent. I don't know if I didn't get it or if it went to my spam filter. Maybe it didn't come in under your name. Could you just, if you follow up, just let me know it's you, and that way I'll be able to follow. And I'm sorry if I missed it the first time. All right. So we're looking for sidebars, and I think right now we are in the cross of Officer Saraf. All right. All right. Anything else? No sidebar, no sidebar, no sidebar. All right. Here we go. They're still on the cross of Saraf. All right. All right. Mr. Jackson's still going. Okay. 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 All right. Any sidebars? No sidebars. Nothing, 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 nothing yet. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. All right. Oh, wait. Do we go to sidebar? Okay, here we go. Now we're going to the dash cam video. So this is the early morning of January 29th, 2022. Officer Saraf is at the scene. I think he's the one who comes up and starts, like, comes up on Karen, Jen McCabe, and Kerry Roberts. May I see counsel at SideBah for just a minute? Whereupon there was a SideBah conference as follows. The co-op. So typically, we play something only once. You played it twice, and you were ready to play it a third. You need to ask permission to do anything like that, okay? Mr. Jackson, sure. The court, you can't just keep playing things twice, okay? All right? So you said we're going to keep focusing on the 26th, or whatever it was. Are you planning on showing it for a second time? Mr. Jackson, this one, it's hard to see the first time. I'll do my best to highlight what I am asking him to look at. I may ask to play it twice, no more than twice. The court, what is it? Mr. Jackson, it shows Jennifer McCabe pass by an SUV and go into the house. The court, can you freeze it as it goes on instead of showing it twice? Mr. Jackson, I will. The court, once you show it more than once, it gets to argument, okay? Mr. Jackson, I'll do my best. The court, so just once, whereupon the sidebar conference is concluded. Mr. Jackson, may I, Your Honor? Yes, okay. So she's saying, like, if you show it more than twice, you're arguing with the witness. Stop doing that. All right, sidebar, no. They play the video, and then Jackson pauses it. All right, let's see. They're still going on the Seraph cross. He's showing him the video. All right, redirect by Mr. Lally. Brief redirect. Any SideBah? No SideBah. Okay, what's going on here? Nothing further. Next witness. And by the way, pause if you have questions, but the exercise, we're not going to get to anything juicy, I think, on the first few days, but the exercise here that makes this really hard is you have to go through, what you're seeing flash up on your screen is the actual trial transcript, and what we're looking for is who's talking, what are they talking about, and is there a sidebar. This is, I think, another officer or first responder, and they're showing video from that morning of 1/29/2022. All right, that's the end. There was no sidebars. Mr. Yannetti gets up on cross. This was Yannetti's first cross. Whereupon Mr. Yannetti walked towards the witness. Okay. It's interesting to relive a trial in text. I can read this fast, by the way. I don't expect you to be able to, but everything you're seeing on your screen, I'm reading. What did that say? Redirect. Yeah, all right. No sidebars. Recross. All right. Okay. Timothy Nuttall. All right. Let's see if we got anything here. This was one of the firefighters. All right. Identifies himself. They're on direct from Lally now. All right. All right. All right. So no sidebar during the last witness. Lally's on direct of Nuttall now. No sidebars so far. Just a lot of questions. Okay, I think he was a firefighter. I think he does hear something about Karen. Might be one of the other firefighters. I think it was Nuttall, though. Alright, so looking for any sidebars. Everyone has seen the questions in open court. We are looking for sidebars. It's like a needle in a haystack. This is incredible. No wonder why people are happy to have me doing this for them. This is actually difficult to do. We're at page 350 of 4,252, by the way. So we're about 1/10. No. Yeah. 400 times 10 is 4,000, right? Yeah, we're about 1/10 through the way through. Looking for sidebars. We're going to call this hunting for sidebars with towel. And yes, I'm doing this by hand, and I'm looking at absolutely everything that's going across the screen. Oh, did someone send a towel lunch donation? Oh, yes, they did. God bless you to the person who sent some money for towel lunch. I will put that towards probably 7-Eleven pizza, because that is the cheapest thing I can get. All right, sidebars. Nope. Next witness, Anthony Flamati. No sidebar at all during Nuttall's examination, and it didn't even look like there was a cross. All right. We're on to Flamati now. Getting late in the day. Lally really put on a pretty tight case. There wasn't really many sidebars, at least at this part. All right, here we go. All right, that's it for the day. And then they put stuff into evidence. Any sidebars? No. No, looks like that's the end of the day. All right, so now we go on to the next day. Index with sidebars. Oh, dear God. Wow. They index the whole thing, too? Oh, my goodness, they index it by word. Ah, that's so much work. Oh my goodness. Why do you need it indexed by word? Someone was like, why does this take so long to get out? Because they go to every word in the whole document, and then at the end they tell you every page where every word appears. Not just people's names, every word. Why? I don't fucking know. This is like the strangest thing I've ever seen. Why does someone need to know, for example, that the word over is used 36 times along with the page and paragraph where it's used? Why do we make the court reporters do this? I'm not really sure whose use this serves. I don't understand. I mean, for names, proper names, I understand. But I don't understand why every word has to be cross-indexed. That's crazy. That's the most ridiculous thing. This must have taken like 7 months. Do you know how long it would take to do this? Look, we're still going. Look at this. That's incredible. I've never seen anything like that in my fucking life. Oh my God. They index the entire document, every word used in the document, and then tell you exactly how many times it's used, what page it's on, when it's used, and what paragraph. That's incredible. Why do we need this? I would love to know why this is necessary. I get, like, the interest in it, but why is it necessary? Hello, Bukake. Hello, Christina. We are doing like an exercise at this point. So you haven't missed anything big. But I don't think anyone wants to actually go through this, so I'm just going to do it by hand. That was crazy. Just to see the index of it. Sorry. All right, so what are we looking for here? No, let me drop those. Somebody asked on Twitter if I could drop the links in the chat because they didn't hear me say it. So yes, if you appreciate this, if you don't want to spend 8 hours of your time doing this, if you want someone who has an encyclopedic knowledge of these cases, who's helping you listen to it, and you want to support Little Towel, I dropped the donation links in the chat. Any and all donation links will go towards food for Towel today. All right, here we go. Let's continue. All right, so now we're back on the record, and I think they're there identifying exhibits in the morning. Okay, now that we're in session, jurors get asked their questions. Who's up? All right, this is the continued direct examination of Anthony Flamati. We're looking for SideBahs. We're calling this Hunting for Sidebars with Towel. Yes, that is the name of this program. Some people like doing other things on their weekends. I like reading through 4,000 pages of trial transcripts looking for sidebars. Why? Because nobody knows what was said at the sidebar until you find it here. All right, here we go. Is this a voir dire? Hold on one second. One second. All right, no, I think we're still in the presence. So what's going on here? All right, Mr. Lally, witness, Mr. Lally, witness. Okay, here we go. A lot of questions to Flamati. Yeah, I remember Flamati testifying about the medical procedures. That was very sad. All right. We're looking for sidebars, though. If you want to rewatch this testimony, take a look at the trial channel or otherwise, and you can see all this testimony in open court and recorded. All right. So Flamati's still going. Not a lot of objections or sidebars during Lally's. Okay, sidebar. We have a sidebar. All right, let me see. Let me see 1 second. Are we at a sidebar up here, too? Yeah, we are. Hold on. I skipped a sidebar. Okay, here we go. So, take a look. Oh, there's another sidebar. Oh, I skipped 2 sidebars. All right, here we go. 3 sidebar. It was a triple sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. A triple sidebar. Oh, Puffy Coke guy, yeah. I want to see counsel at sidebar for 1 second. And this is in the middle of the video. It's exhibit 379, okay? All right. So it's a dash cam from the cruiser. I want to see counsel at sidebar for 1 second. Whereupon there was a sidebar. The court. All right. So what are we looking at? You said exhibit 379. Mr. Jackson. Yes. Miss Little. It's pre-marked and stipulated. The court. I know. I just want to know what this is. Mr. Jackson. So I expect there's going to be some real different versions throughout the trial. The top is the dash cam from Saraf, which he's already testified to. The bottom is the dash cam from Good, which he will testify to, and Saraf indicated was consistent with Good's vehicle pulling up behind him, and they've been synchronized. The court. All right. I don't want you telling the jury all of this, showing what's up there and asking him what he sees, not this big long preface of what it is. Mr. Jackson, can I orient him that they are two different dash cams? The court, you can say that, the Saraf dash cam. Mr. Jackson, if the court is satisfied, the court, show it without the comments. Mr. Jackson, that's fine. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Okay, then Jackson goes back to asking questions. Until we pause it, I'm going to ask you to focus your attention on the top of the dash cam video, whereupon the video was put up. Mr. Jackson, can you pause it? The court, actually, I need to see counsel at sidebar. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference, okay? The court, all right, this is one exhibit. It's a compilation. It's a man-made exhibit, right? Mr. Jackson, yes. The court, so I'm not sure I want to let all of these man-made exhibits in like this. I'm not sure I want to let all of these man-made exhibits like this in. I understand that there are 600 exhibits and there's probably 100 exhibits of snow. There are a lot of things that I have not seen. So just because you all agree doesn't mean things are permitted as exhibits, okay? So you're asking him to focus on the top, but you're still pointing at the bottom. What is the purpose of doing this? Mr. Jackson, once the bottom exhibit, which is synchronized with the top, once he makes his way to the stand, I'm going to ask him a couple of questions about the bottom and whether or not he recognizes the individuals only. And the court, well, pointing to the top and asking him to focus on the top. Mr. Jackson, I'm asking him to focus on the top first, and then I will ask him to refocus on the bottom as the video continues to play. The court, we will do this once. If we need to take a break and I need to see all of the man-made exhibits, if this were not favorable to the defense and the Commonwealth wanted to do it and you move to keep it out, I would keep it out. So I just need to see it. It may break the rhythm. Do you plan to do more than this during the cross of this witness? Mr. Jackson, no, I am doing one 3-minute video. That's it. The court, I'm going to watch this and just be very careful about the commenting. Mr. Jackson, sure. The court, I would have loved to have seen these things earlier. Mr. Jackson, we can make a habit of showing them. I have no problem with that. Miss Little, we provided them to the Commonwealth and they stipulated to them. The court, I still need to let them into evidence, and this is evidence not typically done. So again, if it had been harmful to the defendant and the Commonwealth tried to do it, even if you agree as a gatekeeper, I would keep it out. Mr. Jackson, understood. The court, okay, so go ahead and do it on this one, but we're going to need a break to see them before any other put-together compilation is put in. Mr. Jackson, sure, understood. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Okay, then they take a 15-minute recess. Counsel, I need to see you at sidebar. Whereupon a sidebar reinitiated. The court, so we've got a jury trial going on in the first session courtroom. Court order, juror issues. The court, so when something like this happens, it will sort of be an abrupt recess. Mr. Jackson, keep everybody. The court, yes, they just open the door so people can go out. Mr. Jackson, okay. The court, why don't I watch this? How long is this? 3 minutes? Why don't I watch this now? The court reporter, closer please. Closer please. The court, you need to come close. Mr. Jackson, I was reminded. I'm happy to play the 3 minutes. This has already been, not this particular video, but we have a synchronized video, I think, already with Good and Saraf's videos. The court reporter, one at a time, counsel. The court, and Ms. Little, I appreciate if Mr. Lally is questioning a witness, you can't object. Ms. Little, okay. The court, you can certainly reach over and tell him to object. I'm talking about whoever's doing the cross, Yannetti or Jackson, but you can't object. Ms. Little, okay. The court, just as this is Mr. Jackson's witness, I'd like to see this. Mr. Jackson, sure. The court, we will ask the witness to step out. Whereupon the witness exited the courtroom and the sidebar conference concluded. Whereupon the video is reviewed. This is the extent or approximately extent of the length of the video, the clip that I was going to play. Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute recess. Whereupon there was a recess. Okay, now we come back from recess. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference. Oh, God. The court. All right, so I noticed that it said 6 minutes and something up there, the two of them. The witness testified to a 1-minute conversation. You're going to show a 3-minute snippet. So you have pre-marked exhibits. That doesn't mean they are in evidence. You still have to introduce those into evidence. So you have to lay a foundation. Before you can say, I'm going to show you this, and where in this did this conversation take place, he has to acknowledge that it did take place in there. And if it doesn't, it's not coming in. Mr. Jackson, I'll lay a foundation. The court, okay, so you need to, but there was a confusion about you pre-marked 600 exhibits. That doesn't mean they are in. So far, there are maybe 15 exhibits in evidence. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, may I talk with the court? You can go ahead and talk. Let's save the time. What do you want to say? Mr. Lally, no, I just wanted him to relate something. I wanted him to relay something to the court. With regards to Saraf, that is in evidence. With regards to Good, that video will be in evidence. The court, but it's not now. Mr. Lally, I understand. The court, and it won't be until I let it in. Do you understand that? Mr. Lally, I completely understand that. My request to Mr. Jackson would be that it be admitted de bene, given that we fully expect it will be admitted goodwill. The court, we are not going to do that with 600 exhibits. Mr. Lally, no. The court, but for ease of doing this today, they may both be in. But if this witness doesn't acknowledge that it occurred anyway on that before you ask him compound questions, it's not really clear what his answer is. You need to lay the foundation to get it in now. Mr. Jackson, right. So first of all, what the hell is admitted de bene? I don't even know what that means. I'm going to look it up. Admitted de bene. All right, it's got to be some kind of legal term. Admitted de bene is a Latin legal phrase meaning something is allowed conditionally or provisionally for what it's worth or as well as can be expected under current circumstances, often used for testimony taken before trial when a witness might be unavailable, ensuring it's not lost, but its ultimate use depends on later rulings or the witness's actual availability. It's a way to preserve testimony as a backup, subject to formal challenges and rules of evidence later. Okay, that makes sense. Mr. Lally is clearly a very smart man. Someone's like, Bukake said, I'm here and can barely keep up with you talking. I don't know how anyone from the South has any clue what you were saying. Lally was the only one objecting. Hello, Peaches. Welcome and enjoy your wrench. Hello, M.A. Mara Rico 3. Welcome and enjoy your wrench. As for the people from the South, I will do my absolute best to slow down when we get to things that I think have very explosive connotations. Right now, a lot of this is perfunctory sort of evidentiary issues. As you can see, the court, Mr. Lally, Mr. Jackson, they're familiar with each other because this was a 18-month pretrial process. But they're like in trial now, and there's this sort of you like live it together, and they're developing their ebb and flow. And you can see Judge is just baffled by this compound video, and she's a little bit confused as to why the Commonwealth just went along with it. Judge is like, you still got to introduce this into evidence, Mr. Jackson. Hello, hippie chick. Welcome and enjoy your wrench. All right, so here we go. The sidebar conference concludes. Flamatti's back up at the stand on cross. All right. They play the video. They're looking at the video. All right. Flamatti's talking to Jackson about the video. They continue talking. Wait a minute. Sidebar. We have a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. It's right when Jackson asks Flamatti about the person who's a firefighter in the middle of the video. Objection, may we approach, Your Honor, says Mr. Lally. The court, the objection is sustained. I'll see counsel at sidebar. Ooh, this could be a good one. Whereupon, there, Mama Recco 3 says, I feel like Judge Cannoni made this way more confusing than it needed to be. Yeah, so a few things. There's some hostility between Judge Cannoni and Alan Jackson. You can sense it. But Judge Cannoni is also not very nice to Adam Lally. She cuts him off all the time, too. The second thing is, I think there was confusion because the lawyers were doing things and just not telling Judge Cannoni. And Judge Cannoni's like, You can do that stuff. You just got to tell me what you're doing. Mostly about marking evidence and like man-made evidence. All right, so here we go. We are at a sidebar. The court. What do you want to say, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, so what I think counsel can do is counsel can direct the witness's attention to a particular part of a video or a particular point on the screen and ask them if they know what there is, where that is, or if they recognize what that is. But describing it to him and then asking him to confirm it, I think is improper. So the testimony has to come from the witness, not from counsel. Mr. Jackson, that is completely untrue. This is cross-examination, so I am allowed to lead the witness. The court. You can lead the witness, but not on something he is not adopting at all. You cannot narrate this video, and that's what you're doing. Mr. Jackson, I'm leading the witness, asking him, does that appear to be you? Does that appear to be somebody else? And I will leave with the answer that there is. The court. And then you said this is a firefighter. It's a yellow jacket. So Commonwealth versus Plays is an important case on these issues. You've got a video up. The video speaks for itself. A lot of what you're doing is improper. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, the court. Excuse me, but there has only been one objection, and I am sustaining that objection. You can go back and do it properly. Mr. Jackson, okay. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Okay, so now Jackson tries to do the video properly. No further objection from Lally. They're still playing the video. Still playing the video. Still playing the video. Still asking questions. Objection sustained. No sidebar. Still asking questions. This is Flamati with Jackson asking him questions on cross about a video. Jackson goes for a very long time. Lally objects, sustained. All right. Objects, sustained. Objects, I'll let him have it. I remember when she said, I'll let him have it. I was like, oh, goodness. That's such a colloquialism. All right. All right. Hello. All right, let's continue. Seeing a lot of Tal friends interested in learning about this, which I am as well. All right, he finished. Redirect from Lally. Lally redirects Flamati. Recross. Oh, goodness. If this goes for 4 hours, I'm giving up. All right, nope. Moving on to Matthew Kelly. Direct exam. All right, Matthew Kelly's up on the stand. I think he was one of the fellow firefighters. I don't remember how long this goes. I distinctly remember Judge Cannoni saying, I'll let him have it. All right, SideBah. SideBah. All right, so it's right at the end of Kelly's direct. Mr. Yannetti, Your Honor, I just wanted to flag for the court and to minimize the interruptions here. Towards the end of my cross-examination, which I don't think will be lengthy anyway, but I intend to refer to a video which I'm not sure is in evidence. It is in the widescreen version of the Saraf video, which has been pre-marked, and I'd like to offer it into evidence, given that I believe the foundation was already laid through Officer Saraf. The court. Okay. Mr. Yannetti, and then have the witness refer to it. I'm playing a 15-second portion of that video, and that's it. The court. Okay. Any objection? Mr. Lally, no. The court. Okay. Mr. Yannetti, thank you. Notice how Yannetti tries to make nice with Judge Cannoni right away. He's like, see, Judge, I'm doing it right. And then she's like, okay. All right. It is kind of like a professorial relationship. Like, you scolded a lot by the judge. And it's not like getting scolded means everything's over. Like, it can be a slap on the wrist to, like, literally getting screamed at. But you just show, it's more important that you show that you learned from it than anything else. Nope, SideBah. I see a SideBah. All right, where are we? All right, so this is Mr. Yannetti on cross, okay? And they're asking about what Kelly heard that night. And Yannetti just said the F word. All right. Mr. Yannetti asks if they can approach. Mr. Yannetti, at a sidebar, I don't want to overstep my bounds, but I'd like to play the video one more time just for the purpose of directing him more towards the beginning of the video, which it is before the statement that he said, and my argument, the court, for what purpose? Mr. Yannetti, just to see if he can, I heard it. I think other people heard it. The court, but doesn't what matter is whether the jury hears it? Mr. Yannetti, correct. The court, so that's the law, correct, Mr. Yannetti? Mr. Yannetti, oh, for sure. But the testimony right now, if I can get the witness to acknowledge that, I think that will assist the jury. And I don't think there is any, I'm not looking to unnecessarily delay the trial. I'm looking for about 10 seconds. The court, no, play it again and just ask him if he heard that. Mr. Yannetti, thank you. The court, don't ask him whether he heard. Just say, what did you hear? Good. Thank you, says Mr. Yannetti. See what I mean? Like, judge can even make you ask a specific question. If she says ask it this way and you agree, you're asking it that way. There you go. Question, what did you hear? I heard someone say effing dead. Thank you. Redirect, yes. Lally up on redirect. Nothing further. There was a discussion off the record. What? Your Honor, the only thing I would offer is the video that I played. We will do that. Okay. Whereupon there was a discussion off the record. What does that mean? I don't understand. Mr. Yannetti, so the first thing that comes in when they're done with being off the record is, Mr. Yannetti, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. It has not been pre-marked. It will be Exhibit 380, Your Honor. Okay. All set. Witness excused. They call Mr. Francis Walsh. He's a lieutenant paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. Walsh is up on direct with Lally. And yes, we really have to do it this way. We have to go through each person's direct because the sidebars don't make sense out of context. All right. And remember, if you appreciate this, if you didn't want to read this on your own, Public Information Service, feel free to support Little Towel. I do this to help you and at a loss. You can find the Venmo, you can find the Cash App in the stream description, or I'm sure someone will post it in chat if you need it. I'll even post it later if I need to. All right, no sidebars. What's going on here? All right, a lot of looks like it's still on the direct of Kelly. Wait, what? What? Counsel at sidebar. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. Is it at the end of the witness? No, it's just in the middle. The court asked for it. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar? The court. This is for scheduling purposes. Again, because we have moved courtrooms and it's hard to get, with the other trial going, our jury going. So I want to give them enough time to do this. How much longer do we have? We are breaking for the day. How much longer do you have with this witness? Mr. Lally, not much more. The court. Okay, are you doing the cross of this witness tomorrow? Mr. Jackson. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, no. I dropped my water bottle. Give me a second. I have obtained it. How long do you think your cross is? The court. The juror. What? Oh, wow. That's a huge typo. The juror didn't say it's not extensive. I would say 20 to 30. Wow. I found a serious error here. The juror? What? Yes, hello, 22 Explorist. It's great to see you, my dear friend. We are toweling and working along. Now, I have found a major typo. Somebody should have hired me for this. I'm telling you, there was no juror at the sidebar conference. That's ridiculous. I was like, wait a minute. I saw the juror, and I was like, why is a juror up there with them? So, how long do you think your cross is? That should not say the juror. It should say Mr. Jackson. It's not extensive. I would say 20 to 30, 20 minutes. The court. Okay. Because I'd rather finish the witness before we do the view. Oh, it's about the view. Rather than interrupt this testimony to go do the view. So I need to coordinate the bus. 1 second. Mr. Jackson, yes, I think I can do it in 20 minutes. Mr. Yannetti, so we can get going around 10:30 at the latest. The court, all right, 10:30. And I think it's about a 2-hour view. Mr. Lally, I don't even think it's that long. The court, I have mundane things to worry about, ordering lunch and things like that. Mr. Lally, no, I understand, but I mean, for me, no, I mean, from Dedham to Canton, on scene probably 10 minutes at the most, 15 minutes. I mean, I don't know why. The court, then why is it going to be 2 hours? Mr. Lally, I'm sorry? The court, then why is it going to be 2 hours? Mr. Lally, I didn't know it was. The court, I was told it's a 2-hour view. Mr. Lally, no. Mr. Jackson, that's not from us. Mr. Yannetti, that would be max. I think it's going to be shorter than that. Mr. Lally, 10 minutes might be a little, because the vehicle will be there as well, which we need to address, but I think we can probably do max an hour and a half, like on the bus there and back. I think we should be able to do that. The court, yes. Mr. Jackson, I agree. The court, okay, who are your witnesses for tomorrow? Mr. Lally, so it would be Miss McLaughlin, Lieutenant Woodbury, firefighter Daniel Whitley, another firefighter, Jason Becca, and then probably some combination of Lieutenant Gallagher, Sergeant Good, and Sergeant Lank. Oh, it's going to get good tomorrow, which means in like 10 minutes, 5 minutes. The court, okay, Mr. Lally, depending on how far we get. The court, 2 or 3 minute view, openings, right? No longer than that. Mr. Lally, oh no. Mr. Jackson, if that, we can discuss it later. The court, are they all set to go now? The court officer, yes. The court, okay. Whereupon the sidebar conference concludes. Okay, then they talk about the view. Whereupon the jury is escorted from the courtroom. Okay. Did you want to see me at sidebar? Just briefly, Judge, says Mr. Yannetti. No, no towel needed. We all need towels. B. Bayer says, thank you for going over these, Grant. I'll be listening to them while wrapping. Towel loves wrapping presents. I haven't been able to do any of that this year, but what a wonderful way to celebrate Saturday. And yes, I'm very grateful to be able to go through all 4,252 pages of this with you today. And if you're wondering, Towel, I'm from the South. You're really overwhelming me. Well, you can just put me on 0.5 speed. You know what I'm saying? Click the little spinny wheel on your YouTube machine. Turn it to 0.5 speed. There you go, Towel talking in Southern drawl. All right. By the way, I found out I talk 280 to 300 words per minute, sustained over 8 to 10 hours. And apparently, that's almost double the speaking rate of like public speakers or professors or whatnot. And the normal average speaking rate is like 130 words per minute. So, in that sense, I do not blame you at all if you feel overwhelmed. I just really like my ability to speak at 300 words per minute. I think it's something all humans should do. We'd be so much more effective as a society if we all spoke this fast and could understand each other all the time. How much would get done? Now you understand why I don't have time for small talk. All right, here we go. Mr. Yannetti, I just thought it would be helpful to get some guidance from the court in terms of what you expect with regards to the view. There'll be a brief view opening in the courtroom, a couple of minutes each. The court, yes. Mr. Yannetti, when we get to the site, do you allow counsel to, direct the jurors to look, point out, how much input can counsel have on the view? The court, you can draw their attention to something. You can't tell them why you are drawing their attention. Mr. Yannetti, oh, of course not. The court, but you can draw their attention. Mr. Yannetti, typically, we start with the prosecutor. I ask you to look at whatever, and then we'll ask if the prosecutor asks the defense counsel, do you want to add anything? Mr. Yannetti, okay, so we can go back and forth with regards to whatever you point out, or, okay, that's all. The court. And then if there are additional things you want, then you can point them out. Mr. Lally, and then he can comment? The court, yes. Mr. Yannetti, okay, that makes sense. The clerk, while we are talking about this, too, the oath indicates one on each side, so just let me know who's going to be the one talking. Mr. Yannetti, okay. Mr. Jackson, is the jury relegated to off the property, or are we going to be able to go on the property like the property line? The court, I did not arrange this, and I asked you all to talk about it. Mr. Jackson, yes. Miss McLaughlin, just the public road. There is no private access. The court, I think that's what the motion said. Mr. Jackson, okay, that's fine. Thank you, Your Honor. The court, so whoever is talking, I don't care who talks at this point, but please speak into the microphone. Mr. Lally, there's a couple of things I wanted to address, Your Honor. Number one, with respect to the view, I had asked before, and I just need clarification so the state police know where to put the vehicle. So my preference would be in the area of the fire hydrant, the flagpole, and all that. The court, is there an objection to that? The court, whoever speaks has to come in. Mr. Jackson, there is no particular objection to that. I mean, I guess it depends on where it is, but no, the area of the flagpole, the fire hydrant. Mr. Yannetti, the only thing I'd be concerned about is I think we're going to be standing by the area by the flagpole on the street and pointing out things. The car might be in our way if it's parked right there. I would ask that it be parked back up, closer to the driveway if possible. Oh, I bet you would like that, Mr. Yannetti. You can face it towards the flagpole if you'd like. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, okay. Mr. Yannetti, a couple of car lengths. Yeah, their initial position rather than where John was found. You sly devil, you, Mr. Yannetti. He's a smart man, folks. I'm shocked Lally didn't see what he was doing right there. I saw what he was doing. Good afternoon, LS. How are you doing? Auntie Deb is friends with Steve Scanlon. That's interesting. You know, Meredith O'Neill, her ex-boyfriend, has some connection to Canton. And you're going to find out everybody knows everybody in Canton. And a lot of them knew people there before this case, which means they weren't really Turtle Boy fans or Karen Reed fans. They were moles for the Canton aristocracy. Everybody's got to understand how intel works. You see that email that leaked from Jen McCabe, or not the email. Meredith, in her infinite wisdom, goes on X yesterday and posts an impounded, unredacted document. Now, mind you, I don't know if you've all heard about this document. Okay? It's incredible. On February 3rd or something, days after John's death, Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe are texting. And Carrie's like, yeah, for the movie, I have dibs on Sandra Bullock. Bro, you what? First of all, what the fuck do you mean the movie? What are you talking about? Why would this be a movie? 3 days after John's death. It's a horrifying tragedy. It's exceptionally sad. But this was your dear friend. What the fuck do you mean it's going to be a movie? Why do you think it's going to be a movie? It was a very tragic, very, very sad situation. But why in a period of mourning are you saying it's going to be a movie? And then why is she labeling herself like Detective Cagney and Jen McCabe, Detective Lacey or whatever the hell, and Matt McCabe, Magnum PI? I'm starting to wonder if these people, like, immediately, like, hired that PI firm to start spying on Karen, Marty Kraft's firm. I'm wondering if all these people, I wonder if this was all fake. All these people, a lot of people around Karen and Turtle Boy who weren't there before all this. I'm starting to wonder if they had that big of a network. Because they got money. I don't care what anybody says. Those people down in Canton have money. Some of them. And I think they were deploying those assets related to this case. I'm baffled by it all. We're reading the sidebar transcripts right now. Once I get to the end of the sidebar, I'll read that Jen McCabe email. I know they did, Christina, but I just think something is remiss. It's just odd. You know, it's just like with the Birchmore case. There's just something odd about how everyone was and is moving. I don't think, like, it's as direct as it would imply. Like, I don't think it means that they were involved with anything with John's death. I just think they got worried about the narrative right away. It shows that they were worried about the narrative. A movie isn't real life. It's narrative. Hollywood is literally, like, about creating perception, like creating a world, getting people to live in it. So the fact that they were thinking that way, I don't think they were worried about anything related to culpability for John's death. I think they were worried someone was going to tell that story in a way that they didn't feel comfortable with. That, and especially after what Lindsay revealed on Ray from Dallas. Christina, did you know that Lindsay revealed the other night that Julie Nagel basically grabbed Lindsay's ass in front of a room full of people, witnesses and their family members at Jen McCabe's sister's house, and nobody did anything except for Colin Albert. And after Colin Albert intervened and walked away with Lindsay and was standing with Matt McCabe, all of a sudden Kate Peter then went over to Colin's mom and spread some rumor or something, it looked like, that Colin was making a move on Lindsay. Colin's mom comes over and starts screaming at them. I think they were worried Colin was going to start telling Lindsay stuff. And I don't think it was about John's death. I think it was about these people and the culture they live in. Why would a whole room full of people watch Julie Nagel grab Lindsay's ass and basically make a move on her that was like, clearly Lindsay didn't want to reciprocate, although it's cool, whatever, you can be a lesbian, bisexual, I don't mind, whatever you want to be. The point is, room full of people, Jen McCabe's sister's house, all tied to this case, and they're just watching Julie Nagel grab Lindsay's ass? Like, what the fuck is that, bro? I'm telling you. Yeah, that really happened. You know what? We're going to take a break after this sidebar, and maybe we'll actually listen to that part of the Ray from Dallas interview, because it's not my story to tell. Lindsay told it. And it is, I mean, come on. Like, that is just grotesque. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you're from. I don't care which side of this you're on. I don't care if you don't have a side. That's fucked up. And, like, why? Why would they just watch it? That's a weird culture, okay? And you can, listen, I really don't care. It's not a judgment thing. It's like, it's more like, why were they so passive about it? You know? So I have a video clip we're going to watch after we get through this sidebar, because Lindsay talks about it. And let me preview this by telling you the people at the house for the party. Lindsay Catani, Jen McCabe's sister, Kate Peter, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Kate's friend Gina or Jen, Colin Albert, Allie McCabe, Brian Albert, Julie Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Michael Proctor's mother and his sister and or her wife, we're not sure, Julie Nagel, Bella's dad. You remember Bella? Bella's mom in that whole situation with Karen and John? Bella's dad, Julie Nagel, Lisa Crisello, and Julie Crisello. One of them's Tim Albert's wife. All right? How wild is that? Imagine if you... Christina, we're going to... No, she has not, Christina. No, she didn't go... Christina, you are spreading lies spread by Kate. I almost removed that comment. All right? I'm going to give you good faith. But that is not true, okay? That's why we're going to listen to it. She's not lying, okay? She did go. There are messages, Christina, from Julie Nagel to Lindsay after the party where Julie was trying to get Lindsay to go over to her house after to hook up with her. Come on, Christina. Come on. I don't like this. I don't like Kate Peter defenders. Come on. You can have your views about Kate Peter, but you haven't even listened to Lindsay talk about it. That's going to be our lunchtime break, by the way. We're going to listen to that 45-minute clip. So, I don't know. Maybe your feelings will change. All right, back to the sidebar. They're talking about The View. 22 Explorer says, Grant, appreciation for your information since June. It has been very impressive. Thank you for your support. My pleasure. Happy to help, folks. And if you want to help Little Towel, please remember, taking on Kate Peter and the state police means that you end up in no man's land, all right? There's absolutely no one, all right, who feels comfortable staring down the implications of the Sandra Birchmore cover-up, along with these witnesses having some weird sexual culture, what was done to Lindsay, etc., all right? It's no man's land. So, hashtag feed Little Towel. Yeah, well, here's my view on it, Christina. I can't speak for anyone, but I'm starting to wonder if maybe certain people are covering for Kate Peter, Brian Tully, Yuri Buchanan, and the rest of that state police unit, even if they were involved with Sandra Birchmore's murder and the cover-up thereof. You know, I'm starting to wonder that too. And what about Marty Kraft's PI firm? I have a lot of questions, folks. I have more questions than answers, and I think the feds are gonna figure it out. And I don't mean any one piece. I think they put the full puzzle together. I think there was a brothel, a cop-run brothel in Stoughton. I think Sandra Birchmore was groomed into that brothel. I think she was threatened over debts that she owed to some of the girls who worked there. I've seen the documents. All right, here we go. Mr. Jackson, and all of that is consistent with the testimony as well. The court. So you have a million pictures of this. Why don't you all just pick a picture, put an X on it, and tell the state police to drop it there? Mr. Lally, that makes sense. Mr. Yannetti, I'm fine. Mr. Lally, the other things, just briefly, I wanted to flag for the court and for counsel. So one of our witnesses is Miss Terry Kuhn. She is with the veterinary lab at UC Davis. The court. Okay. Mr. Lally, there is an issue which I can get into if you want me to, but I prefer not to. She has a child that... The court. So she has a personal issue. So you don't need to get into it for these purposes. Mr. Lally, she has a personal issue. She needs to testify at a certain time period, and it may be significantly out of turn for where I normally would have had her come in. So what I would like to do is essentially fly her in on May 14th, have her testify on May 15th, and be done on May 15th. May 15th should be a full day, so that's my intention to get her done. Mr. Yannetti, we would certainly accommodate witnesses' schedules. We appreciate the fact that you're giving us a heads up in advance about when people are testifying, and we will do the same for you. Mr. Lally, sure. The court, all right, May 15th will be your testimony regardless of where we are. Mr. Lally, that would be my request, yes. The court, okay, and there is no objection? Mr. Yannetti, no objection. The court, all right, is there something? Mr. Lally, one last thing, Your Honor, because I had representatives from media approach me about it, indicating with regards to the children and videotaping their testimony. Their indication was that they would abide by whatever the court orders. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, they indicated that there was nothing in the written order regarding that. So my request would be if the court could supplement or put something in writing in reference to that. The court, okay. You are putting on live witnesses and perhaps reference to the SANE interviews when they were even younger. Mr. Lally, correct, yes. The court, all right. So what is the Commonwealth asking me? They cannot film the children? Mr. Lally, basically, that's what I'm asking, is that there be some sort of supplemental to the court's order regarding the court. I planned on doing it. I just didn't know. Mr. Lally, no. I'm bringing it up now because I'd rather deal with it now rather than later. The court, do they have the ability to do voice altering? I've seen that. Are you asking me to do that, or are they okay with their voices being... Mr. Lally, what I would ask is that there would be no recording whatsoever other than the court's recording, obviously. Mr. Yannetti, no objection. The court, okay, I'll issue an order. Mr. Lally, thank you. The court, I need also all the compilation videos, the things that you've altered by putting it together or enhancing in any way what you have done with them. I need all of them. Okay. The court, because our witnesses are surprised, but I have to make decisions on whether these are coming in. So if you can get me a copy of everything, you've got your expert here. If you can get me a copy of everything for me by tomorrow so I can review it, or over the weekend, and some guidance on what you suggest it is admissible for, or what you intend to do with it. Mr. Lally, okay. The court, anything else? Mr. Lally, not from the Commonwealth. The court, okay, we'll see you tomorrow. Mr. Lally, thank you. Whereupon adjourned. All right. That was a lot. All right. Now, before we go to the next day, which is going to get big, I want to talk about this bombshell that was delivered. Also, sorry for having to eat 2 Honey Nut Cheerio bars. I forgot to eat this morning, and then when I went out, I didn't have money to get food, so I was like, screw it. Like, I just won't eat. And then I got really hungry while we were reading, and then I started eating Honey Nut Cheerio bars, so sorry about that. However, someone did send money for 7-Eleven pizza, so I am going to do that when we're done, and God bless you to the person who did so. And I don't have anything else to eat right now, so thankfully we won't have to listen to any more of that. I also didn't plan to actually read through 5,000 or 4,000 pages of documents. That was not my intent today. I literally thought we were going to listen to this together, and then I realized there's no point in doing that because you have to actively read it. So let's take a listen to this short little clip while I rest my voice for a second, because I am doing this all manually and my voice is tired. Let's take a listen to this clip with Lindsay and Ray from Dallas, and it's Lindsay talking about that crazy party. Listen, those of you who follow this case, just listen to the who's who that was at this party. All right, I've never seen anything like it before. It's a wild story. God bless Ray from Dallas for giving Lindsay and I the platform to go on there and talk. Ray was just like, oh my God, what is going on right now? And I was like, you're a boss, Ray.
There was one more incident with Jen McCabe or her sister. There was a party, and you've talked about it a little bit on Twitter, what was like going on that night? Why did they invite you to a party? It was at night, like they were like hanging out. Like, how much can you tell us about that party and what was that like? And were the voodoo dolls there?
Okay, no, the voodoo.
Now, y'all. They hold up real quick. Before we get to that, I got to turn up Carrie B and Mo Isk and Andrea Michelle. We're going to do it with the beautiful Nurse Kim because, oh, Lord, yes, she is absolutely stunning.
We've got Tiny Mary, Tiny Jesus, and as Ray from Dallas would say, Tiny Kimmy is here. Right? She's not so tiny. Right? It's Thick'em season, but we still appreciate it.
Y'all so much for that. And you know, the only thing, you know, because, you know, they did something to my monetization for, you know, a few more, whatever, but I ain't tripping about that. That's why I be telling everybody to Cash App and Venmo if y'all can support. I apologize, man. You said that they was trying to get her to go to a party or something?
Well, yeah, and before, Lindsay, I want you to talk about the party, but Ray, send me a message on Twitter. I did this boot camp and in that arena with YouTube, and we can talk. But Lindsay,
Okay.
the party, I'm very interested. Like, it was at night. Like, what happened? How did you get there, and why were they having a party?
So Miss Natalie, everybody I think knows about Miss Natalie, from California, the one who started all this, these conversations between Aiden and Karen and Jen Altman, the one who was granted immunity, the Miss Snoop Dogg, whatever you want to call her. And so,
Who is Miss Snoop Dogg?
Natalie, it's Natalie Wee-Wiki Berkshire or Schneider. It's hard to say. I'm not kidding. That's her name. But all right, so the way to think of her...
Her name kind of matches her personality, right?
It's confounding. The way to think of her is... The way to think of her is...
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
No, it's all right. The Snoop Dogg is a good one. That's a new one. The way to think of her is Natalie the German, because otherwise it's just very complicated. So Natalie the German went to college.
The female Tupac. Yeah, that's right. The female Tupac.
The female Tupac. Okay. So Natalie went to
Poor
Bentley with
boomer.
Karen. Yep, they're in that age range. And Natalie...
No. I mean, boomer, the person. I'll get to that, but yeah.
Oh, I thought you were calling her a core boomer. And I was like, yeah, she kind of is a core boomer, but that's a little irrelevant to this. But anyway, so she goes to college. Natalie goes to college with Karen Reed, and they don't talk for like 20 or 30 years. Then when Karen Reed is with when Karen Reed is like in the summer of 2023 trying to look for PR people, the way I understand the story, this might be some tea, it might be out there, I don't care. Karen was paying $3,000 a month to her PR person before Aiden got involved in the case. And then Karen was getting frustrated, so she reached out to Natalie, and Natalie does PR, and Natalie's like, very, I don't want to use the word like hoity-toity. I don't know her that much. She's always been kind to me. I have nothing like against her personally, but like you look into her pedigree, bro, she's basically in the aristocracy. So she is talking to Karen, and like, all right, her and Karen used to talk about fucking houseplants, bro. They would call each other and Karen would be like, my magnolias are looking really good right now, apparently. And she'd be like, I don't know what a fucking magnolia is, but then insert some other plant. Natalie would be like, I really like my plants. All right, good for you girls. I'm glad you like plants. Anyway, so they develop a bond, and the Karen's request on Substance is, hey, would you mind if we found a new PR person? Will you help me find someone? Well, in Natalie's infinite wisdom, she sees Jen Altman commenting on some of the posts about Karen's case. Because Karen's case, David Unetti got court TV there in like August of 2022. It didn't really get attention till Alan Jackson like sprung it. But before Aiden was involved, Jen Altman was commenting on posts about Karen Reed. So Natalie says, hey, there's this Jen Altman woman. What do you think about reaching out to her and this guy Turtle Boy? Now, Karen must not have done her background research because she's like, okay. So then Karen and Natalie start sending messages because Aiden doesn't want to talk to Karen directly, ostensibly. So Natalie's the intermediary between April and May and July of 2023. Now, originally, I thought Karen and Natalie had a falling out over houseplants because Natalie, the story I was told originally, which was definitely disinformation, was that Natalie had called Karen late at night and Karen was mad that Natalie bothered her. That's not what happened. Natalie knew an executive at Sony and she went to Aiden and was like, Aiden, like, I'm going to try to teach you the ropes of Hollywood, bro. Like, you should talk to the Sony exec. Yeah, and this is all in Tully's interview with Natalie that is on Turtle Boy's channel. So Natalie hooks Aiden up with the Sony exec. Karen isn't really mad about that because I think she thinks of it like, let's explore the options. Like, let's see what we're going to do with this. Okay, Aiden, in his infinite wisdom, like immediately wants to sign a deal with these people. That's why Natalie and Karen had a falling out because Karen was like, what the fuck, Natalie? Why you got this like motherfucker who does not know anything about Hollywood talking to a Sony exec and committing himself to an exclusivity deal? He does not know what he's doing, you moron. And Natalie was like, well, fuck you too, Karen. I'm going to the state police in Cape Peter. Now you understand, Natalie, Weewiki, Schneider, whatever the fuck. So, Lindsay, picking up on your story and Natalie getting you to the party.
Oh shit, that was a lot of okay. Yeah, so Natalie was coming to town from LA. And so this was odd. So I'm in this Discord group that Kate Peter had invited me to, and the members of the group are such an eclectic, like, collaboration of people. Like, it's like weird. Like me, Kate, all Kate's like inner circle, like Boomer. I don't like these are people online, people like her core online people like Boomer, Mike Gaffney, Corrosive, this guy Paul, who is a lawyer, just like Gaffney, and then Troll Holmio and this girl who calls herself Rachel or Gina from New York. And then like Jen McCabe was in there, and Jen McCabe's family members like Lisa Crisello, Julia Crisello, what's his name? The cop there, what's his freaking name? That was John's friend. I forgot his name.
I don't remember his name. John.
You know, the one that fell with his girlfriend outside the courthouse at Karen. You know what I'm talking about.
I know you're talking about. He got that little.
The one that Aiden followed with the loud horn outside to his car. Yeah. What's his fucking name?
There's two brothers. Carl Dougal.
Dougal. Yeah, Carl. Carl was in there. There's a bunch of people in there. It's just like this massive Discord group of people, right? And so they all knew that like Natalie was planning this trip out there. And so Jen McCabe and company puts together this itinerary. That's like, they would always kiss Natalie's ass. All right. They would always like she was weird. She was weird as shit. Like when I tell you weird, like everybody's a little weird. Like I'm a little weird. I'll admit, like Grant, I'm sure you have some weirdness in you that you'll admit to. Everybody's a little weird. Everybody's got a little weirdness, right? But Natalie's weird. Like she would make people. She would ask Boomer. Boomer was like the guy that was good at like doing videos and tech stuff and like whatever. She would always ask Boomer to make these videos of her where she would want her face put on Snoop Dogg's body and do the crip walk. And like, she would be like obsessed with like videos, like with her face on Snoop Dogg's body doing the crip walk. So Boomer would always be forced to make these videos, Natalie doing the crip walk, like featured as Snoop Dogg. It was bizarre. And like, she just would say weird things and like, I don't know. It was just very odd. And then she would have these freakouts where like, if anybody, like, especially geared towards me, like if she ever felt like anybody was getting more, and I don't even like to call it attention, but like if anybody was like, even like answering somebody about something other than her, she would get like jealous and weird and be like, oh, like she, like that's my thing on my profile. Like it's a thing from her on the Discord group where she says, this should just be called the Lindsay channel, because anytime Lindsay needs anything, everybody just jumps and does what she wants. And like, you know, like, so that if you see my profile on Twitter, like that's what it's like, that's from Natalie. Like she just was weird. And, like I can't describe it. And like I put up with it for a while. Like everybody would go on a side chat and be like, listen, this is just who Natalie is. We just got to deal with it because she's helping with, you know, the cases against Aiden and Karen. So you just got to fucking put up with it, you know? And I'd be like, fuck that shit. Like what? Like,
your phone cut out. But real quick, shout out to Fearless_Form Girl for turning me up.
I love this. You gotta watch Ray's channel because first his interviews are really good, and second he has a very funny compilation of videos that he plays, and they're really addictive when you listen to them multiple times, especially the Jason Broyles song. We also had a conspiracy theory that people were interrupting Lindsay's phone connection to stop her from talking about this. It gets really good though.
We got to give her a second.
Fearless_Form Girl, love you to death. Your phone was breaking up, Lindsay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got to wait for Lindsay to come back because there's this odd. Ray, I don't know. I see connections sometimes maybe that aren't there, but there's this odd pattern where sometimes Lindsay's about to drop something like very spicy or like in an interview with
That
you,
happened in our
and then
last thing.
Yes, and then all of a sudden it disconnects. So we got to give her a little bit of time because there is no way, as she's about to talk about. Now, this party, by the way, I think a lot of people don't want her to talk about it. So I hope that she's able to like click the link, come back in, because I'm telling you, this is like, she's kind of hinted at it on Twitter. She's spoken about it directly. It just blows my mind that it happened right at that moment. And I'm not going to bail on her. I'll give her time to reconnect.
Listen, like I done heard this. Oh, there she is. There she is, right there. Here she is.
On a computer when I do this shit because it's my phone sucks.
Lindsay, it's a conspiracy. We've already determined. We've linked it back to a number of international.
It's Meredith O'Neill and Justin Shadow. Yes. McCabe. The four of them got Justin Shadow every time.
For Carly Kramer, real quick, while they hating.
I think
they had this whole itinerary set up for Nat. Like from the minute she landed to like getting her baggage to going to breakfast to like getting her in the car, like minute by minute. Planned out by Jen McCabe. And it was all like on this fancy like thing, like, you know, like it was all like it was a thing they did on like Microsoft Word or whatever. And like her name it had all stars and hearts next to it. It was like to make her feel special. Like they were I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why is Natalie being treated like she's some sort of celebrity? Like, this is weird. Because I still wasn't getting it at that point in time. I still wasn't understanding the value, I guess, of Natalie in terms of in their eyes. And so she gets there, and first I think that's the day we were. But yeah. Anyways, so yeah, that's what. And then multiple people will back you up on that, Grant. Like Julie, see where the hell she's from. Feel bad because I've had stuff said about me. We walked down the 3 steps. You know, like if I invited my friends to Free and Comfortable, I didn't know anybody. Like millions of times, and like no details ever changed because it's just like it wasn't creepy or weird or anything like that. It was like to make her feel special. Like they were
real quick.
Who shall remain nameless.
I bought the supplies at State.
Yeah.
Twice, if I'm correct.
I just want to hear the part about the party.
Everybody was already there when I got there. I really didn't know when. It was my first time meeting pretty much all of them, except for the main people that I knew, like Kate and like maybe like 3 other people that I had already met previously. But like I knew nobody. It was very overwhelming. They have a lot of family members. There was a lot, like everybody was there that you could think of. So it was very overwhelming to walk into that. And I will tell you, one of the first people that made me feel comfortable that came up to me was Colin. And I've told this story publicly, like,
he, in my opinion, was a little bit like had a few drinks, but came up to me and he said to me, and this is the thing, like my version of events like never change. Like I've told my version of things between this and like millions of times, and like no details ever change because it's just like honest to God, even if it makes me look bad, like I just say it how it is. He came up to me and he said something along the lines of like, oh my God, like you're so pretty. Like, how did somebody like you get somebody like Turtle Boy? I think he called him Turtle Boy. I don't think he called him by his name, Aiden. And you could tell he had a few drinks. Like, I'm not judging, whatever. Everybody was there to have a good time. But, and he wasn't being creepy. I never got the impression that he was like like he's a kid. Like my oldest son is a teenager. He's like, just, like in my eyes, is only a few years older than my oldest son. Like it wasn't creepy or weird or anything like that. He was just, I think, just a little like nervous and whatever. So, but he was making me feel like I felt very uncomfortable. I didn't know anybody. And he said that to me, and I just kind of like giggled and laughed, whatever. And then I moved on to the patio and I met Brian Albert. I met Proctor's. I think it was his mother, and I don't know if it was his sister or his wife. Can't remember, but they were very sweet and kind to me. I met, who was the girl? Oh my God, who was the girl that Karen was jealous of? It was her. That woman's. You
talking about the what's that girl's name? I know
Sullivan. Was it Marietta?
Not the one from Aruba. The woman who had the kid. Like it was.
What was that name they gave her though?
Oh, it was Bella's mom.
Bella's mom.
Bella's mom's. Yeah. So Bella's dad, I met. He was very nice. He was hanging out kind of with Colin the whole time, and like Matt McCabe was there, and everybody, like Chris Albert wasn't there, but his wife was. Like pretty much everybody was there. And I just felt like it was just a lot at once. Like for the first time, going somewhere, like you don't know anything. Like Kate kind of just left me. Like she's the one that invited me, and she was there with her friend Gina, aka Rachel, from New York or New Jersey, where the hell she's from. Kate kind of just left me to fend by myself. Like she wasn't there. Like, like if I invited my friend somewhere and my friend didn't know anybody, I'd be sticking by my friend's side the whole time. Like I'm a big girl. Like I can interact with people and like mingle and stuff, but it was still like a lot for the first time. Like they're very strong personalities. It was just, I don't know what they're thinking of me because I was once, dating Aiden. So it was a little like, do they hate me? Like, do they like, it was just an uncomfortable situation for me. So whatever, like I'm just trying to do my own thing. And then, so Colin kept like coming back towards me and like trying to talk to me, right? So he's like asking me, what do you want something to drink? Would you need something? And I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, I'm good. And he kept trying to talk to me and he's telling me like, I'm really, and I feel bad even like repeating this conversation because it was like a genuine, like, I felt bad for him. He was just telling me like everything he's been through, how he had to leave college and everything. And like everything, he's like, I know like the stuff that's been said about you. And I feel bad because like I've had stuff said about me. So I know what you're going, and I'm like, this little kid is trying to like give me like, like strength to like keep, like I'm like, I'm the grown up here. Like this kid's a teenager, not a teenager, but you know what I mean? Like, and he's trying to make me feel better. And I felt like bad. Like, and his eyes started kind of like welling up a little bit. And he's like, and we're on a porch that has 3 steps. Okay. And then there's the yard. 3 steps. It's not like, so you walk down the 3 steps and you're still like only 5 feet away from the people that are up on the porch there. So, but when he started like talking to me about how he had to leave school and everything, he was like, you could tell he didn't want people to see him getting upset. So we walked down the 3 steps and then he's still talking to me. And then all of a sudden Matt McCabe comes over like the other side of the yard, like goofily, like what? I wouldn't call it a run, like a fast, like, or a slow jog. Like, and he's just he's got this big goofy grin on his face. He's like, hey guys, what are you talking about? Like, and like, we're not doing our, everybody from the porch could see us. We're literally 5 feet away from them. So we just kept, the conversation going. And then all of a sudden, Colin's mom came screaming down the stairs, like, Colin, whatever his middle name is, like, Colin, blah, 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 Albert, like, get over here right now. And she's flipping. And I'm like, I just look at Matt, like, what the fuck is going on? I had no idea what she was screaming about. And Colin's like, what, Mom? What? And she's like, you're leaving right now. Get over here. You're coming with me. She grabs him and drags him out the yard through the driveway. And then I'm like, Matt, what just happened? He's like, I have no fucking idea. I'm like, is she mad at me? Did I do something? And he's like, no, like, I don't know what the fuck that's about. And I look up and I see Kate Peter and her friend from Jersey. She calls her Gina in the Discord, but her real name's Rachel. And they're both standing there. Well, no, Kate was standing there alone. Gina had walked off, or Rachel, whatever the fuck. Like, this is the thing. They all give each other fake names. It's weird as fuck. But it was Kate standing there. And she has this, like, evil grin on her face. And she's like, oh, I walk up the stairs. She goes, is everything okay? I'm like, no. Like, what the fuck was that? And she goes, oh, I don't know. Gina just told me that somebody had to rip Colin off of you, that he was all over you. And I'm like, what? What? Like, is this a joke right now? And she just, like, was glaring. Like, she set this whole thing up. Like, she went and triggered Colin's mom to thinking something, like, this fucking bitch. And then I'm like, what? And she goes, oh, Gina's. And I'm like, well, where's Gina right now? Let's get Gina back here. Nobody could find Gina, apparently. How convenient. And so I'm like, that's it. I'm fucking done with this shit. Oh, prior to that. So this is what I've been alluding to on Twitter. Prior to that, Julie Nagel, and I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm sick of, like, covering for all these people because, I think some of them are good and they turn out to all be shitbags. So I don't give a fuck.
Let me ask you, Julie Nagel was that broad who said she's seen the black blob, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Julie Nagel, right prior to that, she was, like, trying to get me away from Colin and kept grabbing my fucking ass. I was sitting on the Yeti cooler, like, on the patio, and she kept, like, putting her hand, like, up my fucking ass, like, squeezing my fucking ass cheeks. I'm like, oh my fucking, and I kept, like, I'm like, what the fuck, get me out of this fucking place, no. And that's why I went up with Colin, because I was like, oh, thank God, distraction, get me, what is going on? But then Julie Nagel was texting me after, like, I want to make out with you so bad. Like, trust me, I have these text messages. Like, I have everything. These fucking people want to fuck with me like this. I will fucking blast them all. I will put this all out there. So don't even try to play with me. Yes. So Julie Nagel's doing all this shit. And then, yeah, so I just, like, peeled out of there after this shit, like, with Colin's mom screaming at me and making this scene. I was, like, so offended. I'm like, first of all, ew, like, if you thought I would ever fucking do anything with Colin, you're just, but, like, second of all, like, you guys all, like, we were literally standing 3 feet away from, I didn't do anything like that. Colin didn't do anything like that. So after I left, I never heard from Kate Peter. I never heard from Gina/Rachel. Never heard from anybody other than Julie Nagel texting me and saying she wants to make out with me so bad. Then I hear, from Jen McCabe. She texts me or sends me a message on Discord, like, very early the next morning. And she's like, I hope you know that, like, everybody knows that nothing happened with you and Colin. Like, it was just, everybody thinks, like, Colin's drinking is out of hand and they didn't trust him with you. Everybody knows that you didn't do anything wrong and nothing,
Oh my God. Let hold up real quick. Julie Nagel trying to want to text you and say make out with you. I got to do this right here. Hold on 1 second.
Ray.
I really got out of breath and I got.
All right, so Lindsay goes on to say that the only thing, like, that people seem to be concerned with after that all went down was whether Lindsay remembered what happened with Julie Nagel. How weird is that? That's why when people say to me, like, Grant, are you sure there's something weird here? Yes. Like, Lindsay has told that story multiple times. She always tells it the same way. Like, to me, I've always believed her, and I know she has evidence about those follow-ups texts. So, I don't know. I don't understand. I'm very uncomfortable that, like, all those people just watched Julie Nagel doing that to Lindsay, and they seem to just, like, be passive about it at best. So, time to go back to the sidebars, though. Thank you so much to Sherry DV. Really, God bless you for your support. Thank you to those of you who've been tuning in. We're doing this by hand. I needed a 20-minute voice break because this is 4,252 pages of material. And if you're sitting there wrapping presents or being a little towel and you thought to yourself, yeah, there's no way I'm reading that. Well, thanks to the generosity of you all folks who have managed to donate money for towel lunch and just be so kind, we're going to keep doing this, all right? I would have done this anyway. You know, what are the Saturdays are for SideBahs, all right? You know what I'm saying? All right, so, again, thanks to Ray from Dallas, by the way. He was in the chat earlier. Shout out to him, all his mods. Great people over there. They have a style. Towel loves it, and I was grateful that Lindsay got a platform to talk a little bit, and I even got to ask some questions to Lindsay, which was great. All right, so we're starting off the day. We are on day 9, I think, which is May 3rd, 2024. All right, now it's going to get intense, all right, because the first few witnesses were kind of procedural witnesses. And now we're going in. B. Bayer says, still listening and rapping. Well, thank you, B. Bayer. We had a quick, what I'd call intermission there, towel lunch break, as I preserved my voice. Now we're back. We're on page 688 of 4,254, and we're beginning. All right, our first sidebar is right as the first witness of the day is coming in. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference. There's a view today, so that might be the discussion. The court, good morning. Come closer to the microphones, please. So, a few things. So, I was given copies, I think, of Exhibits 26 and 379 from the defense this morning. Do those contain all of the videos that you intend to introduce as evidence? Miss Little, I provided the court with the copies of the ones that we had put side by side. The court, okay. I want all the ones that you intend to introduce. I don't want surprises like this. So I know you can't get them today. That's what I thought it was clear. I wanted to spend the time this weekend reviewing them. Miss Little, you want all of our exhibits for the rest of the trial? The court, the video ones, the ones that you intend, Miss Little, or the side-by-side. The court, whatever you're playing for the jury, not the print ones. I'm not concerned about the print ones. Mr. Jackson, anything that's video. The court, anything that's video. Miss Little, I believe the Commonwealth already admitted the rest of the just regular dash cam videos. The court, so nothing really is in evidence, and that's part of what I'll talk about here for a minute as well. Mr. Lally, I would like at least the corresponding Commonwealth dash cam videos that the Commonwealth has, the original dash cam videos that the Commonwealth has introduced. That's one. The second thing is, yesterday, Mr. Jackson, you referred to the court reporter as blank. We are much more formal than that here generally, but my big concern is that I've known Madam Court Reporter for 35 years. I've never called her by her name, particularly in a case where people's personal information has been put up on the internet. I cannot allow that, all right? I don't think you meant anything by it. Mr. Jackson, I certainly didn't. The court, I am not saying that you did. We have to be extra careful about that. The third thing is, please come to SideBah before any videos are played that I haven't seen yet, okay? Mr. Lally, sure. The court. What's been going on with the exhibits? I know you've pre-marked a ton of exhibits, and I know Madam Court Reporter has been here all day marking exhibits, close to 600 of them. It's too sloppy. We are going back to the old-fashioned way. Yesterday, the exhibits are available for the press on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons. That wonderful person from the clerk's office here that is doing that had the good sense to send it to me beforehand. And the exhibit number 140, the fire department report, when I reviewed it, I don't see these exhibits. Ordinarily, when exhibits are introduced into evidence, I get to see it. I have a copy of it. They are supposed to be held by the clerk and held overnight. I don't know where these exhibits are, and if there are 600 of them, they all need to be here. So we are going back to the old-fashioned way, because on page 1 of 5 of what's marked as Exhibit 160, and we are going to mark this for identification for these purposes. The court reporter. That will be G for identification, Your Honor. Whereupon incident report, previously Exhibit number 160, was entered and marked Exhibit G for identification. The court. On page 1 of 5 is all of John O'Keefe's personal identifying information. That could have been on the front page of the Globe today. Miss Little, it's not our exhibit. The court, it's got to be redacted. All exhibits have to be redacted before they are admitted into evidence. It may take half a day. We will break early if you need to do that. But they have to be cleared. In a case that doesn't have press interest, we let people do it maybe later that day or the next day. It has to be cleared. This never should have happened, Mr. Lally. Mr. Lally, yes. The court. So it's not going to happen, all right? Wow, they did it with John O'Keefe's. They did it with Lindsay's phone, and they did it with John O'Keefe's personally identifying information. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. What is wrong with the Norfolk DA's office? I can't imagine that was intentional, just sloppy. Judge called it sloppy, too. So it's not going to happen, all right? So pre-marking exhibits is out. We are going to do it the old-fashioned way. That's why Judge was pissed. I was like, why does Judge care about them pre-marking exhibits? There's 600 of them. Now I know why she cares, because Lally screwed up. My word. You remember that during the first trial, folks? There was just a chaotic open court discussion about exhibits and remarking and pre-marking. Now we know why. A little bit about the videos, like the simultaneous videos, but mostly about John O'Keefe's personal information. Mr. Lally, sure, the court. You don't need to go authenticate everything if you're in agreement and it's obvious. So that's what Judge is saying. Judge is like, folks, you can stipulate to things being authentic. You can stipulate to things like having foundation, but not really. What you can't do is enter them into evidence. Mr. Lally, got it. The court, and I don't need 100 pictures of snow. I'm just saying, all right? The jurors aren't going to look at 600 exhibits. I can't imagine that they won't. No, that doesn't make sense. That sentence does not make sense as written. Oh, someone sent another donation for towel lunch. Oh, God bless you all. All right, so let's just move this case along. I'm not interfering with how you try the case, but I do have a role here, and these are important, all right? I was supposed to be gone. I was glad I was still here. This could have just gone out, okay? Oh, she caught it. Wow, all right. Can somebody just give a round of applause to whoever at the clerk's office was responsible for catching John O'Keefe's personal information in an exhibit that shouldn't have been put into evidence? And then alerting Judge Cannoni, who stayed late and then managed to protect John O'Keefe's personal information. Can we just no one is ever going to say thank you to them for that. So let's condemn the Norfolk DA for screwing up two different redaction issues, one being way bigger than the other because Lindsay's phone was a 15-year copy of her extraction. Two incidents, also with the unredacted SA report. 3 now with John O'Keefe's personal information. Look at this DA's office, just sloppy. And this was Adam Lally, who otherwise was doing a good job, and Laura McLaughlin. Judge is just like, no, I'm done with this nonsense. And then Judge and court staff, thank God, caught it. Nobody caught the release of Lindsay's phone extraction because Tully walked the damn thing to Bradle. But Judge caught it here. So thank God. Well, it wasn't Judge. It was, we don't know. Someone in that clerk's office caught it. That is a incredible like catch because that all would have been out there. And nobody needed to know that. I don't know what it was, but it was bad. Now, Jackson, going back to how he called the court reporter by her name, please apologize to Madam Court Reporter. I certainly did not mean to offend the court. Nobody thinks you meant it, and I think it just underscores the point that the less unnecessary chatter, even during questions, the better. Mr. Jackson, right. The court, there's less of a chance that this could just ask a question and no comment. Even the CPR, you not being certified except as, we are not here, we are not used to that here. Mr. Jackson, right. The court, and I really don't want it. Mr. Jackson, right. The court, then there is less of a chance of a problem. Mr. Jackson, okay. The court, all right, thank you. Okay, we will bring the witness in. Katie McLaughlin, very short direct. Wait a minute. You only directed? Oh, she's coming back from yesterday. She took the stand yesterday. Katie McLaughlin finishes up. Alan Jackson on cross. Let's see. All right. All right, no sidebar so far. We're looking for a Katie McLaughlin sidebar. We're in cross by Mr. Jackson. He's asking a lot of questions. Some colloquy. All right, sidebar. No. Objection. There's a sidebar. Oh, it's the Caitlin Albert question sidebar. Oh, boy. Get your popcorn. Everybody get your popcorn. It's the Caitlin Albert question sidebar. Oh, goodness. Oh, this is going to get interesting. All right. So it's Caitlin Albert, right? Yeah. Are you friends with Caitlin Albert? Oh boy. This is on page 712 for reference of 4,252. All right. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Actually, you know what I'm going to do to make this a little bit easier? I know it's going to make the text smaller, but as a permanent reference of the page, I'm going to do this. Watch this. All right. You see how now we have a permanent page reference? Because otherwise, when I watch this back, I'm going to get all pissed off if I don't know what page it is. So here we go. And I want some balance to this. All right. There we go. How's that? No, I don't like how that looks at all. Hold on one second. I have a plan. All right, there we go. That's a little bit more balanced. I like things to have a certain... The presentation on this stream has evolved over time, but I like things to have a certain level of balance. All right, there we go. Here we go. Get ready. Get ready for this one. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. The court. What is the objection? Mr. Lally. Relevance. The court. How do you respond to that? Mr. Jackson, this witness has a deep friendship with Caitlin Albert. She knows the Albert family. We have photographs of her traveling with Caitlin Albert, going to the beach with Caitlin Albert, going... The court. How old are these photographs? Mr. Jackson, I'd say probably they are adults. She's only mid-20s or so. I won't ask her age, but they can't be more than a couple of years old. 2 or 3 years old, I would guess. They have social media accounts with their friends. They tag each other. They vacation together. They drink together. They socialize together. She is diminishing the relationship between Caitlin Albert and her knowledge of the Albert family. I think she knows the Albert family. I know she knows the Albert family, and she knew where the import of 34 Fairview Road. I don't believe it's the first time she's ever been to 34 Fairview Road. The court. So you can focus on that. The other is too extreme. It's not relevant, and it's certainly not probative. Mr. Jackson, that she knows the family, or the court, the house? You say it's relevant to the house, her being at the house, and she knows the family, and she's been to the house. You can do that. Social media, traveling together. Is Caitlin Albert going to testify? Mr. Lally, yes. The court. She was just one of the people at the house that night. Mr. Lally, correct. Mr. Jackson, she was also at the Waterfall Bar that night. The court. Yes. It's not probative. If any relevance, there's a little bit of a stretch, too, but I'll let you get into that. She knows her, and she's been to that home before. Mr. Jackson, just so we don't have to approach sidebar again, I've got photographs of them together. May I mark those? The court, you can mark them for identification. Mr. Jackson, and show them to her? The court, no. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, for the record, I have never seen any of this. I don't even know what counsel is talking about as far as photographs and social media. Oh, Jackson's a devious. Hello, Patty LaBelle. We welcome all of the towel friends from Ray from Dallas's channel. You can get your blue wrench. We had a great interview. I think there might even be a part 2 at one point in the future with Ray from Dallas, Lindsay, and Towel. We each have different styles, but Ray is a great interviewer. He's got a great heart of gold, as he would say, a heart as big as Texas. And he's willing to listen. I'm sure Ray and I would disagree on a number of things. I'm sure we would agree on a bunch of things. We both really seem to like America and Jesus, so there you go. But Ray just lets people talk. All right. He doesn't say like, oh, you said something negative about someone I like, so I'm going to stop you. No, he's just like, okay, like, say what you got to say, and then he'll weigh in, and we move on. He's a great host. So can't say enough superlatives about Ray. And people are like, oh, but he trolls. Okay, I troll too. Who doesn't troll from time to time? You're on the internet. If you don't troll, you're taking yourself far too seriously. And I'm not talking trolling maliciously. I'm saying, like, who doesn't make memes from time to time? Come on now. All right, here we go. You can mark them for identification and show them to her. No, Your Honor, this was Mr. Lally just losing it. Your Honor, for the record, I have never seen any of this. I don't even know what counsel is talking about as far as photographs and social media. Mr. Jackson, but because it's impeachment. The court, but if you knew you were going to use it, you have an obligation. Mr. Jackson, I didn't know. Oh boy. What? What? You didn't know? The court. Again, but if you knew you were going to use it, you have an obligation. Mr. Jackson, I didn't know. The court, hold on. Whereupon there was a pause in the sidebar. The court, jurors, we're going to send you out. Mr. Court Officer, 10 minutes. The court officer, yes. Whereupon the jurors are escorted from the courtroom. Whereupon the sidebar conference continued as follows. Oh, this is big. Hello, SQWERL. Welcome to the channel. God bless you and thank you for tuning in. Great to have you with us. This is wild. I can't believe we found this 715 pages in. Whereupon the sidebar conference continued as follows. The court, show them the photographs and we'll have a short voir dire. We'll come back out in 5 minutes. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. The court, Ms. McLaughlin, I'm going to step out for a minute. Show them what you have and let a court officer know when you're ready. Whereupon there was a brief recess. Okay, then we resume. So I was thinking they were going to keep talking about that, but Lally didn't even know. Jackson, why didn't we get more information? Oh, I love the squirrel. What a wonderful squirrel emoji. I am thrilled. Jackson didn't even know. Wait a minute. Jackson didn't know that he was going to be doing this? Are you kidding me? Oh, God bless the person who just sent money for 7-Eleven pizza. It is my favorite snack. I can't wait until we're done. We're going through all 4,252 pages, though. I'm telling you, I'm committed. Once I get going, as someone said, I'm in the zone. I got to do it. God bless you to that person, though. I don't announce names unless you want to be associated with the donation, but know that I saw it. It means so much to Little Towel. All right. So what happened was, Lally says, hey, you're trying to surprise me. You can surprise a witness, but you're trying to surprise me, Alan Jackson, with this Caitlin Albert connection to Katie McLaughlin. And Jackson's like, yeah, but I didn't know. And then they just have a conversation, and now Jackson shows the photographs. All right? So they're doing a voir dire. The defendant is present. We're in open court. The jury is not present. So they do the voir dire. Let's see if there's any sidebars during the voir dire. All right. All right. So they're going. Okay. Wait a minute. What? All right. So are we at sidebar here? I don't think so. What? Are we at a sidebar? No. They're just talking in open court. All right. They bring in the Katie McLaughlin for voir dire. Wait, a voir dire of Katie McLaughlin. Okay. Outside the presence, right? Yeah, it's a voir dire outside the presence. Any sidebars? I remember this voir dire. This was public. Powell's excitement makes the read so much better. Yeah, well, I lived this in real time, so I remember being like, what the hell are they talking about, those damn sidebars? We all were speculating. All right, so we're going through the voir dire Caitlin Albert. We're looking for anything that is a sidebar, because if you want to listen to the voir dire, just go listen to it. Let's see, anything? No sidebar. Oh, the voir dire concluded. All right. The exhibits won't come in. Some leeway. Bit behind. Okay, so Spectre the Horseman says, bit behind, but at the view part, Lally talking about lunch, literally proving better or right. What's for lunch? I think, so I agree with you, Spectre, but the only reason that came up, to be fair, is that Judge had to... Judge said, listen, there's a mundane matter where I have to coordinate lunch. So Lally was just kind of taking Judge's... It was on the day of the view. Lally was taking Judge's... hint there and saying the only reason I want to know is because I got to order him lunch. But yes, Spectre the Horseman, thank you for joining and enjoy your towel wrench, even though you won't hear this till later. All right, so the court lets him in. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference. Oh goodness, every time the word sidebar comes up, I get so excitable. This is the greatest way to spend a Saturday. Oh goodness, some people probably didn't love the length of this. I'm having a field day. I'm getting into my 1930s baseball announcer mode. There we go. The court. So you had said they'd been out drinking together and all of that. One person who was holding a beer at a beach in a cropped photo. She's not in a bar room or anything. Mr. Jackson, no, I didn't suggest that they were in a bar room. That was what I was referring to, that they, I'm assuming that if Caitlin was drinking, she was drinking too. The court, you didn't get it from them, so you can't do that. Mr. Jackson, I'd forgotten to, and I should do it here at Sidebar, I've forgotten to actually refer to the third photograph. Is it J, K? No. Mr. Yannetti, no, J. The court, may I have those please, those photographs? Mr. Jackson, I think it's this one, that one. I forgot to mention that this was K, that it's been marked. The court, okay. They look like young girls in bathing suits. Mr. Jackson, I do want to be, oh God, that is an exceptionally odd remark from Judge, but it out of context, but in context they're at a beach, but still, what the fuck? Mr. Jackson, I do want to make a record that I disagree with the Commonwealth in terms of the Rule 14 objection. The reason that we disagree, this is pure impeachment, as the court well knows. This is not something that we are going to use in the case in chief. Indeed, I was never, and I can show the Commonwealth, oh, Squirrel, God bless you for your support. What a kind super chat. Thank God bless you. Hold on, I'm going to do the tag. SQWERL. And thank you so much to yourself and Ray and all of the wonderful towel friends here today. This means so much to me. Oh, God bless you, Squirrel. Thank you so much for joining our chat, and God bless all the wonderful folks from Ray's channel coming over to check out this read. It's a good use of your time. It's effective. You don't want to read 4,300 pages. This is like looking for needles in a haystack, quite literally. All right, restarting. Mr. Jackson, I do want to make a record that I disagree with the Commonwealth in terms of the Rule 14 objection. The reason that we disagree, this is pure impeachment, as the court well knows. This is not something that we are going to use in the case in chief. Indeed, I was never, and I can show the Commonwealth and I can show the court, my order off, it's not called an order of proof, my offer of proof. My offer of proof in terms of my outline, I literally do not bring up photos unless, all right. So he's talking about how he's going to get to the causation to do that. Thank you, Magic708. I'm going to pause to read this comment. Fantastic thumbnail pic, Grant. Oh, sorry, it's going to take a second. So sad what this family has to endure. Rest in peace, Officer John O'Keefe. Hope we get more answers soon for this family. Thank you so much. God bless you, Towel friends, for all your kind remarks and compassion to so many. Okay, so Jackson was saying my order of proof. I thought he was saying offer of proof. He's saying my order of proof in terms of my outline. I literally do not bring up the photos unless he can get her. And he says ... But he's saying unless she denied the relationship or she was trying to distance herself from the relationship. He was baiting her. See, it's gamesmanship. The witness doesn't know the rules of evidence. Jackson knows the rules of evidence. So Jackson is saying to Judge, and he kind of has to tip his hand. This is why prosecutors and defense attorneys can't talk to their witnesses, because at Sidebar, you can coach your witness based off what you're hearing right here. If you're like, this is why it's not public. If the witness was told about this, the witness would never let Jackson walk down that line of questions. That's why you're not allowed to coach the witness. If the witness is a lawyer, you're kind of fucked, though. Jackson continues. I think that's obviously some level of deceit on her part. She knew that there was a relationship. I can prove that there was a relationship with these photos. The level of the relationship is up to the jurors to decide. But she said her first answer, Your Honor, was I said, who is Caitlin Albert? And I just left it open for her to say she's a friend of mine. See, this is what I mean by baiting her. She's an acquaintance. We went to high school together and I've known her for 10 years. And she said none of that. What she said is there was a girl in high school with that name. And that's a lie. Ooh, brutal. Brutal. And that is why we are, and now she's changing that story, because I am about to impeach her with these photographs. I don't think that's a violation of Rule 14. This is pure impeachment. The court. Mr. Lally. What I'd say is I don't think that that is a lie. I think that's exactly what was born on her testimony in voir dire. The last thing I would say, just to flag for the court, is that this is a witness who's been harassed by Mr. Kearney. Oh! I don't know if anyone found this one yet. Oh, wow. The last thing I would just... Oh, that's it. Oh, I want to. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if I'm ready for this. The last thing I would say, just to flag for the court, is that this is a witness who has been harassed by Mr. Kearney, phonetic spelling, on this specific, the court, Mr. Who, Mr. Lally, Mr. Carney, on this specific issue. So if we are going down this road as far as impeachment is concerned, I intend to get into that. The court, come to sidebar before you do. So I find that it is a violation of Rule 14. So these photographs won't come in. We will keep them handy in case you need to refresh your recollection. They are not to be shown on the screen. Mr. Jackson, understood. The court, I expect that the press will not see these photographs. Mr. Jackson, no, of course not. The court, of course not. They've seen all sorts of things. I was told this morning that one of these photographs has already been circulating today. Oh my God, she was monitoring the internet. I knew it. Mr. Jackson, not from us. The court, I'm just saying, but when you said, of course not, I have to be concerned about these things. Mr. Jackson, I understand. I just don't want the court to cast a dispersion on us that we were out there leaking stuff. We were not. The court, no, I'm not saying that. Mr. Jackson, we don't play those games. Am I allowed to refer to the photo, just not show them? In other words, what is this a photo of? Does it appear to you to be a photo taken with Caitlin? The court, no. You can talk to her about her relationship. I think she will tell you she was at a beach. Mr. Jackson, okay. The court, you can talk, and if she doesn't, you can show her. Mr. Jackson, okay. I just want to make sure I'm clear. I don't want to overstep. Can I ask, have you ever been photographed socializing with anyone? The court, sure. Mr. Jackson, okay, I think I'll get into the answer and then I won't have to show it, okay? The court, all right. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Okay, that's huge. I'm typing that up because there's some subtlety to that and I want to talk you all through it. Wow. Whoa. Yeah, you really need like an expert in this case. I'm really glad we're doing this together. You really need an expert and you can't leave anything out. If you want to cover this like and actually read it, you have to do the whole thing. All right, ready? Here we go. So, wow. During a sidebar conference in the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, Alan Jackson surprised Adam Lally and the court with pictures of Caitlin Albert and firefighter Katie McLaughlin drinking together. Then Lally threatened to bring up Turtle Boy on redirect if Jackson brought up the pictures. Wild. Just wild. And we found it, ladies and gentlemen. We found it in real time. That's why you look for the diamonds in the rough. I hate to have such an analytic perspective on this, but I have to. I have to go back. First of all, we're reading 4,252 pages on a Saturday. Second of all, if I don't do this with an analytic perspective, I'm going to lose my mind because the emotional weight of it all is devastating. Third of all, you're a towel. Have you considered that? You're all towels, and there's nothing you can do about it. All right? I'm a towel. You're a towel. Everybody's a towel. Plus, people keep being so kind with lunch donations. It's going to turn into dinner donations, but I'm going to actually be able to eat. You don't understand. Some days I live on like a cereal bar. Now, partially that's because I have colitis, so the less I eat, the better for towel. But still, you'd be shocked how annoying it is to just not eat. Eventually, I'm like, why am I so angry? And I'm like, oh yes, I did not eat today. All right, hold on. Let me share a link to this. Watch as I read it. Nicola Cox is like, you're hilarious, towel. I am hilarious. Where else can you read a 5,000-page legal document and actually be entertained? Nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a towel in the rough. Towel in the truth, as Ray would say. And, of course, welcome to all the wonderful supporters of Ray from Dallas. Great interview the other night. Check out Ray's channel. He's awesome. I actually left a pinned comment, so you can just click Ray's channel from that. All right, let's continue. Mr. Jackson, okay, I think I'll get to the answer and then I won't have to show it. The court, all right. Sidebar ends. Okay, the jurors come in. And judge just reminds them they have to talk about things from time to time. Now Jackson goes into his cross. Let's see how it all plays out. SideBah? No. SideBah! Ladies and gentlemen. All right. The question is, is it the report you gave to Trooper Proctor, the statement that you gave to Trooper Proctor in yesterday's testimony, your statement has evolved. You've already admitted that. Correct? I don't think I agree with you on that. It's changed. It's different. I've always testified to, like, I feel as though my testimony has been consistent. I appreciate how you might feel from Jackson. I'm just interested in the actual facts. You didn't tell Trooper Proctor anything about this officer questioning my client, correct? Mr. Lally, objection. The court, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. Whereupon there was a SideBah conference as follows. The court. So are you objecting to the argumentative nature that the question began with? Mr. Jackson, yes. No, that can't be right. It's Lally's objection. There's so many errors. Okay, first of all, at one point, Nicholas is like, that's why I'm here. Hi, young black economist. It's so good to see you, my dear friend. Nicholas is like, that's why I'm here. Where else can you get this kind of lively read of a 5,000 page document? First of all, this is an error. Okay, so Mr. Lally objected, not Mr. Jackson. Second of all, this transcript had a juror up at the sidebar earlier, and that was clearly not correct. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lally, probably, yes. The court, okay. You can't do that with all the evolving. The Commonwealth didn't object until now, but now that they have objected, the argumentative nature of some of these questions, the objection is sustained, but you changed it into impeaching her with a prior statement, correct? Oh my goodness, it's Microdots, ladies and gentlemen, and not just is it Microdots, it is Microdots with a super chat. Oh my goodness, what an honor to be blessed with a Microdots super chat. You are a super towel, and thank you so kindly for all of your work as well. See that, ladies and gentlemen? Look at this mutual support. We're putting in the work. People are being super kind. God bless the United States of America. Okay, you can't do that with all the evolving. This is the court, rewinding. Okay, you can't do that with all the evolving. She's talking to Jackson. The Commonwealth didn't object until now. But now that they have objected, the argumentative nature of some of these questions, the objection is sustained. But you changed it into impeaching her with a prior statement, correct? That Katie McLaughlin. So if there's continued objections about the argumentative nature, it will be sustained. If it's a strict impeachment, you have to ask the question again. Mr. Jackson, I'll rephrase it. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Mr. Jackson continues his examination. So Lally, it only got that far because Lally never objected. That was the court being like, Mr. Lally, why are you letting this go so long? There's a redirect now. Mr. Lally on redirect, trying to what's called rehabilitate her credibility. So he's rehabilitating by asking her questions to make it seem like this relationship was normal. SideBah. So Mr. Lally asked for a sidebar after questions about Caitlin Albert's siblings' names. Remember the style of Lally question? Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about knowing sort of Caitlin Albert's parents' names or siblings' names or things of that nature, correct? Right. And prior to January 29th, you didn't know any of those names. Is that correct? No. And you learned of them subsequently. Is that correct? Yes. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, may we approach just briefly the court? Okay. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. Mr. Lally. Oh, hello, young black economist. They say, lurking and working. Thank you for reading this. I also listened to your interview. Now more people want to interview you since they see you as a smart lawyer. Well, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a towel. I'm going to have a JD soon. So I guess we can call me Juris Doctorate Towel, basically. I'm not there yet, but I'm getting there. See what I mean? Almost. I'm excited. Magic7098 says, Grant, I have ulcerative colitis, so I get it. You're very smart. You'll be graduating soon. Be proud. You deserve it. I hope you always do good with your profession. Best wishes, Mrs. to you too. Oh, God bless you. Towel is so appreciative. And yes, it is. That condition is so difficult. Two of my siblings don't have colons. I've been a long time advocate of alternative treatment methods for people with colitis because prednisone sucks really bad. So, Microdot says, Grant, overall thoughts on this so far? Okay, so we've only had a few explosive revelations. One, that David Yannetti got Adam Lally to let him move the car from near the fire hydrant to the driveway on the view. And Lally, I don't think, saw what Yannetti was doing. That was genius. Yannetti's a genius. Second, Judge Cannoni hates Alan Jackson. She just doesn't like lawyers who aren't. It's not because he's Alan Jackson, although we're starting to get hints that it's because, like, we're getting hints that the court doesn't believe that Alan Jackson didn't leak that photograph to of Caitlin Albert. But the reality is, what's more likely is someone found it, and before they gave it to Alan and Karen's defense team, leaked it, okay? Or leaked it to somebody who didn't, like, you could have gotten it independent of the defense team, is what probably happened. My point is, though, the court was very suspect of the pretrial publicity strategy by the defense during the first trial. She didn't gag all the lawyers until the second trial, but she was suspect. The third thing is, the explosive revelation is they didn't even have that photograph till like the day they brought it up, according to the defense team. They surprised Lally with it. So that was very interesting. And now we're, I think, going to actually see some kind of like posturing. And Lally also let the cross of Caitlin Albert go way off the rails. And Judge telegraphed to him that he should have objected way earlier. Judge wasn't helping the prosecution. Judge was just like, what are you doing? Like, like to both sides. Like, what are you both doing? Because they both were acting like really sloppy. They dropped Microdot says they hit social media first, and that's how they found them, I believe. Yeah, so I believe Microdot is a credible authority on this, and if Richie says that it's likely they hit social media and then the defense got them, then it wasn't a leak. It was they were on social media and the defense sourced them therefrom. Who cares? That's not a violation. If it was the other way, if the defense investigator found them and then they went out on social media, all right, Judge would be pissed. But no, I think the defense found them on social media. Maybe want to have a conspiracy that they did it that way so they couldn't be accused of leaking. All right, but you're never going to prove that. Plus, I really do believe internet sleuths would be the kind of people to find those things. Bukake says, were those the pics that TB found from that weekend? I don't know. Richie might know the timeline better. I don't know if TB published them first, but even if he did, that doesn't mean that like he found them. An internet sleuth could have found them, etc. We have no proof, as far as I'm aware, that anyone from Karen's defense team was responsible for that leak. Now, if we do get that proof at some point, that would be really bad, because that would mean Alan Jackson misrepresented to Judge Cannoni that they didn't leak it. So Jesse says, Judge Cannoni confirms that she is stalking the internet. That tickles me. Well, for that hilarious comment, you get a wrench. But also, Judge Cannoni has a duty to monitor the internet, because she has to know whether like something got there that was like only accessible to counsel, or a document got there that was redacted, that was unredacted. So they monitor. I knew she was monitoring. Please, this court officers used to tell me, like, Grant, we take pride in knowing what's going to happen before it happens. And they would like tell me about what they saw on the internet. One of the court officers called me Grande. I was like, dude, you realize by saying that you're not only tipping your hand that you read the internet, but I know you're a turtle rider, so I'm never going to like be like candid with you. That's the one who sometimes comes up to me and is like, Grant, you smell like weed, but there's nothing I can do about it. That's how I know they had a meeting at the courthouse. They were like, well, what are we going to do? If we tell him he smells like weed and can't be here, he's going to go to the legislature and write a law saying people who use medical cannabis could be in courthouses if they smell like weed. So they must have just been like, fuck it. I mean, nothing we can do. How do I know? Because he said to me, there's nothing I can do. All right. Watch centers. It's called the BRIC, the Boston Regional Intelligence Center. And yeah, 100%. I ran an event on the Boston Common. Bro, like, they have the most intense... I can't talk too much about it. I was never sworn to secrecy, but I know more than I should. Bro, they have the most intense, coordinated security apparatus you can imagine when you're doing a public event or when they're using threat intelligence to monitor the internet. They know fucking everything. Please, they have like the JTTF, they have the BRICS, the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, just real time, constantly. It's incredible. So as much as Judge Cannoni was reading the internet, no, I think she's briefed by like an intelligence apparatus that correctly 3 Clerk Monty points out is called a watch center, but it's actually in our area called the Boston Regional Intelligence Center. I do need a new lighter. I think it was because I got like cotton stuck or like flint stuck in the safety mechanism, but I'm just I'll buy a lighter later. People send a few donations, so good idea. I probably need a new lighter. I should be switching to vaping. I'm trying really hard, but I think the only thing I think nicotine helps with the colitis. It's a reality. A lot of people with colitis smoke cigarettes. I smoke cigars. I'm trying to quit. It's a bad habit, but it makes me feel like an old timey news reporter. All right, no more distractions, but God bless you all for chatting. No more distractions for the next 5 minutes, I should say. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. Mr. Lally, so my next question, the quote. Wait until everybody is here. Mr. Lally, oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Lally, so my next question is how she knows. And then this sort of gets into that area of not only... Oh, here we go. All right, I'm ready. So my next question is how she knows, and then this sort of gets into the area of not only Mr. Carney, but this witness also had a visit from a defense investigator in which the defendant was in the car parked outside of her house at the time, that the defense investigator sort of pushed his way into their home with her parents to try to speak to her at one point during the pendency of the case. Excuse me, what? Whoa. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, that is true. First of all, there is no male defense investigator who has ever approached her. Wait, I'm confused. He clearly didn't say that is true, because the next sentence conflicts that. Your Honor, that is true. First of all, there is no male defense investigator who has ever approached her. We did actually have an investigator, a female, knock on the door, have a very polite conversation with the McLaughlin parents, who said she would rather not speak with us, and we left, which is our obligation and well within our, actually, it would be the court, I understand, Mr. Jackson, so nobody tried to push their way in. I don't know where Mr. Lally is getting this, other than the witness, and she wasn't even there. We never made contact. The court. So I guess I'm a little confused as to, you said your next question is going to be what? Mr. Lally, how she became aware of these names after the fact. The court. I thought she testified she saw it on the news. Mr. Jackson. That's what she did say. Mr. Lally. Again, I don't know that the news is necessarily Channel 5, Channel 4, or things of that nature. The court. You brought it up. I'm going to let you lead through whatever. What do you suggest, Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson. I don't think that this has any... If this is the Commonwealth's way of trying to sully the defendant, The court. No, I'm asking for suggestions on how you brought it up about... So Alan's thinking he's trying to bring in Turtle Boy to smear Karen. The court, no, I'm asking suggestions on how you brought it up about she learned these names, knows these names. Mr. Jackson, she's testified to it. Oh, so judge was saying you opened the door, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, she testified to it, and the fact that she watched the news. The court, that was on voir dire. Mr. Jackson, and I think he should be able to lead her and say, the court, well, that's why I asked for suggestions. Mr. Jackson, is it true that you learned this on the news? That was your testimony, and leave it at that. The court, I'm not going to let you get into the Carney stuff through this witness. There may be other witnesses, but not this witness. You can lead her what she learned by the news broadcast. If it was social media, that's fine. Mr. Lally, understood. All right. Okay. All right, I want to take screenshots of this. Okay. Very interesting. Yes, indeed, Ray from Dallas. Very interesting, my friend. All right, let me zoom out a little bit here so I can get the full screen. All right, that's better. I'll zoom in a second as we're reading. I just want to get the full, because that's some bombshell shit. And I like reading court documents colloquially. I don't really care if cussing isn't normal with it. It's how I like to read it. So, all right, I got to write this up. That's pretty explosive. Oh my! There was quite an exchange during the SideBah of the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial when firefighter Katie McLaughlin was asked about Caitlin Albert. Adam Lally, what's the best way? Adam Lally accused Alan Jackson and Karen's defense team of pushing their way into McLaughlin's home. And Lally then tried to bring up Turtle Boy during redirect of McLaughlin. Judge shut Lally down but said Turtle Boy might come up at some point in the trial, while another witness or witnesses testify. Wow, the Commonwealth wanted to use Carney against Karen from the jump, and these SideBahs are fascinating. There you go. How's that? Watch me read through all 4,000, how many pages? 252 pages live. Because that's what we do. That is some crazy shit. Alan Jackson fiercely denied those allegations and said the exchange at the house with McLaughlin's parents was cordial. What an interesting series of events. And also, I would just like to know for the record, I really struggle with spelling the name McLaughlin. I did not get it right once throughout my entire attempt there. I spelled it 5 times, 5 different ways. If you saw my attempts to spell the name McLaughlin in this post, if I showed you my real-time editing, you would laugh at me. I am dependent on Microsoft Word. I would just like to let you all know that for the record, and I'm not too proud to say it. All right, let me get this post up because I think it's incredibly relevant and important. So the past 4. Now, the reason I think it's so relevant, of course, is because, like, you can see the strategy here. The Commonwealth wanted to associate Karen with Aidan Carney, and they wanted to do it from the jump for the purposes of making, like, Karen look unsympathetic, and Judge was holding them off. I mean, Judge Cannoni really, like, shut Lally down very quickly. She did not want him getting into it with this witness. So that's interesting. What does Aidan have to do with John's death? It's not anything to do with John's death. It has to do with Aidan's coverage of the witnesses. That's how Lally's trying to get it in, saying that Aidan and Karen talked and like they were going to try to. Lally, to get a consciousness of guilt instruction, has to lay down foundation that Kearney and Karen talked, and like the witnesses became aware of Kearney's coverage. So that's, you're seeing Lally's early strategy to get a consciousness of guilt instruction, which they don't end up getting at the end. McLaughlin argues it, but they lose the motion. All right, let's continue. Sidebar ends. They finish up. They go to recross. Witness excused. They're done. All right. Now they go on a view. We're going to see the opening statements on the view. All right. The jury exit the courtroom. They talk about the ruling. I think it would be better if I did it over here. Sidebar. All right. The court. So what are you doing? Mr. Jackson, I didn't have ample opportunity. The court, I just don't know if you're sharing photos or you're describing the photos. Mr. Jackson, no, I'm going to cite a case. That's what I'm going to do. The court, okay. Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to cite a case. The court, okay, that's fine. Sidebar ends, and then the Jackson lodges an objection about Rule 14. And then the request to readmit was denied. They go on the view. Oh, my goodness. Is this what Lally said at the view? Oh, this is so cool. Oh, wow. We've never heard this before. Mr. Lally, good morning. Again, ladies and gentlemen, again, as I stated in the courtroom, this is my opportunity to address you here. So some of the things that we talked about in there is what I would direct your attention to now. So you find yourselves in a roadway. I would ask you to take note of of that roadway, of its length. Both of you came in and as you exit, both as you came in and as you exit at the close of all this. But also I would ask you to take note of just the condition of the roadway, the width of that roadway. What, if anything, you observe as far as lanes within that roadway, both in the middle and sort of towards the side of the roadway? I would ask you to take note in different areas as far as where that roadway ends and where sort of other properties or residences begin, where you find that to be, and specifically as it pertains to a residence to your right. I would ask you to take note of distances from areas as far as where we're standing now to where the driveway is, where we're standing now to where the house is, or any doors or entrances, exits that you observe from that house, as well as anything else that you note as far as the landmark for some sort of tangible objects that you observe within specifically the front area of the home, and specifically the front to the left as you're facing the house, in that area of the front yard, the lawn yard area of the home. Ray from Dallas says, when can I get you back on? Oh, we'll talk to, we'll figure it out, Ray. One day this week might work. I will let you know. We'll see what Lindsay has going on. If she wants to be involved, I will definitely follow up with you. Mr. Jackson, hi, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I would echo a lot of what Mr. Lally just said. We just want you to get comfortable with the area surrounding the house, the roadway, the width of the roadway. I also want you to pay special intention, if you wouldn't mind, and note an area to the right of the flagpole, its relationship to the fence, the gate, its relationship to a front door that appears in the middle of the house and another door that appears just to the left. I would also ask that you pay special attention, if you can, to the area of the driveway and what ingress and egress, entrances and exits would look like at the front of the house, as well as any obstructions between those areas and the area adjacent to the flagpole here. I would also ask you to take some note of the roadway and whether or not it's perfectly straight, whether or not you see a curvature in the roadway, the width of the roadway, both from curb to curb, as well as the width of the roadway from the center line to the curb, things of that nature. The last thing I'd ask you to pay attention to is simply the length of the area from the mailbox all the way up to an area. It would be close to the natural property line, maybe here or beyond, the length of it as it pertains to vehicular traffic that may be parked. And that's about it. I think with that would satisfy us. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, Your Honor, there is one other thing. There are a series of windows, both on the bottom floor and the top floor. I would ask you to pay special attention to the window on the top left of the home and its relationship to where you're standing, as well as the property area in front as well. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Pause. Okay. So you just heard the actual descriptions, basically similar to what we heard in the courtroom while they were on the view. Discussion outside of the hearing of the jurors. Ray says, turn that like button up. 59 likes watching. Thank you, Ray. Appreciate that. Basically 1,000 on the Towel X, a couple hundred over here. Thank you very much for tuning in with me on this Saturday. Appreciate each and every one of you. Here's a discussion at the view outside the hearing of the jurors. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, with the court's permission, what I would ask is just to give them a few minutes to do that, then take them over to the vehicle. Mr. Jackson pointed out that he would like to see inside the vehicle. It's just been a while since the court, open the door and see inside. Mr. Lally, yes. Mr. Jackson, yes, ma'am. Mr. Lally, just to look prior to the jury going over there. So with the court's permission, the court, sure. Where you asked them to look at the driveway, why don't we go beyond the car first to the driveway and then walk back to the car? Mr. Yannetti, they can't see the mailbox. The court, so, well, if we can tell them that, we'll walk past the car to the driveway and then come back to the car. Mr. Lally, okay, we can do that. End discussion outside the hearing of the jury. So, and now we're still on the view. Mr. Lally. So, ladies and gentlemen, I by no way, mean, shape, or form mean to cut you short if you're still making observations or looking at things. But at this point, what I'm going to ask is just for us to make our way down to the driveway just beyond the vehicle on the road, and then we'll make our way back to the vehicle after we've gone over to that area, okay? Pause. So, Mr. Lally, so again, ladies and gentlemen, in this particular area, the same sort of general observations that I referenced before. The only other thing that I would add to it is that I would ask you to take note of sort of, again, where you find these things to be, but where you sort of find property lines to begin and property lines to end. Sort of any natural observations that you make in reference to that structure. things of that nature, as well as similar to when we were on the other side of the property. Now being sort of to the right as facing the residence as you walk, any sort of, man-made structures or landmarks, if you will, that you observe within and around sort of the yard as well as the driveway area. Discussion outside the hearing of jurors. The court, did you get that? Court reporter, no. The court, all right, hold on, please. So, Miss McLaughlin, you have to say that again. This needs to be recorded. Miss McLaughlin, inside the vehicle, counsel noted that there is a search warrant and business card of one of the troopers. We are going inside the vehicle to remove the search warrant and any law enforcement identification cards. Mr. Lally, that should be marked for ID. The court, so the Commonwealth will take possession of this right now. Did you bring stickers? Court reporter, no, but that will be L for identification. The court, okay. Miss McLaughlin, if I could just do a cursory look. Mr. Jackson, of course. The court, all right, so Miss McLaughlin, I'll take that. So this is Madam Court Reporters. I'm going to put that on there. Mr. Yannetti, hey, may we take this and take it back? The court, trash. Timmy will take it. Chief of Security. Court Officer Rose, that's my job. The court, so do you want to close these doors and then open them for them? Explain to them, Mr. Jackson, it's your request that we look in the car. Mr. Jackson, it's Mr. Lally's request, but I have no objection. The court, all right, so why don't you just tell them we're going to do what we're going to do? I didn't see the first trial, so this is very interesting, says Patty LaBelle. It is. Ray from Dallas says, Grant is awesome. This is great work. Appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in and tuning up, Ray. Appreciate all your support and all your wonderful Ray from Dallas viewers. Great to have you all with us. Everyone's a towel today. All right. Now we are back with the jurors. Mr. Lally. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to just come in a little bit so I'm not screaming as much. Again, not to cut you short in any respect whatsoever as to any observations that you make or want to make with reference to this area of the house or the other or the one previous. So what I'm going to direct your attention or ask you to note at this point is with respect to a vehicle that is parked on the roadway behind you, okay? What I'm going to ask you to take note of with respect to that is, again, as I stated in the courtroom, the height of that vehicle, the width of that vehicle, the overall shape and size of that vehicle. In particular, I'm going to ask you to sort of walk around the exterior, paying close attention to the sort of height and width as you go around that vehicle. What I'm also going to ask the court officer to do is open up the front door of that vehicle so that you can make observations of the driver's compartment of that vehicle, and in particularly anything that you may note sort of on the dashboard in between the driver's seat and the passenger seat, okay? Thank you. Mr. Jackson, very briefly, also to dovetail into what Mr. Lally just suggested, the height, the width of the vehicle is obviously important. And I would ask you to take note of the rear end of the vehicle, the bumper area, and the height, specifically of the taillight area on the vehicle, as well as you're taking a look at the rest of the car. That's it. Pause. The court, anything else from the defense? No, Your Honor. The court, anything else from the Commonwealth? No, Your Honor. The court, can I see counsel, please? Discussion outside hearing of jurors. The court, how long are we going to stay? Mr. Lally, I'm fine, but I don't want to interrupt them. The court, I don't want to interrupt them either. Mr. Yannetti, seems like at least a couple are still considering things. Mr. Lally, I would say probably 5-10 minutes or so at the most. That should cover it. The court, I think as long as we stand here, they are going to stay here. Mr. Lally, that's the other thing. The court, but if you want, signal me when we should wrap it up and I'll start walking. Mr. Jackson, about 10 minutes. The court, the chief court officer said one particular juror wanted to know how far up the driveway she could go. Mr. Yannetti, I'm in touch with the homeowner. They gave us permission to go on the property. I can call and ask if a juror could go on the property if nobody objects. The court, I wish we had known that before. Mr. Yannetti, I didn't expect that we'd go on the property. The court, I think we said nobody could go on the property when we started all this. Mr. Lally, I think it's safer to just go with that. Open it up on one end, and then somebody else wants to do something else, then they want to go in the house. The court, that's why I asked you all to work together on the view. Mr. Yannetti, we did. The court, okay. Blanked out for juror issues. The court resumes. There is no question or answer. What does counsel suggest? Mr. Jackson, our suggestion would be to tell the jurors you're going to determine based on the testimony where the car was or wasn't. It's here more for the exhibit than specifically of. So it looks like someone had a question about where the car was on the night of. FBI, DOJ, corruption survivor. The only people who have chastised me are people who don't feel comfortable with the implications of Sandra Birchmore's murder being covered up by Brian Tully's unit, who was complicit with Kate Peter and PI Marty Kraft. Boom. The court, there is no question or answer. What does counsel suggest? I appreciate you. Ray from Dallas says this is incredible work. All right. FBI DOJ corruption survivor, we don't allow that kind of stuff. You can have one warning. One warning. Kate Peter has no credibility. The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office has no credibility. Brian Tully has no credibility. And Sandra Birchmore's murder was a cover-up. And if you attack Lindsay again, you're gone for 24 hours, no questions asked. There is no question or answer. I don't care how much you want to protect Kate Peter. No going at Lindsay. Absolutely not. Not allowed on Ray's channel. Not allowed here. No. Mr. Jackson, our suggestion would be to tell the jurors that you're going to determine based on the testimony where the car was or wasn't. It's here more for exhibit than specificity of, Mr. Yannetti, it's placed randomly right now, correct? I think that would be the answer. Mr. Jackson, they will just have to wait on who testifies to where they saw it. The court, I prefer not to comment at all on the evidence. We are here to stop and look. Those were my instructions. You're merely here to look. Mr. Jackson, I have no problem with that, as long as they don't think it's specifically placed, because it's not. I haven't had any homosexual affairs, so I definitely haven't complained about them being exposed. So, no. And also, you have to go on timeout now, because that's, first of all, that is sea lioning. That is legitimate sea lioning. Like, I've never seen a Kate Peter person so viciously try to distract from what's going on. And second of all, even if I did have a relationship with that, like a man or a woman, I would just say it. I have no shame about that. But no, I have not been with a man. I'm sure a lot of men out there are very nice. But no, that kind of sea lioning to protect Kate Peter and Brian Tully, absolutely not. This is America. I don't stand for no goddamn commies coming in here trying to protect Kate Peter and Brian Tully by attacking Lindsay and making up nonsense. Even though it's perfectly fine if people want to hook up with men, women, or whatever, that's just nonsense. And if I did, I would just tell you about it. Kate Peter is so on tilt right now. It's hilarious. She's so on tilt, someone's going to have to get her a balance beam for her to figure out how to walk straight. Oh, exactly, Nicola. Listen, if you haven't, I'm sure a lot of people are realizing this. The toxicity wasn't Turtle Boy, it wasn't Karen, it was Kate Peter. All of it. They were just a lot of it was trying to frame Aiden to make him look toxic. But it's the Kate Peter people who are the worst. Oh, it is a free speech channel, but no, it's not a free speech channel. The rules on this channel have always been very direct. No being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no sea lioning, no gaslighting, and no Kate Peters. Very specific rules. So free speech is a concept that's embodied in the First Amendment as an interpretation of the Lockean principles that evolved out of the Enlightenment. I embrace speech as a principle of a sort of a tolerant public sphere. There's the public sphere, the private sphere. Go read about Kant if you want to learn about private and public reason. Go read John Rawls if you want to understand how toleration is the buffer based on overlapping consensus that allows comprehensive worldviews to coexist in a pluralistic society. And fuck you if you're Kate Peter or if you troll. All right? I have no time for it. I won't stand for it. Go fuck yourself. And I also need a new lighter. What is sea lioning? Sea lioning is asking the same question over and over and over in bad faith in an attempt to deflect discussion from what's going on. For example, somebody coming in and asking questions or smearing Lindsay or being like just attacking gay people. Apparently that person doesn't like gay people. I think gay people are great. But that's sea lioning. You have the right to free speech, but not to speak it wherever you want. Damn straight. This Towel Channel. No attacking Lindsay. No attacking Ray. No attacking Nicola. Generally, no sea lioning. And no Kate Peters. The only people who ever come in here and run their mouth are Kate Peters' friends anyway. So most of them know to just keep their mouth shut. Because otherwise I just start ranting about them. All right. I prefer not to comment at all on the evidence. We're here to stop and look. Those were my instructions. You are merely here to look. I have no problem with that, as long as they don't think it's specifically placed, because it's not. Mr. Yannetti, that was the question. The court, I don't want to field questions, because if there's one, there could be 15, and that's not the purpose of the view. What is the Commonwealth's position? Ms. McLaughlin, I would just suggest what you propose, perhaps with a limiting instruction as to they are the fact finders and they assess the weight and credibility of the evidence that will come out at trial. Mr. Yannetti, I don't think there's any evidence to be evaluated with credibility when it's really the opposite. The court, what I'm inclined to say is that the purpose of a view is for you folks to stop and look and observe what you're seeing, and you just use this evidence in your deliberations. Just sort of what I said before. I think I'm inclined to also say no one can answer questions. Do you want the question part or no? I would like, Mr. Yannetti, I would like you to say we are not allowed to answer questions. Mr. Lally, I think that's good. The court, okay. Court officer, we will bring them together behind the car, Your Honor? The court, sure. End discussion outside hearing of jurors. Now back with the jurors. The court. So, folks, the purpose of a view, as I've told you before, first of all, the view is evidence. But what you are to do while we are here is to stop, look, observe your surroundings, and then later you can use this information in your deliberations. It's not a time for questions or answers. I can't let you ask questions of counsel, and I can't answer any questions. So that is simply the purpose, and we appreciate how close attention you are all paying to this. Thank you. Discussion outside of hearing of jurors. Counsel, please. Court and counsel gather. The court, do you think we should wrap it up? Mr. Jackson, sure. Mr. Yannetti, maybe ask them if there's any objection if we leave. The court, I've never done that before. We decide when it's time. Jurors don't object. I'm not inclined to do that. I will give them another few minutes. I think you are very fortunate that they are paying close attention. Mr. Yannetti, yes. The court, actually, counsel, it occurs to me that one of the jurors is pacing and measuring out pacing. It should have occurred to me earlier. They are also told they are not to investigate, and that's pretty much investigation. So we're going to wrap it up. Wow. Wow, look at that. All right. No, hold on. There's no rules to protect Ray. That's sea lioning. The rules apply to everyone equally. No being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no gaslighting, no sea lioning, and no Kate Peters. As far as I'm aware, none of those rules are about Ray. There's probably a rule about Lindsay, but that's unwritten and I enforce it at my discretion. Talk about Lindsay negatively at your peril on my stream in my comments. I mean, is that not obvious? Wow, it's so interesting, though, that one of the jurors in the first trial was pacing and measuring out pacing, and they had to stop the view. I want to report that. That's very interesting. Yep. No name. That's exactly what I meant. You're not going to come in here and cause hostility. I will not permit it. All right. So, this is interesting. Judge Cannoni wrapped up the site view of 34 Fairview Road early during the first John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial because one of the jurors started measuring out steps near the area of the lawn. I see. That is interesting indeed. My word, this rewards a close read. We got to go inside the view. I've never seen anything like that. That was really cool. Shout out to Marbury v. Madison and Dee Dee. Marbury v. Madison for getting these records. Dee Dee for promulgating them. It's a good word, promulgation. It should come into fashion more often, ladies and gentlemen. We need more promulgation. Watch me read the documents live. I had McLaughlin stored instead of the link. All right. That's enough. No name streets. I don't want to see it anymore. It is an error. I'm giving both. All right, that's it. I'm Mills Lane. I'm Towel Mills Lane. I'm coming in. I have issued a separation order. Go to your corners. I don't want to see any. Nope. All right. That's enough. No name. I really don't want to put you in timeout, but I'm going to give you one. This is literally the last warning. I don't want to see you engaging like that. All right, let's move on. If you can't move on, I'll move you on. Exactly. This is a friendly chat. I don't care if you disagree with someone. I saw you take it to a negative place first. No name, which means I will move you on if you continue to engage in that way. I don't like it. All right, so they wrap up the view, and judge repeats the instructions about not doing investigation. And then she adds this clause of independent investigation includes but is not limited to that you have taken or attempted to take any measurements. So to the extent that any of you did that, you must totally disregard it because you must find the facts from the evidence presented to you in this courtroom, okay? So with that, Mr. Lally, do you have a witness for us? Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Mr. Gregory Woodbury. All right, so now they go into the direct of firefighter Woodbury. Oh, there's a chance that No Name is KP. You know, let's time No Name out. All right, let's time him out. Ray's our guest here. Ray has been very kind to Lindsay. Kate has not. And if there's even a small chance that person was Kate Peter, they're gone. We have a no Kate Peter rule here. That's the only person-specific rule we have. All right, they're gone. There you go. That's how you flex on them, Ray. Sometimes you just got to show the bastards how it's done. All right, we are in the Woodbury Direct now. Oh, someone sent another towel donation. You all are so kind. God bless you. I'm happy to do this all for you. All right, let's continue. All right, we are in the Direct. We continue with the Direct. All right. All right. All right, they have an objection, but all right, sidebar. So what are they asking about here? Injuries observed to Mr. O'Keefe, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so here we go. There was a sidebar, Mr. Lally. So it's hearsay, but it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor, but the state of mind of this witness as far... So who made the objection? Mr. Yannetti. All right, so it's after the court struck it. And, it wasn't that. What, if anything, did firefighter McLaughlin indicate to you she had been told? That someone said she hit him and he was last seen. Objection, Your Honor, move to strike. The court sustained. Oh, this is a big one. 86,000 seconds is 24 hours. Oh, thank you, Joey, for watching the trivia show. Those are always fun. No trivia today. We have a lot of documents. We're about 1/4 through, maybe 1/5 through this. Next sidebar. Mr. Lally. So this is actually a big moment. So it's hearsay, but it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. But the state of the mind of this witness, as far as his treatment and diagnosis, as far as receiving the information, not in conformity with what he's been observing on the patient, and then seeking more information. The court. So you have to lay a foundation for that. Mr. Lally, I think I did as far as what his observations were. The court, not sufficient. Mr. Lally, if I don't have the statement, I can't ask him if it comports with what he's observed. The court. What do you say, Mr. Yannetti? Mr. Yannetti, well, first of all, I have a question on the relevance of his state of mind as it pertains to the issue in this trial. And, you know, I think it's just a backdoor way to get in some type of hearsay corroboration of Miss McLaughlin's testimony. Mr. Lally, corroboration? The jury has already heard from Miss McLaughlin as to what the statements were. We've also already heard those statements as related by two other witnesses separately. The court. So what is it exactly? It's a good time for our lunch break. What is it exactly that you want to ask him? Mr. Lally, I want to ask him what he was told as far as what firefighter McLaughlin learned from this person. The court, and why do you say that's not hearsay? Mr. Lally, again, the follow-up question that I'd like to ask about is whether or not that explained to him what the injuries were that he observed, what purportedly that he was observing. The court, for what purpose, though? Mr. Lally, again, I think it goes to his treatment in relation to Mr. O'Keefe and how that was handled. The court, what do you say, Mr. Yannetti? Mr. Yannetti, well, I say that, we haven't received any notice that this witness would be offered as an expert witness. I think that there has been a lack of foundation in terms of his qualification to give an opinion of the status of the injuries and whether they comport with what he's viewing. He's not an expert pathologist, or he hasn't been qualified in any way, so I would object on that basis as well. The court, isn't this what you all put in through to another paramedic that I did tell Mr. Jackson he needed to lay a different foundation? All right, we'll take a lunch recess. When we come back, you can argue it to me, whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Sidebar, court resumes. All right, and then they just never finish arguing it, apparently. They just go back into, maybe he's laying foundation. They just go back to the questioning. We're on the direct, all right, and then cross now. Oh, wait. We have a sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. All right, Mr. Yannetti, my next and final line of cross-examination will be with regard to the injuries. Who objected? Nobody objected. It's Mr. Yannetti saying, can we approach? Mr. Yannetti, my next and final line of cross-examination will be with regard to the injuries to John's arm that this witness testified about. And the reason I'm approaching sidebar is I would like to show him the autopsy photo that the court has previously seen, which depicts the injuries that he's described. Given the sensitive nature of it, I didn't want to display that in open court without getting the court's permission first. What does the Commonwealth say, says the court. Mr. Lally, as far as that photograph, I would anticipate something along the court. Speak up. Mr. Lally, I'm sorry. I would anticipate something along the same lines that I would be seeking to introduce at a later time. The court, is this what he saw, though, in the short time in the ambulance? Mr. Lally, that I don't know. Mr. Yannetti, well, he saw those injuries, whether they had more blood on them or not. The court, these are obviously going to come into evidence. Mr. Yannetti, they are. The court, I'm just not sure this is the right witness. Mr. Yannetti, well, I want to explore that, Judge, and if I fail to lay a foundation, I will mark them for ID, but I want to show it to him to see if he will actually identify it. The court, why do you need 3? Mr. Yannetti, I don't. The court, okay, I'm going to mark 1 for ID now. If he adopts it, you can put it in through him. Mr. Yannetti, great. The court, if he doesn't adopt it, you can't. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. So he's saying, Judge is saying, if the witness adopts it as an accurate reflection of what he saw that night, then Yannetti can get it in through this witness. Otherwise, it's only going to stay marked as ID for now. Patty LaBelle says, every time I hear SideBah, I want to open a bar and name it SideBah. Well, that's hilarious, and I appreciate that. All right, let's see. So, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Yannetti, I understand. The court, Mr. Jackson, please come back. Mr. Yannetti, what is the letter for ID? The court reporter, that'll be N for ID. The court, thank you. Do you intend to put it up on the screen afterwards? Mr. Yannetti, I would, yes. The court, all right, so get him to adopt it. Mr. Yannetti, yes. Whereupon the sidebar conference ends. So, of course, that was Mr. Yannetti saying he didn't want to put up the autopsy photo, but I think that made its way into the public before this. Okay, so this is where they put up the autopsy photo. Are we back at sidebar? No. Okay, sidebar. I'm sorry. Please take this down for a minute. I need to see counsel at sidebar. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. B. Bayer says we've got Texas, Massachusetts. Who else do we have here? Michiganander here. Go Lions. Hey, Towel is a fan of the Lions. I love watching the show Home Improvement, and he was a fan there as well. So, oh, God bless you, the person who just sent a donation. I'm so happy to read through these 4,000 pages for you all. Really makes my heart shine to see all the positivity in the chat. And listen, I don't know if you've ever listened to Ray's stream before, but we got like Ray and his friends in the comments. We got Towel friends. There's no room for negativity here, and we're holding it down, and I'm enjoying it. I love to see the positivity all around. Post-suspended Proctor's certification. Did that news just come out right now? Lolo Racing? Is that just coming out? Who broke it? Do we have a Twitter source? I am happy to bring it up on the screen right now. Let's take a look. I can search the Twitter. Post-Proctor. Let's see. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Proctor's certification with the Post Commission has officially been suspended. Here it is. Just in Michael Proctor's commission with the certification. Michael Proctor's certification with the Post Commission in Massachusetts has been, is it revoked? Suspended. Full document. let's see what the document actually says. I need to get it up on the screen. It's taking me a second because I had to grab the images. I'm going to repost them. Proctor has a right to challenge the decision, which removes his ability to be a law enforcement officer in the future. All right, so I have the document for you here. We're going to take a quick pause. Michael Proctor's post-certification has been suspended, ladies and gentlemen. Duck, Duck, it is great to see you. Helena, I did not know that we have a Swedish friend in the chat. It is great to see you. Gabrielle, it is great to see you from New Hampshire. Did you know that I was raised by Swedish nannies, and I know how to sing the Itsy Bitsy Spider song in Swedish? It's a spina. I don't know the part about going up the water spout, but I know some Swedish words. All right, here we go. I have the document. Michael Proctor's post-certification suspended. I will bring it up on your screen right now. This is the kind of thing we get when we have wonderful Tao friends in the chat who let us know about these developments. And there you go. It's not necessarily going to be legible yet, but there you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the document right there. Michael Proctor has been noticed that he has a right to request a hearing if he chooses to challenge this suspension. And then here we go. The Massachusetts Peace Officers Standards and Training Commission hereby suspends the law enforcement certification of respondent Michael Proctor pursuant to MGL Chapter 6E 3A and blank and 55 CMR blank. Oh my God, he did something so bad, they can't even tell us what sections of the rules he violated? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. What page are we on the document that we're reading? It is page 822, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. Are you kidding me? Do you understand what this means? Michael Proctor did something so bad, they had to blank out the sections of the law that he violated. Oh my God. This must be horrifying. This must be absolutely fucking terrifying. What did this man do? I've never... All right. Okay. Okay. First of all, I mean, we get no hints at all. It's probably prior to Section 7.09 because of the order. And then it's probably something unrelated to 6E, Section 33A. And then it's this long. So it looks like he violated another provision of MGL 6E, Section something. Oh, my word, indeed. What do you mean he did something so bad we're not allowed to know what he violated? Oh, Christ. What the fuck? I was not suspecting that. Okay, I was expecting a lot of stuff to be in that letter. I thought we'd get a little bit of a hint. Are you kidding me? It's so serious they can't even tell us what the hell he violated? All right, I need to make a post about this. Okay, what the hell is going on? Michael Proctor violated a law and a section of the Code of Mass Regulations that are so serious they are redacted from Proctor's suspension letter from the Post Commission. What the hell did this man have on his cell phone? Dear goodness. I don't even know what to say right now. What the hell? Oh, come on. And we knew it was bad, but this has got to be, like, egregious. I mean, first of all, what is MGL Chapter... MGL... What the hell is this? Chapter 6E. What the hell is MGL Chapter 6E? In particular, Section 33A. All right? I have no idea what the hell this is. You want to learn it with me? You want to do this in real time? Fine. I'll teach you how to do legislative research. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Maybe before I write up what he has there, I should take a look. So we are looking in particular for... Hold on one second. Let me get this letter. We're looking for Section 3A. Okay. So the commission shall have all powers. Okay. Section 3A. Okay. I understand. 33A. Okay. So something in here. Uh-huh. And then there's just some other. So this is the law for the Post Commission. There is some other section that they reference other than 3A. I wonder what it could be. It's hard to tell. It can't be having unreasonable force. De-escalation, public database, retaliation for providing information to or testifying before the commission, employment of, revocation, suspension, division of police. I wonder what it is. Interesting. I can't really tell why it would have another section of 6E. It could be that it's MGL something else, but it looks like it's another section of 6E. And then he violated some part of the Code of Mass Regulations. Hold on one second. He violated some part of the Code of Mass Regulations. What is it? It's 555 CMR 7 point something. So let's find out what that is. All right, recertification. All right, let's see. It's a regulatory interpretation of 6E. All right, so that makes sense. And I have to get it in a PDF. Okay. All right, here's the PDF. So it says he violated section 7.09, restriction or revocation of certification. Okay, so that's what they're moving to do. And then it says there's another section before this that is also cited. So it could be the retroactivity provision. Is there anything that overlaps between the section of MGL we just read? Hold on, I'm going to have to do this in 2 separate pages. What was it? MGL 6E, right? MGL 6E. We might be able to figure this out through this way. All right, so take a look at this. Because it cites some hidden provision of 6E, okay, before, like somewhere after section 3. And then it cites some redacted provision of this list. And there's only 10 possibilities, and it's probably before number 9. So what's the overlap here? Revocation? Is revocation in both? I wonder if it's this. There's this thing here about, yeah, but that's not it. I'm not sure. But there's something that he violated on this list, number 1 through 7, or they're holding him accountable for. And then there's something on this list, something in 6E, that he also violated or they're investigating him for. I am very baffled. We're going to go back to our reading, but that was the news that just came across. Michael Proctor decertified, ladies and gentlemen, by the Post Commission. It's definitely probably about racist text, an SA victim's name. I'm really starting to wonder what the hell were they talking about during those texts. I'm very concerned. Like, is it somehow worse? Is it even possible to be worse than that? I don't know. Why did they have to redact parts of why he's being suspended? I don't know. I do not know. All I know is that's not good, because that is a very bad sign. I think it's Birchmore related. I really do. I think that they covered up Birchmore and talked about it because they were flagrant on the phone. All right. All right. So this is where they take down the picture of the autopsy. There's a sidebar. We are on page 822, by the way. The court. What I hadn't noticed quite as clearly is the body shows up tremendously on the screen. And we've got a photographer over there aiming his camera at it. I see it. You've got your IT guy. Can you block that out? Mr. Jackson, yes. We'll do that right now. Can we have 30 seconds? The court, yes. So we can take the photo. Mr. Jackson, it's electronic. The court, I understand that. But just so you know exactly where, just the arm. Mr. Yannetti, just show that to him. Just show him what needs to be cropped off. Whereupon the sidebar conference concludes. Yikes. Trust is love. That's right. The report is that it is racist text message. I'm not going to say the racist text, but I've heard it reported that it's, I hate that dirty N blank. I hope he dies. Referring to a criminal defendant that Proctor was investigating. And then the other report is that there's intimate images of someone that was shared, or some people, and then there's the name of an SA victim that was shared without their permission and in violation of law. So, and thank you very much to those of you who've been supporting today's stream. We're about 800 pages in. We got a lot of pages to go. So this next part is going to be sensitive, and I just want to give you a heads up. All right, here we go. What I hadn't noticed quite as clearly is the body shows up. Oh, we already read that part. But yes, I want you to be aware these sidebars could get intense. All right. They take a 5-minute recess, and judge asks to see counsel at sidebar again. The court. So when you get cropped, if we could also print a copy of that and exchange it for Mr. Yannetti, definitely, yeah. The court. What's been produced? Mr. Yannetti, we wanted to print it. The court. Okay. Mr. Yannetti, we wanted to print it so that you could see it before we put it up there. The court. That's great. And then we will swap the exhibits. The court. Yes, that makes sense. Yes. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, while we are here, I'm sorry, just with reference to what the court has said once before as far as Exhibit 160. So Ms. Gilman was able to print out a redacted copy. The court, okay, of both run reports for Mr. O'Keefe and for Ms. Reed. The court, oh, is Ms. Reed's going to evidence now? Mr. Lally, with the next witness probably. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, so I just wanted to give counsel an opportunity to look at them in the court, obviously, before I did that. The court, okay, that's great. So we'll swap another exhibit later. We're going to need some time today. I need you to let us know what exhibits you have referred to by number during the course of your questioning, because it really does not make sense to have 308, 309 when they should be 18, 19, 20. So I will allow counsel in further questioning to say what was previously marked Exhibit 308 is now Exhibit 17, to do it that way. I remember when this happened. Mr. Lally, okay, the court, but if you've already, we will wait until the end of the day. So if you already intended to refer to the prior exhibits by their numbers, we will do that for today. Mr. Lally, okay, the court, okay, all right, so why don't we, oh, is he ready? Okay, why don't you go over there? All right, so we are going to replace the clerk. Actually, wasn't it introduced as 382? Mr. Yannetti, yes. The court, and then it's coming in, but it's M and then 382. The clerk, yes. Mr. Yannetti, gotcha. The court, so we are replacing what's previously been marked for identification M and 362 with what I have in my hand. And is everyone in agreement with that? Mr. Lally, yes, Your Honor. Mr. Yannetti, yes. Mr. Yannetti, it's 382. Mr. Lally, it's 382. The court, that's what I said, didn't I? Mr. Yannetti, no, you said 362. The court, oh, I'm sorry, 382. All right, so this can go back up on the board. Do you all need a couple of minutes? Mr. Jackson, we're ready. The court, Paul, did we disrupt that trial for this? The court officer, no. The court, all right, so why don't we bring them back, all right? So is everyone in agreement with that? Mr. Lally, yes. Mr. Yannetti, yes. The court, why don't we deal with Mr. Lally's? We will replace the John O'Keefe report. I don't remember the number. Later today. That was about the unredacted John O'Keefe personal information. But for now, this Miss Reed report, it's a run report of Karen going to the hospital. By agreement, we'll go into evidence as is. Mr. Jackson, correct. The court, okay, so we will replace this later. We are going to have to spend a few minutes doing that anyway. Mr. Jackson, okay. The clerk, and for the record, Your Honor, it was Exhibit 160. The O'Keefe report, Jim, it was marked G for identification, says the clerk. The court, Nancy, do you want to change this to G for ID, and 160 is now being replaced with new G for ID and 160. Everyone is in agreement with that. Mr. Lally, yes, Your Honor. The court, are you in agreement with that? Mr. Yannetti, I'm sorry. I was in conference with my co-counsel. The court, changing the exhibits now with the new exhibits. Wait a minute. Didn't Judge Canoni just say she never refers to Madam Court Reporter by her name? And isn't that Madam Court Reporter? The court, changing the exhibits now with the new exhibits. Mr. Yannetti, yes, I would like to take the other exhibit back in case I'm not going to publish that, but if I wanted to ask the witness a question about that. The court, what exhibit? Mr. Yannetti, the one that we were replacing, the one that was M for identification originally. Mr. Lally, Mr. Yannetti, what she was asking you about was the run report, not the photograph. The court, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, no, we are fine with that. Sorry. The clerk, I do have a question. M has been replaced. The court, yes. The clerk, so what is this? This is the original? So is this also going to be marked for ID? The court reporter, I'm missing a lot of this. Hold on. Thank you, the official Portuguese MILF. I do my best. Hello, Nunya. How you doing, my dear friend? Court reporter and I are overwhelmed trying to read this damn thing. They're all just talking over each other. The court, we need to mark what we are replacing for identification. The court reporter, that would be N for identification. The court, okay, N as in Nancy? The court reporter, yes. The court, so 160, that was previously G, but has now been replaced. The court reporter, and that sticker will go right over the G. The court, thank you. Whereupon Exhibits 160 and Exhibit G were remarked. The court, and then the photograph that was replaced. That replaced the old one. Where is the old one? Miss McLaughlin, it's right here. The court, okay, so we need to mark that. The clerk, yes. The court, all right, so this will be the court officer. All rise for the jury. Whereupon the jury enters enters the courtroom and is seated in the jury box. That's an error. Whereupon the jury enters the courtroom and is seated in the jury box. The court, oh, for identification. All right, thank you. They're still at sidebar while the jury's entering. Mr. Yannetti, thank you. Whereupon photograph of the arm, exhibit number 382, was replaced with a redacted copy in evidence. Whereupon photograph of arm, previously marked exhibit M, was replaced with a redacted copy in evidence. Okay, I think we get the point. Now court resumes, and then the judge says they're doing organization. All right, now they publish the redacted version. Okay, now they're still on direct, and then they're done. Next witness, Daniel Whitley. Whitley's the paramedic who responded to the scene. Okay, this is going to be about Karen. I think this might get a little intense. Okay, we have a sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. So at this point, I exited the ambulance and I went to speak with Officer Seraph. And I said, this kind of doesn't, if we want to get her to be at the hospital, get a full evaluation, we're going to need more than just, if my husband dies, I want to die. Because that seems just like normal things to say. And so I went back to the ambulance. I don't know where he went. I don't know whether it was his cruiser or what, but he came back and notified me that this is about her parents calling the police that night saying they were worried Karen was going to hurt herself. I do try to hold up the truth. But yeah, this is where they're going to try to get into testimony about Karen's parents calling in the section. They sectioned her because Karen, prior to this, like after 6 a.m. was in the car with Carrie Roberts, like screaming things. And then Carrie got Mr. Reed or Miss Reed on the phone. And then as Carrie got Mr. Reed or Mrs. Reed on the phone, they realized that Karen needs to go to the hospital. So Mr. Reed called the Dighton police to try to get a ride over there. They couldn't do that. So Mr. Reed called the Canton police and had Karen sectioned. And so we're about to hear about that. But Yannetti objects, and so we're going to have a sidebar. Everybody on the same page? SideBahs and ceiling fans, ladies and gentlemen, and reading trial transcripts with a man who has an eidetic memory and can tell you everything that's going on at any one time just by looking at what they're talking about. Yes, if you're enjoying this, feel free to support Towel today. We're only like 3.5 hours in. That's pretty good. So we can go all day. I might have to play another video for 40 minutes because I got to go out. If we're going to go all day, I got to go get a Gatorade and an energy drink. So if you want to send donations, that's what they're going to go to. And then I'm also obligated to get a 7-Eleven slice of pizza because people sent donations for that. But yes, if you want me to go all day, I don't mind. We can go 8 to 10 hours today reading this. It's better to do it all at once. The only caveat is that when we find a natural breaking point in the next 20 minutes, I'm going to play a video, and Ray's already turned up. He's going to be more turned up because the video I'm going to play while I go get my Gatorade is going to be from Ray's amazing interview of Lindsay Ann Towell. All right, so that's the plan for the rest of the day. If you like what you're hearing, the Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis, the Venmo at Grant-E1, any and all donations will be used to fuel me with calories and energy drinks for the rest of the day. Someone said the fan has never been cleaned. You know what? I'll do some towel investigations. I'll go down there and I'll ask the fan if it's ever been cleaned. I don't think the fan speaks English, but I'll try to talk to it in fan language. I'll be like, have you ever been cleaned? Are you concerned about the state of your fan blades? It will probably just stare at me because it's an inanimate object, but you know. All right, so we're about to get into a pretty interesting sidebar here, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to go through the end of this day. When this day ends, then I'm going to go get my supplies. How you doing, Microdots? Great to see you in the chat as well. I hope everyone is enjoying their Saturday. Play a short video, get Gatorade, go back to reading, and then we're doing all 4,252 pages. I'm not stopping until I finish. When I get on something, it's just how it happens. I haven't even had my energy drink today. All I've had is a coffee so far with one shot of espresso, but clearly I have a lot of energy. Patty LaBelle is like, you're hilarious. Gabriel says, I enjoyed hearing from you and Lindsay. Well, then you'll enjoy what's coming up during our intermission. All right, here we go. So the objection comes in. And, oh, thank you so much, Joy. Oh, God bless you. Oh, God bless you, Joy, with this donation. I will very much enjoy my pizza, and I am eternally grateful. Oh, you are so kind. Thank you. Huge shout out to Joy and so many other friends in the chat reading along with us today. Towel is humbled and grateful. All right. Oh, someone said, oh, goodness. What a day. You all are going to make Little Towel cry. All right. Let's focus. All right. Here we go. Sidebar. I get one time someone gave me a steering wheel cover as a gag gift in high school, and I kept it for all of high school. He was a friend of mine. He was a hockey player, so he had like a funny sense of humor. And he was like, bro, why did you keep that $2 fuzzy steering wheel cover I gave you as a joke for like 3 years? And I was like, oh, you gave it to me. Like, it had a special meaning because it was from you. So, and he was like, oh. And I don't know, I'm like Dobby the house elf in that way. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. We got so first of all, we got a towel emoji. If you watch the trials, you'll know that when a towel emoji comes in, look at him. He's got a little headband. He's a little towel pair. He's saying thank you. So thank you, the official Portuguese MILF. Look at him. He's got a little towel headband. It's a towel. He's a little pear. He's adorable. I'm giving him little head pats right now with my mouse because he's that adorable. Oh, God bless you. Thank you for that, official Portuguese MILF. That is adorable. And then right below that, Nina Stunek says, Grant, I knew from the beginning that your brain is crazy in a positive way, like Jay from Jay for Justice, but even more mind-blowing. Your interview on Ray from Dallas was so good. Thank you for sharing your POV. Peace. Oh, Nina, thank you so much for those thoughtful words and for your support. You are so kind. I just try to be my little towel self, and I am so glad it is helpful. Oh, God bless you all. This is such a wonderful chat. Really uplifting towel spirits. Not just donation-wise, but just because you're good people. Just look at that little towel emoji. See him? Give him a little nod there. He's adorable. Oh, my goodness. Lolo Raisin, thank you so much for your support today. Thank you so much, Lolo. I am so happy, and this is so helpful. You are all overwhelming me with your kindness. You know, and it's normally just a few of us here, so it's so nice to see you all. Oh, goodness. I don't do well accepting gifts and stuff. I don't know. A lot of the gifts I got when I was younger were conditional. So, like, I would get reminded of them for months and months. Like, if you don't do this, I'm going to take that away. And so, I don't know. I'm just really bad with, like, kindness. I try to be grateful. I'm working on it. All right. Let's go into the sidebar. All right. Where is the sidebar? I thought we were just about to go to a sidebar. Did I miss it? No, I think I didn't miss it. For some reason, I thought we were about to hit a sidebar. I hope I didn't scroll past it. I got so wrapped up in your kind comments. But I don't think I missed a sidebar because I would have seen it. I just think I thought the objection was going to lead to a sidebar, and it didn't lead to a sidebar. All right. So we're poking around. Whoa, what? Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Why? This is open court testimony. Why is it redacted? What? I'm not okay with this. This was in open court. All right. What day? Hold on. Nope. Who is this? Who is this witness testifying? We're getting his I'm going to trial channel, and no, I'm not accepting a redaction in something that was said in open court. Absolutely not. Daniel Whitley's cross from the first trial. Absolutely under no circumstances will I accept that something that was said in open court is redacted. So it was right at the beginning of Jackson's cross of Daniel Whitney. Where is that blacked out part? Where is it? It's Yannetti's cross, actually. Absolutely not. I don't think so. Daniel Whitley cross, Karen Reed trial 1. All right, let me get this. I want the 2024 one, not 2025. Yep, Trial Channel has it, as I expected. All right, hold on one sec. There's an ad that's going to play. All right, I got it. All right, we're going to jump ahead to the cross, but this was it.
Good afternoon.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
All right, we're jumping ahead to the cross. Hold on. Is this just the direct? Where's the cross? Here's the cross. It should be by Yannetti. All right, we're going to find out what was not there.
All right, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. So, Mr. Whitley, when you showed up, you learned that Karen Reed was the patient that you were to deal with, correct? Correct. And it was your expectation that she would be going to the hospital, correct? Correct. One of the things that you do when you transport somebody to the hospital is you try to get a medical history, correct? Yep. Why is that important? Generally, we get pertinent medical history to pass on to the hospital. So if something were to happen where the patient wasn't able to describe their past medical history, it gets passed on to the next caregiver, which would be the nurses, doctors at the hospital. Okay. More information is always better than less information, correct? I would say so. And with regard to Ms. Reed, did you take a medical history from her? I assume Jason did. Okay. Did you learn the results of that medical history? You'd have to refer to Jason's report. I may have a moment now.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Whitley, if I'm actually going to show you two documents with your permission. One would be Jason's report. Okay. And you were talking about Jason Becker, correct? Correct. The other is a police report from Sergeant Yuri Buchnick. I'm going to give you the second page of that. Okay.
So let's do them one at a time.
Sure. And you've asked for Jason Becker's report, so I'll give you that first, okay? Okay. And when I approach you, I'm going to hand this to you
And I just ask you to look at it silently by yourself.
Okay.
And then look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
I'm going to collect that from you if you don't mind.
The first report was the NFIRS report from my lieutenant.
Was Jason Becker's report included in it?
Yes.
as well?
Yep.
Having reviewed those documents, does that refresh your memory as to the medical history that was taken?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that?
Just lists multiple sclerosis.
What is multiple sclerosis?
I believe it's a neurodegenerative disease where the myelin sheathing of the trying to think of the word here, but
okay. So whoever said in chat that it was medical information, you were correct. You were indeed, but it was important to me that I looked that up. So thank you for your patience, and thank you to Trial Channel for having such an excellent repository where I can just go and look at real-time transcripts. And I also realized if there's ever any part of this that I want to listen to that is in open court, we can just listen to it. It was a great interview, Nina, and I think it speaks to Ray's impressive capacity as a host, because it's such a nuanced art form to be able to do it and to just do it in a contentious environment, like the topics are intense, but to be able to do it and just let a 6-hour long form story be told, I mean, it's incredibly impressive. So Bughouse, thank you so much. They say, great interview the other night, Ray. You did a great job as a commentator. Enjoyed listening to Grant. He is thorough in putting together his presentation of facts. Oh, I do my best. Lindsay's great too, though. Without her mind, I wouldn't have. She says things that, and I truly believe her. That she's being authentic. Like she wouldn't have made it through without me. I don't know if I would have made it through without her. She's a genius in her own right. You just have to understand how she thinks. All right. So this is the direct of Jason Becker. And Ray definitely understands how Lindsay thinks, which is great. All right, so we're in Firefighter Becker's direct. All right, we're wait, what? Oh, yeah, I thought they were approaching the bench. All right, SideBah. This is about Becker's report. Looks like a run report. Your Honor, Mr. Yannetti, Your Honor, my only issue is that he has testified that the engine report is not his. He did not write it, so there is no authentication for that. I would not object to his own report going in. The court, is it the same that you gave the last witness, Mr. Yannetti? Only to refresh memory. The court, I understand. I don't think that anybody realized they were two separate reports before that. Who authored the other report? Mr. Lally? Do you know? Mr. Lally, I believe it would have been, I'd have to look at it, but either Lieutenant Woodbury or Firefighter Pock, one or the other. The court, all right, would this witness know? Mr. Lally, I think I have a feeling that he might not necessarily offhand. The court, all right, so I'll allow his report in, if you need to call Woodbury for just that point. Mr. Lally, I don't think so. The court, all right, and before you do you want to mark the other report for identification, Mr. Lally, the first part? Mr. Lally, no. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. All right, so that was the end of that sidebar. All right, they're still talking to Firefighter Becker. Still in the direct, still in the direct, still in the direct. No sidebar, objection, but no sidebar. Move to the cross by Mr. Yannetti. Objections, but no sidebar. Sidebar. This was about whether Karen Reed had alcohol on the night of February 14th of 2022. Mr. Lally, objection, Your Honor. The court, I'll see you at sidebar. The court, so what is the objection? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, essentially, counsel is just reading from the report without any sort of indications from the witness that his memory is exhausted as to that or what he told. He is reading Trooper Proctor's report and asking him if he agrees with it. The court, okay, the objection is overruled. You can do that. Mr. Lally, thank you. Yeah. Well, he did not win that one. All right, so he keeps reading from the report, from Proctor's report. No more side. Oh, we have a sidebar. No, witness is excused. Sidebar. Oh, okay. We have a sidebar. All right. Tony's one of the court officers, so here's a sidebar. It was right before the next witness. What's Tony's name? Call him over, please. Could you come over, please? The court officer. Yes, Your Honor. Court order. Juror issues. The court. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Lally, why did you want to come to sidebar? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, just in regards to scheduling, I know the court, I'm fine to keep going with the next witness, who will be Lieutenant Gallagher. I remember the court saying something about sometime at the end of the day, and at the end today. The court, a jury is never going to mind leaving a few minutes early on Friday. Is that what you'd prefer to do? Mr. Yannetti, that's perfectly fine. Mr. Lally, I think rather than starting with his testimony and the court, okay, so I'm going to let them go now. You all stick around. Mr. Lally, great, thank you. The court, so they let the jurors go. Let's see if we have any more sidebars. This is an open court, and they're just doing exhibits, run sheets. All right, this is all an open court. All right. No sidebars. They're just getting things wrapped up. All right. Court, they're back on the record. They stayed around to fix some evidentiary issues. This is all on the record. Entering exhibits. All right. Okay. All right. Good. Time for me to go eat. I'm not leaving you, though. I'm going to play a video of Ray from Dallas's interview. I'm 3 hours behind. How are things going 3 hours in the future? People in court, we're on page 900 of 4,252. And hold on, 200. And I intend on going all day. All right. People's court, indeed. All right, so I'm going to put up a video for you. Give me 1 second. You're going to watch this while I go get some Gatorade. I can't just do this with no liquid. And you all sent donations, and I'm going to go get some pizza. Then I'm going to come back here with my Gatorade and with my pizza and an energy drink, and we're going to do 4,000, how many more? 3,300 more pages. I'm not stopping until we're done. So let me pick a good interview from a good section of the Ray from Dallas interview. Portuguese MILF is like, I'm following right along with you. Yeah, I do appreciate the positivity, and as far as we know now, the only reports are that Michael Proctor has said racist things. So, you want to condemn Michael Proctor? You go right ahead and do that. All right, so I'm going to grab one of these interviews. Which one do I want to watch? I want to watch one that's about 30 minutes, give or take. Let's watch the one about Birchmore. Ray, how good was that section of the interview about Birchmore? I thought that was excellent. So here's Ray from Dallas and I, along with Lindsay Gattani, talking about the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, potentially, by Brian Tully's state police.
No one isn't.
All right, so let me bring this up on the screen for you. And I will be watching chat, by the way, even as I get my Gatorade. I'll have my phone. Oh, word. Grant can get a pizza. It's the smallest things in life that make him happy in a world. Be a towel. All right, so let's watch this excellent part of the interview and take a listen, and I'll be back in 10 minutes with a Gatorade.
No one is incentivized to support you. You're not going to help the moneyed interests. You're not going to help the fucking cops. You're not going to help the prosecutors. You're going to do what's right all the time. Nobody wants that. There's no Mr. Smith goes to fucking Washington anymore. Nobody can be in politics unless you're bought and paid for, traded and sold by controlled interests. I'm talking like the police, political parties, whatever. So that's what really frustrates me about this, that we got this situation where these people just accepted that this is the way things were. Lindsay talked about Sandra Birchmore. We should not underestimate the implications of where that is going. People talked for so long about accountability. If Matthew Farwell actually cooperates regarding the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, it is very possible that touches on a wide ring of law enforcement officers in Stoughton, some of whom went to work for Brian Tully's state police unit, were abusing underage girls, not just abusing them, finding them in the Police Explorers program at age 14, grooming them, and then sending them into a dorm suite area where they would operate out of a brothel that was run by cops, basically. And how do I know this? Well, there's documentation that I posted on my X showing that someone was going around interviewing people about why someone was threatening Sandra Birchmore with being exposed for her relationship to Matt Farwell, Billy Farwell, and Robert Devine if she didn't pay back a debt. Sandra, a debt owed to the girls that lived with her in her dorm/suite. Here's the thing. Sandra lived in an apartment in Canton. She didn't live in a dorm suite. What the fuck is that about? And that's why this is a big deal. This was potentially cops abusing underage girls. It's the biggest deal possible. And when it does all come out, people are right. It should be Lindsay who's standing there telling people, I told you so.
So with the Sandra Birchmore case, right? She did get groomed, right? Because I seen that, right? And I'm familiar with it, but not as if it was some cops, right? Who did it, brothers or something?
Yeah, so I'll try to do it. I'm still kind of awake. I'm glad I had that latte. So I'll do it in the grand.
Hey, man, you and Lindsay, hey, listen, hey, I come on your strength, bro. We gonna do this work. I love it.
I love it. Night walkers, creatures of the night. But let me say this. All right. So, February 1st, 2021, 9:27 p.m., Canton Woods apartment, Canton, Massachusetts. It's dark. It's cold. Sandra Birchmore's 10 weeks pregnant with her unnamed baby boy. She's exceptionally excited to have this child. Picture her in her apartment. She's doing clothes to go to work the next day as a teacher's aide. It's a 1-bedroom or like studio apartment. She's preparing to order baby clothes. She's getting excited. She'd been texting Matt Farwell, the person she thought was the father of the baby, like excited about bringing the baby to term. Matt Farwell had other plans. He arrived at that apartment and then he hung Sandra from a door, killing her and her baby boy in the process. On February 4th, which I think was a Wednesday, maybe a Tuesday of 2021, the Canton police arrive at Sandra Birchmore's apartment after a wellness check is called in by an employee and her friend at the school where she worked as an assistant. The Canton police, including Kevin Albert and others, arrive at Sandra's apartment where they find her dead. Within 48 hours, the Canton police collect 3 specific and distinct pieces of evidence. 1, they go to the maintenance worker at Sandra's building and they find out that Matthew Farwell was the man on the videotape at Sandra's apartment at the time of her death. 2, they find out Sandra's cell phone battery drained and they figure out her time of death was Friday night around 9 p.m. 3, they go to Sandra's school where they are told that Matthew Farwell had been sending messages around to people telling them that Sandra Birchmore was pregnant and if she didn't refuse to carry the baby to term, he was going to kill her. His exact words were, quote, take care of the problem himself. So in turn, you think, all right, pretty open and shut case. No, February 6, 2021. This is all detailed on pages 99 to 102 of the Canton Police Department audit report from April of 2025. No, February 6, 2021, who but Brian Tully's fucking state police unit gets handed over all this evidence, and then somehow over the next 6 months, John Fanning, with his head up 6 different people's asses apparently, concludes that Matthew Farwell was not responsible for Sandra's death and that she took her own life, despite the fact that Nick Garino processed a litany of text messages from Sandra to Matthew Farwell and from Matthew Farwell to Sandra, showing that he was abusing her since she was a child, grooming her, and then basically that he killed her. Now, fast forward from 2021, when John Fanning clears Matt Farwell, to August of 2024, and wouldn't you know it, the feds indict Matt Farwell. And what's the first thing Michael Morrissey does? He sends a fucking email to Brian Tully, John Fanning, the former spokesperson, what the fuck's his name? David Traub. He sends it also to Megan Mana something, and then DeChico and Connor Keefe. And he says one sentence, Morrissey does. Is this true? ? And links to an article about Farwell being federally indicted. What does that tell you? That tells you absolutely everything. Farwell was indicted so that he would eventually give up who helped him cover up that murder. And then we find out just 3 months ago, while Farwell's in federal prison, that he's facing the death penalty. He gets a second indictment for the baby boy, and that he's not the father of the child. Someone lied to him. And then the death penalty goes up. The death penalty goes off the table 2 weeks ago. Bullshit. He's cooperating. Lindsay was right.
Oh my God. And look, you said Fanning. Ain't that dude who was sitting outside the jurors that people was talking about? Like they say he was trying to intimidate the first juror.
Fanning it has been Tully's partner, well, until recently, has been Tully's partner for over 20 plus years. They, I believe, went to college together and played on the same football team, if I'm not good. But I met Fanning one time. He was Tully was on vacation during my second grand jury testimony. So John Fanning was there. And I actually thought he was a good guy. Talk about like Tully, I had like an initial gut instinct. Like it was just I just got a bad vibe. Like this guy's a bad dude. But Fanning, I was completely fooled by. Like he grabbed my hand and held my hand and looked me in the eyes and he was like, trust me, like we're gonna make this all okay. And like I just fell for it. But I've been hearing a lot of stuff about John Fanning, and I would pay attention to the fact that the father of Sandra Birchall's baby was not like the man who killed her, Matthew Farwell, allegedly. I will still say that till he's convicted, but they have concluded that he was not the father, and therefore his twin brother could not be the father based on the DNA. So who is the father? And who are we to speculate? Like maybe it was just Joe Smo off the street. We don't know, and that's her business, whatever. But I think it's interesting that whoever highlighted this, and I don't know why I can't remember if it was Dateline or 2020 or whatever, but they did flash John Fanning's face across the screen. And John Fanning was the one that tried to kind of cover up for the details, and I know Garino was like a part of the phone extraction stuff, but I just in the case, like with me and my phone stuff, I think he was kind of, in my opinion, I think he was pressured into things and making things look a certain way or like doing certain things with the phone, or maybe he didn't have any part of it and they just took over. I don't know. I don't believe, I have a good read on people usually. Like, I don't always stick with my initial gut instinct, but my initial gut instinct usually does turn out to be correct. And Garino didn't strike me as the type that was like a bad dude. John Fanning, though, I don't know. He was kind of iffy. Tully, instantly, I got a weird vibe. I actually said after my initial meeting, I said to Kate and Leah Genduso, like, this was weird. He was asking about this and he made a weird look at Nelson when he asked this question. It was just struck me as odd. Yeah. And John Fanning, I don't know. It was bizarre. It was a very short interaction at my second grade jury testimony, before I went in, but, knowing that he was Tully's partner and stuff, I don't know. Garino, I kind of like just wrote it off as like, he's being pushed into this situation and he has no choice. And then this weird shit happened with him with the accident. I don't know. But John Fanning, I just think it's interesting they haven't named the father of the baby that was murdered. And they made a charge with the murder of her unborn baby. So are we going to find out? I don't know.
Yeah, and Lindsay, let me ask you about something, because I kind of might have previewed it before you came on, but I'm very interested to hear you talk about it. Brian Tully alludes in paragraph 79 of the Karen Reed search warrant affidavit to a piece of information you told him related to like something about Josh Levy or something. Did Brian Tully in December of 2023, while the Birchmore investigation was open, we know that now in hindsight, did he ask you who the targets of the federal probe were, and what did you tell him, and how did he respond?
I'd say that, and I think this was I think it's in the police report because I think I've read about it. Sorry, I had to take a break for a second. Yeah, and I said, from the conversations I had with Eden, he implied or alluded to from either his conversations with Karen or whatever, that it was Michael Morrissey. And I just remember this moment, like as if it were yesterday. Tully, at the same exact time as Nelson, they both looked at each other, like their heads turned sideways. They both looked at each other, made eye contact, and kind of smirked. And then they looked back at me and they continued the questioning. But it was just like I was frozen in that moment, and I was like, later questioning, like, what was that smirk about? Like, was that them? Was that a smirk of relief, like we are not the target, or was that a smirk of like, oh, good, like this is what we thought? Like, I don't know what that was. I didn't know how to interpret it. I just know what I saw. You know?
Damn. Oh wait, man, this is man. This is creeping me. How can the justice system be this fucked up?
Right. You never think that things are going to be, and like this is the thing that I believe that they are trying to discredit me so bad, especially with Costco's recent response. Like I believe they are trying their hardest to discredit me because now they think there's a possibility that I will be called as a defense witness with Aiden, and they cannot have that. So they have to make me look as bad as possible. And I think that's why they didn't fight for me to begin with any of these charges. I don't think they had my back at all because they knew somewhere down the line, like they knew that I knew the truth, or I at least had inklings of the truth, and maybe would some day down the line get to the truth. And they had to make me discredit me in any way they could. They already knew that I had whatever, a drug addiction in my past, or whatever, restraining orders in my past against abusive relationships in my past. So they had to tear me down. They couldn't make me look credible because God forbid they didn't know what side of the road I was going to choose. Like, was I going to lie for them and have their backs? Like they couldn't take that risk. They had to make me look like I was just an insane person.
Why would Tully even think in December of 2023 to ask you, a civilian witness who has dated Aiden Kearney for a few months, now at a falling out with him, why would he ask you who the targets of the federal probe are, and why would he take your answer seriously? He must have thought, based on what he was reading in some of the information that you must have given him, that Aiden was telling you something that would make him think that was credible. But why would he ask you? Why would he even use his position? It wasn't related to what he was interviewing you about. Why does the target of the federal probe have anything to do with you? That's why I knew he was dirty.
Right. Yeah. I know. And somebody just made a good point. Sorry, I'm not really keeping up with the chat, but every few seconds I'll look. Somebody mentioned Kelly Dever. And I thought that was such a bizarre questioning. And like, I believe probably something happened with her as well, like similar. Like, listen, all we have to do is go in and threaten somebody with their job, or their children, or make a vague threat, like something happened. I don't know if you want me to say or not, Grant, but somebody I know had a wellness check called into them.
That wasn't what I was going to say. I'll give you an example of how this type of threat can come. Lindsay, you might know what I'm about to say. So hypothetically, say you're at like a very serious, solemn event, okay? And by happenstance, like a lot of powerful people are there, including like people close to your family and maybe close to this situation. Hypothetically, someone comes up to you and says like, hey, did you lock your doors at home? Like, aren't you worried there's going to be a robbery right now because you're at this event and it could be public information? I should go drive by to make sure that everything's okay. Yeah, fuck you too, buddy, motherfucker. Tell Brian Tully to go fuck himself.
Yeah. Straight up. Man, it's some crazy shit.
These are things that have actually been happening, though. And that's the scary part, is like these people, like they have so much power, and like who's going to believe somebody with a history of addiction or, multiple restraining orders, or who's going to believe somebody who's autistic and has a mother who's a high power attorney? Who's going to believe the little people? They're not. And that's the thing. It's a power struggle, and they know that, so they can use anything as leverage against anybody that knows too much. And I know it sounds conspiratory. What's the word, Grant?
No, that's real life. That happens in real life.
I mean, yeah.
Conspiratorial.
Conspiratorial, yes. Thank you.
That happens in real
But it's
life.
true. But it's true, and it has happened. And that's the thing. Like, and Kate, that's why her and Gaffney always make these. They're fucking going off at it again, like Russian oligarchs. Like, they make these stupid comments to make us look like we're fucking
crazy.
It's insidious the way that they do it, because they'll understand obviously, like I've heard it said, like by Robert McNamara in The Fog of War. He was a defense secretary. There's like Lindsay's phone might have died, but there's what you know, there's what you don't know, and there's what you don't know. And this whole thing has been an exercise in figuring out what we didn't know. And I won't speak for Lindsay, but if there's anything you took from this, like you heard our process, like Lindsay was very generous with her time. I'm sure she'll come back another time. Oh, she's back. Yeah. So
look, I know we've been on here for a week. Listen, I'm here for y'all, bro. And I'm here for it. So, I know it's 11 something up, but if y'all tired or anything, I'm good. But if we could do this anytime y'all want to.
Oh yeah, I'm still good to go. I won't impose on Lindsay's time, but I'll tell you, like, what made this so interesting was trying to put together, all right, what do we know? What don't we know? And what don't we know we don't know? Like, how do we figure this out when these people know the whole puzzle? They know what fucking meetings they were in. They know what they were doing. They know how they were moving. And we only get glimpses. In some sense, we were incredibly, I think both of us, lucky to each have enough of the puzzle pieces to, when we talk together, see the whole thing. Why does it work like that? I think it's because these people, Kate Peter, Tully, the state police, they compartmentalize information, okay? They only let certain people know certain things. Nobody knows the full picture, so no one's a weak link. Kate's weak links are like Boomer, that fucking woman, Gina, probably Kim Fair, Carrie Lama, but these people aren't weak fucking links. Like, she owns them. They are never gonna fucking crack. So like, penetrating her group is incredibly fucking hard. They're all very tech savvy, and the ones that aren't, like, are very tightly controlled. That's why Kate Peter is so fucking ruthless. That's why I think Marty Kraft hired her. And by the way, Lindsay, Kate Peter clearly worked for Marty Kraft, the PI, the same guy Jen McCabe hired to spy on Karen. That can't be a coincidence. And Kate told you about it.
Yeah, Kate sent me screenshots where she's logged into Marty Kraft's his PI database. Like, I have screenshots, and like, she's in his email, and it says he has like 6,000. Like, she had access that people don't even realize to things that she shouldn't have access to. She's a criminal. She has multiple charges against her and multiple HPOs or restraining orders. Like, this woman should not have access to this stuff. Marty Kraft shouldn't even still have access to this. Like, why? Even, with the stuff that people have discovered, this guy, like, is not, doesn't do things by the books. Like, there's no way that this guy should have any contracts with the state of Massachusetts. And yet nobody, he left his gun. What was it? His gun unregistered I don't know what it was. Christy would know more about that than me, but this guy shouldn't have any dealings with the state of Massachusetts, let alone the very players that are involved with the people that he has personal grievances with. Like, I don't understand it. I don't know why nobody's making more of a bigger deal, but like, who do you go to when the people who supersede these agencies are the very people that are intertwined with them? Like, who do you go to for help?
Exactly, and not just that. Oh, go ahead, Grant. No, go ahead.
Well, not just that, but the history here. We, like, Lindsay's from around Boston. Like, we're definitely like Boston folk. Like, if you know the history of South Boston and Canton and Whitey.
We tried the FBI. We've tried it.
Yeah, there's very little that you can do because they're so close hold that they hate. these two agencies, the Boston FBI and the state police, and in particular the Norfolk DA's office, fucking hate each other. There is a visceral passion, like a passionate hatred. And so when they feud, like, they know everybody from Beacon Hill outwards. And there's something to be said about the way that these people are like connected. If you think about Marty Kraft and Southie, I've done my research. Marty Kraft was a Boston cop for a long time. He got a lot of complaints, and then he was eventually removed from the force or left. All right, well, you know how it goes, man. Like, Whitey had people everywhere. What is the connection between this weird fucking world and, like, Canton? Okay, and I know the answer, okay? Like, I'm not talking about anyone specific, but Canton is a place where you retire to, or like, you live there if you don't do business there. You get what I'm putting down, Ray?
No, I hear you. I'm listening.
I feel like we'll probably wrap it up soon, because I feel like when people get starting to get tired, like they start to lose interest.
No, I'm not tired. Man, we locked in on her. Look,
it's not.
Keep going.
It's not that.
I'm paying attention.
It's getting a little late, but I definitely think that folks should just.
Tired. Yeah, look, people.
Oh, sorry. I'm not trying to. No, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if you want to, like, it's up to you. Like, right, like, it's your channel. I just don't want to keep lingering on if you're.
Y'all gotta understand. Like, I goes in.
But someone was asking me, how did I visually keep track of all this and present it to?
You've got a brain like you wouldn't understand.
And the answer, and I don't want to like toot my own horn, but like I didn't like say, okay, Lindsay, I'm going to write this out for you. You got to memorize it. You just have to live it. And then like it becomes like part of you. Now, me, it's a little different. I have what's called an eidetic memory. So if I see something, hear something, or read something, I remember it forever, basically, depending on the conditions and if I think it's important or not. I make a real-time decision whether I should store it, and if I don't want to store it, I just ignore it. But I remember everything that I want to.
Damn. That's a talent. That's a special talent when you could just, man, look, Grant, I'm starting to believe you. You talking about these people keep knocking her off.
No, it's all right. We went for a while, and maybe that was her sign that, but we'll obviously see if she calls.
No, I just keep getting kicked off. But I did see somebody say, oh, Lindsay, always trying to control. No, I'm not trying to control. I just feel bad because I'm like, we could talk, Grant, you know, we've talked for like 8 hours at a time. Like, we could just go all fucking night, all day. So
it's just, it's talking about that trying to control what?
No, it's been such a long time coming. It's really, someone was like in the chat, like, I hope this process is healing for Grant and Lindsay. I can't speak for Lindsay. You don't know how cathartic it is. Like, I would have interviewed Lindsay and I kind of did ask her questions, but like to be able to actually have a conversation and just tell people like, listen, this is why people have been running their mouths so much, because the actual story, one, it's so complex that you can't just focus on one part of it. And you have to understand all of it. And therefore, if any one person's like, hey, like Grant, like wears a shirt that like is orange, like fuck him, or Lindsay has like purple lipstick, fuck her. Nobody's then going to take the time to listen to a 5-hour explanation of all these players and how they're connected. But it's so cathartic to just say it and be like, thank God people understand.
Or thank God at least people are listening, even if they don't understand yet.
No, listen. Everybody on here, like, you gotta understand, especially everybody who been involved in the chat. Like, I was never involved in the chat. I just paid attention to the case. They so informed on everything that's going on. All these gems that's getting thrown out there tonight is making sense to all of us, right? But just think about it. We ain't even heard everything yet. We ain't seen everything yet. I feel like it's a lot more to come. Hey, you know, I could be wrong. I'm not Nostradamus.
I don't even think we've touched the surface, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even think the surface have been touched. I think, I think this is gonna blow a lot of people away, right? And
Yeah, and if anything happens to me or Grant, I'm half kidding, half not.
no, I know, and you know what?
You guys know who to look at.
No, and that's scary to even think about, though, right? Because I've been hearing people on here say that, right? That's scary to even think about. That, like speaking the truth and trying to get the truth. That puts you in danger because we see how corruptive these people is down here. Like, it blew me away being in Texas, Dallas to be exact, to see this shit that was going on in Massachusetts, right? I don't trust none of them motherfuckers down there. None.
Yeah, so you know what it comes down to, Ray. You can't get caught lacking, right? So it means something different for us up here. Like I won't speak for Lindsay, but for me, like, okay, I made a conscious choice a long time ago. Like, I never do the same thing at the same time every day. Every day I go out to my car, I have a little mirror. I just check the fucking like frame, bro. Like, I want to make sure like there's nothing beeping, whatever. And then every day I turn that car on, I'm like, fuck it. Like, if this is it, like, it was great. I have no fear every day.
That's true. That's true. I'm back. I got some snacks. I got some towel pizza. I'm very grateful. All right. Who's ready to get back into SideBahs with towel? Yes. I know, this is what you wanted to do on your Saturday. You're excited I'm back. I got an energy drink. I have some fuel. Do you think we can get through all 4,252 pages? I don't know. Okay, intermission is over. We are through 900 of the 4,252 pages of the transcripts from the first John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Can I get through all of the documents by hand in one day? We'll find out. We will indeed find out. I think I can do it personally, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Swiss Miss, it is so good to see you. Hello to so many of the towel friends tuning in. We are back on it. Well, this is a whole network as to like financing of political campaigns and DAs and all that, and PIs. It's big money. It's people who are millionaires. Back to the SideBahs we go. All right, we're picking up on trial day 11. All right, taking a look at the exhibits. All right. We are in session at 9:08 a.m. I am still eating popcorn. I finished my pizza, though. I'll try to use the mute button. All right, here we go. So, what happened? Counsel wanted to see me. Let's see. Oh, apparently they got a deluge of photographs with Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin. They were teammates on the track team. Okay. So this is all in open court. They're talking about the Rule 14 issue. You want to do a voir dire. They're talking about scheduling. This is all in open court. All right, jury's in the courtroom. Wait, what? Wait, what? What the hell? Oh. Sidebar conference involving jurors. Okay, so that the record is clear. 16 jurors answered that last question affirmatively. Okay. And then it's just blanked out. Oh, this is definitely something big. Wow. Wow. All right, whatever happened on this day, some juror got in some trouble because they blanked out this whole thing. That's a lot of blanked out sidebar. Wow, so right before Paul Gallagher testified, there's some big sidebar about a juror, and it implies that a juror saw something they shouldn't have. So that's very interesting. I mean, you could see it there, but the whole thing's blacked out, so it's useless. All right, let's see. So the first fully blacked out sidebar is from what, May 11th? Yeah. No, May 6th. All right, so let me just get this up on the screen. Sorry about that. You never know what you're going to find in these documents. All right, the first fully blacked out sidebar from the first John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial occurred on May 6th and had to do with a juror issue. It seems to be something about a juror being exposed to information about the case, but it is impossible to tell. Page 90. What is it? Page 907 out of 4252 in my copy. I combined them all, everything that was released so far, so they're all one copy. You might have them in different PDFs. If you need a working copy of the PDF that we're going through to follow along, just let me know. I will provide that for you forthwith in the chat. And the file's huge, by the way. It's absolutely gigantic. It is 4,252 pages. It's like 400. It's a 400 megabit PDF. I didn't even know that kind of thing existed, but it does. Oh, yes, indeed it does. All right. So that was the first fully redacted sidebar that we had. And then, as promised, let me see. Let me grab the full document. Here is a link. So if you need a link to the PDF that we're reading, follow along. Follow along with the PDF here. All right, there you go. So there's a link to the PDF. Let's keep reading. Fully blanked out sidebar, and now we begin Lieutenant Gallagher's examination. Starts with the direct, and we're looking for SideBahs. People have lasagna on the brain. I love the food chat. All right, we are looking for SideBahs. Do I see a SideBah, ladies and gentlemen? Do I hear a SideBah? SideBah! All right. So they're looking at exhibits 7, 10, 11 through 23, etc. And then Mr. Lally asks if they can approach, so no objection. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, what I'd like to do, just to make Miss Gilman's life a little bit easier, is if I could publish them to the jury, referring to the numbers that are currently on them, and then have them marked as the next subsequent exhibits. The court. All right. So you want to publish them first, and then we will mark them? Mr. Lally, just so I can refer to them as exhibit whatever. The court, is there any objection to doing that? Mr. Jackson, no. The clerk, can we all stay here for a second? FTR is down right now. The official court reporter obviously is here. Tori and I are working on FTR, but it's not recording as of right this second. The court, okay. The clerk, you can see that the clock is frozen. The court, all right, thank you. The clerk, thank you. Mr. Lally, thank you. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Ray from Dallas is back. We are reading sidebars. Ray's like, Ray, I had this vision where Ray was like, oh no, he's playing my interview with Grant. I don't like hearing my own voice. I don't know if you're like that, Ray. I don't mind hearing my own voice, but it is a little weird to listen to it back. I can do it when clipping, but I don't love listening to it. I like the parts where Lindsay was talking and Ray was talking, but where I'm talking, I'm like, oh, that's how you sound, Grant. All right, here we go. So that was the end of that sidebar. All right, let's continue. Oh, do we have another sidebar? No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, there was another sidebar conference? Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, okay. So it ended and then immediately started again. The court. Do you need to call them anything for Miss Gilman? Can you just go over there? And Madam Court Reporter is concerned that the record is going to say whatever you just called them and that we are going to... Mr. Lally. Okay, the court. I agree with her. I think it will be confusing. Mr. Lally. Okay, yes. The court. So just take a minute and go point out which ones she has to put up with or has to put up or something. Mr. Lally. Sure, I can do that. Yes, whatever works. The court. Thank you. Okay, then the sidebar conference ended. Ah, indeed, Ray. Yeah, I don't really mind listening to my voice, but it definitely throws me off. All right, here we go. Let's continue. We're looking for sidebars. As you can see, this is kind of like, I was talking about it earlier. First of all, I'm reading everything that's going across the screen, so I'm not trying to make you dizzy, but that's just how fast I read. And what I'm looking for is specifically sidebars. So anything that indicates to me there might be a break in the questioning, video paused, exchanges between lawyers, no sidebar. But I'm basically combing through, and I have to remember where we are in the trial, or the sidebar won't make sense. And the sidebars kind of add on each other, so you can't read one sidebar. You have to know what they said at the sidebar before that. Oh, we're getting into the Sally Port. Here we go. Let's see if we get anything about the day of Sally Port. All right, so they're still on the record, in session, brief recess, everybody's back. Now they're looking at the Sally Port video. I'd like to see a sidebar about the Sally Port. What do we got here? Anything? Video paused, no sidebar, no sidebar. Exchange on objection, but no sidebar. Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar during the Gallagher Direct about the, hopefully, the Sally Port videos. All right, what was they asking? It was a call about, Chief Berkowitz calling Gallagher. Oh, this is interesting. Chief Berkowitz was at Brian Higgins' retirement party, but I also think Berkowitz blew the whistle on Sandra Birchmore. And this is Gallagher testifying, right? All right, so Gallagher called him in February. Or Berkowitz called Gallagher in February. And Gallagher told him Sergeant Lank was working. And Berkowitz told Gallagher that he was in the area of Fairview Road. And as Lally's about to say, what did you find? Or what did Berkowitz say he found? Jackson objects. So that's the context of this sidebar. Now, as we know, Berkowitz found pieces of tail light as the snow melted. And that's what's about to come in. So let's listen to the sidebar. The court. Isn't this just a straight hearsay objection? Mr. Jackson, correct. The court. So I understand that this might be the knowledge of the police officer, but haven't laid a foundation for that. Mr. Lally, okay, really all I'm trying to establish with this witness, Your Honor, is that essentially I try not to get too much into it. It's just more he then directs Berkowitz to Lank. Lank recovers the items, that's all. The court, so you've got Lank testifying? Mr. Lally, correct. The court, did Lank give the item to this witness? Mr. Lally, no. So Lank photographs the item and leaves it in place until state police shows up. Sergeant Kenny is the one who comes and retrieves it. The court. Okay, yes, you're not going to do that. Mr. Lally. No. All I want from him is to get from Berkowitz to Lank. That's all. The court. And how do you get from Berkowitz to Lank with him? Mr. Lally. Because he is the one that indicates to Chief Berkowitz that Lank is the one who was working that day. So, the court, you already have it. Mr. Lally. Exactly. The court. Okay, so we'll end it at that point. Mr. Lally. Yes, definitely. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Okay, now Jackson cross-examining Gallagher. Jackson's going on his cross. The cross is still going. No sidebars so far. Objection. Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties? I think it's about Proctor. Oh, Sergeant Lank. No issue at all. Not in your mind? No. Were you aware that before you got to the location that Lank had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house? Mr. Lally, objection. Court, I'll see you at sidebar. The court, what is the objection? Mr. Lally, first of all, knowledge of this witness, whether or not he knows what Lank knew or what Lank did prior to him getting there. Secondly, the court, is it in the report? Is it in a report Lank wrote? Mr. Lally, I'm sorry. The court, is it in a report that Lank wrote that he would have known about? Mr. Jackson, generally, yes. If he had reviewed all the reports, would know. This lieutenant would know as a supervisor that Sergeant Lank had a certain relationship or had a relationship which he just testified to with the Alberts. The court, I understand that, but your question was whether he knew what he had done before he got there. Mr. Jackson, correct. The only way that he would know is if Lank had informed him. I've already interviewed these folks, and that's what I want to find out. Why did you task him to do something that he had already done? If he says, I didn't know, then I'll live with that. All right, so the question that was asked, you can ask. Mr. Jackson, okay. The court, I'm going to allow it. Mr. Lally, okay. Mr. Jackson, thank you. So Jackson goes back to that. And then Lank responds, yes. Or Gallagher responds, yes, that he knew Lank had already talked to the people in the house. All right. So then they get into that. All right. Now they're going to try to refresh his recollection. He doesn't ask for a sidebar. He just approaches the witness, refreshes his recollection. We're looking for sidebars. This is sidebar hunting with towel, by the way. And the sidebars are recursive. They reference prior sidebars. So you have to look at this whole document in order. We're about to hit page 1,000. Everyone ready for the moment? We are 1/4 of the way through this document. It only took us 4 hours and 34 minutes. Nina, I'm so sorry. I finished my, I rushed through my towel pizza, and then I had like 3 pieces of popcorn. Not 3, like 10 pieces of popcorn left. And I was like, if I don't eat these, they're going to go stale. So I just ate them as quick as I could. I have no food left, though. My towel calories have been consumed. Yeah, and that's the other thing. What's frustrating is a lot of times we do content on this stream where I'm listening to a document be read or watching a clip and commenting. Here, I have to read the document like 100% of the time, so there's no room for a break, so I have to kind of work around that. Hello, it's me, Bunny. Hello, my friend. It's great to see you. But yes, if you're wondering, you all were very kind, so I took that 30-minute break to eat some towel pizza. It was delicious. And then I happened to have a little bit of popcorn left over, and now it's gone. All right, so we're looking for sidebars. If you're just tuning in, we are 1,000 pages into this 4,252-page document. Sidebar conference. All right, so this... I appreciate it, Bunny. Yeah, I finished eating already, but we're doing something... we're doing something that requires a lot of attention, so... all right. They finish up. They don't finish. They don't finish. The Jackson asks a question about Berkowitz, and then they just take a break. The court says, I'll see counsel at sidebar. The first part of that sidebar is blacked out. Mr. Jackson, it's about juror issues. Mr. Jackson says, I appreciate that. The court says, so it takes about 10 minutes because they got to go through another courtroom, so you all have 10 minutes. Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, you know what it is? I think there's a secret tunnel in the courthouse, and because the jurors never actually like walked in plain sight. I think there's like a tunnel or a like an exit or just somewhere they went because they never went outside during the day. I appreciate you all. Yep, definitely got to eat to get through some of this. All right, let's continue. So I think we get a little hint here about like how jurors were escorted out. Like, it's definitely, like, completely blacked out, but that's from context what I sense they're talking about. All right. Oh, the solo cups. We are at the solo cups. Let's see if there's any sidebars about the solo cups. And you're probably like, there is no way he is reading this fast. I am. Now, yeah, I'm sidebar hunting for the most part, but I need to know what the sidebar is talking about, so I'm keeping track of the part of the testimony that we're in, so I kind of have to know what's going on. All right, they're still in open session, and then they end. Redirect by Mr. Lally. No sidebars. Recross. No sidebar. Sidebar. No, witness excused. Sidebar after the witness excused. So they're about to call Sean Good to the stand, and as they're about to call Good, we go to the sidebar about scheduling. Let's see if it's... Do you think Judge Canoni lies? Like, do you think she tells jurors, oh, it's about scheduling, but it's not? We're about to find out. Serenity Pit says, thank you for doing this, Grant. My pleasure. Happy to provide this service. I figure Corey Hopkins put the work in to get these sidebars released. Somebody may as well read the whole damn thing, because I know a lot of you don't want to read 4,252 pages. You want to hear Towel talk about it while drinking an energy drink and eating popcorn and talking about how much he loves 7-Eleven pizza. All right, here we go. Okay, and while the sergeant is coming in, I'll see counsel about scheduling. The court. All right, so off on how long things might take this morning. Does it make sense? Is Lank your next witness? Mr. Lally, yes. The court. How long do you expect this witness? Mr. Lally, it could be equal. The court. Does it make sense to maybe to after lunch so this witness will go past lunch? Mr. Lally, I think so, yes. Mr. Yannetti, there is no doubt. The court. And your cross? Mr. Yannetti, it's probably about the length of Mr. Jackson's, I would say. The court. All right, so maybe we send the jury home early and do the voir dire of Lank when we finish this witness. Mr. Yannetti. Okay. The court. I mean, do you have a short witness in between? Mr. Yannetti. In between? No, but I think Lieutenant Ray, I think it's relatively quick. The court. No, that has to be Lally, not Yannetti. Yannetti's not presenting a witness. There's a lot of errors in this transcript. I'm sorry. There's a lot of errors. Oh, that's right. Sean Good's definitely like suspended or something. Okay, so. Sorry, Lumental knows. So they're going to do a voir dire about this. And that's the end of the sidebar. Okay, now Sean Good takes the stand. Lally's on direct. Remember, Sean Good is the one who was definitely texting with Proctor about some stuff that was not good. So, no pun intended. So what was his job? He was in charge of the patrolmen. All right. Any sidebars? Let's see. So Good's on direct. Sidebar? No. No sidebar. This is a 911 call. The 911 call is being admitted now. Video is being played. I think this is the cruiser footage of Lank or Good arriving on the scene. All right. This jury escorted from the courtroom for lunch. All right. They're talking about scheduling. Lunch and recess. Court resumes. Who's back on the stand? Sergeant Good. They're playing a video. They continue. No sidebars. No sidebar. No sidebar. So there were I think it hasn't been too many sidebars so far. I think some of them went on for a bit. But as you can see, we haven't had a sidebar for about 70 pages. Sidebar? Nope. And you can tell it goes to sidebar because it switches from question and answer. No sidebar. Cross. All right. Jackson's or Yannetti's crossing Good now. Few objections. No sidebar. No sidebar. Oh, possible sidebar. Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, we have a sidebar. I feel like every time I come across a sidebar, I should just announce it. All right. What are they talking about? The reconstruction. And it's a report that listed Good as the primary investigator with regards to the reconstruction. All right, so we're going up to a sidebar for a sidebar. This is interesting. The court. Can I see it, Mr. Yannetti? Mr. Yannetti. Sure, of course. This is the beginning of the report, and that's the paragraph. The court. Who wrote this report? Mr. Yannetti. Not Sergeant Good, somebody else. The court. Right. I know from state police, but why don't you take that and tell me the author while I read this? Mr. Lally. It's Trooper Paul, Your Honor. Mr. Yannetti. Yes, Trooper Paul. The court. Okay. Is he on your witness list? Mr. Lally, yes, the court. Okay, so some of what causes difficulty is asking questions of the wrong witness. Mr. Yannetti got a little hand spank there. Mr. Yannetti, the court. So he didn't adopt any of this, right? The judge is saying, so this witness didn't adopt this report as his own, right? Mr. Lally, that's really not what the report says, Your Honor. He had nothing to do with the reconstruction. In any reconstruction report, they're going to list who the primary investigator is with the involved department. So whoever they spoke to on scene or whoever wrote this OF report is going to be listed in the recon report as a primary investigator. That doesn't mean he had anything to do with the reconstruction. Mr. Yannetti, I can ask another couple of, I didn't know that, but... oh, goodness. Okay. So it was a very simple explanation. I didn't know that, but the court, what was that? Mr. Lally, I would assume Mr. Yannetti knows this. Oh, goodness. They were chippy, huh? They were chippy indeed. I would assume Mr. Yannetti knows this. Mr. Yannetti, I did not. I'll ask another couple of questions just to get out of it, and I'll move on. The court, okay, Mr. Lally, thank you. Yikes. Lally was basically saying, like, come on, Yannetti's being a douche canoe here. And Yannetti was like, I honestly didn't know. All right, so they go back into it. What Lally's telegraphing is he's just going to rehabilitate on cross and explain that. But it's such, like, at the time, people made a big deal of it. But if you just had that one sentence explanation, even Yannetti didn't think it was, like, weird. He was just like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. We're looking for sidebars, by the way, if you're just tuning in. Going through the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial transcript, at least a large chunk of it, about 10 days or so, covers 4,252 pages, and I'm looking for sidebars. And you might say, well, can't you just control F sidebar? No, I can't, because the only way to do this is to pick them out, find the context of the sidebar, and understand what day you're on, what's been going on, etc. We got a sidebar. All right, so here we go. They're looking at the video. It looks like it's the dash cam video, and it's probably of the scene after 6 a.m. outside Fairview on 1/29/2022. All right, so as Mr. Yannetti offers that video, the court says she'd like to see counsel at sidebar. The court, okay, if there is no objection to it, I'm going to let it in. I only have one question. Mr. Yannetti, The court, so it's been altered in that it says as read, Officer Saroff dash cam and Officer Good dash cam. Their own dash cams don't say that. They are just numbers. Mr. Yannetti, true. The court, and it's two of them spliced together or put together. Are there any other alterations to this? Mr. Yannetti, no, it's just only the wording. That's it. Mr. Jackson, the labeling and the synchronization, that's it. Mr. Yannetti, yes, that's it. The court, all right. Mr. Jackson, thank you. The court, that will be admitted as Exhibit 16, whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Yes, trust is love. And I think the second trial was way more chippy. I can't wait to see Brennan's sidebars. I'll read those as well. I'll read everything that comes out like this, because I think it's the only way for people to actually understand it. So they go back into the good direct cross by Yannetti. He's still being crossed. We're looking for sidebars. We're called the sidebar hunters. All right. We're just interested in sidebars and their relevant context. And that is why I'm taking you through this document. Now, it's actually good if there's not sidebars. Then we get through the document quicker. But to me, it's not about that. I don't care how long it takes, whatever. I committed to doing this with you. I got an energy drink. You got at least another 3 hours with me. All right. Sidebar. I almost missed it. You see that? I almost missed it. Sidebar. Page 1145. All right. So what are they looking at? It's the incident report. It's on cross. And the date and time of the incident. Military time, 6:08 a.m. Well, it's listed as 06:08, and Yannetti asked if that's 6:08 a.m. All right. Mr. Lally objects. Judge says, why don't we come to sidebar? I'm sorry, I'm going to take that from you. The witness, sure. Sidebar conference. The court. The objection? Mr. Lally, I don't understand the relevance or the point of this. if he's just going to read the entire report word for word, or Mr. Yannetti, no. The court. I just want to say the reason I wanted you to come to sidebar, Mr. Lally, sure. The court. If the Commonwealth tried to put in a police report, I would shoot them right down. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. So what are we doing with the screen, and why are you reading to him? Mr. Yannetti, okay, so that portion that I just read, it's essentially all I'm going to ask him. The court, what page are you on? Because I have Mr. Yannetti. It's on the first page. It shows the incident number, the call number, date, and time report. The report date and time of reporting and reporting officer. That's it. That's all I was going to read from there, and then I was going to reference the photo. Where I'm going with this, Your Honor, is his identical information that I'll have him corroborate. The altered and changed. We've blocked out, compromising information. I'm not seeking any other portion of that report, but I'd like to show the jury that, and then a close-up of that photo, and then show the jury this, and then a close-up of that photo. The court, what is that? Mr. Yannetti, this actually shows a piece of taillight that was not in the original photo. It's a completely different photo. The court, okay, have you shown him this yet? Mr. Yannetti, he has not seen this yet. The court, all right, is there an objection to just continuing here and showing that one photo? Mr. Lally, I have no objection to showing a photo to the witness, but I don't want a photo going on the screen. The court, all right, so you're going to have to show him this. It's late in the day. How much longer do you have with him? Mr. Yannetti, I think I might be able to finish by 4. No, apparently not. I don't have that much more. Probably more than 15 minutes. The court. So why don't we bring him back tomorrow, deal with this issue, all right? He's going to have to look at it. I'd like these marked. I'd like to have that voir dire of length today. He's here, right? Mr. Lally, I believe so. He was. Mr. Yannetti, my concern, Your Honor, from a strategic standing and also with regards to sequestration, I have now shown my cards. The court, I don't think you have, because it wasn't at all clear to me what you were doing. Oh, come on. That's hilarious. Kyle Sharkey is here. Hey, Grant, if you go back to post-chapter 6E and click on the section, there are multiple descriptions under each section, including racial bias, rabbit hole, and bad shit. Oh, yeah. No, there's no doubt that under 6E, you think it's... Oh, Kyle, are you saying you think it's a subsection? The second reference could be a subsection of 6E? If so, you might be onto something, my erudite and astute friend. Let's pull that up. I know this is a bit of a pause, but let's pull this shit up. You're talking about section 3, right? You think it's possible they cited a subsection of section 3? Let's take a look. I'm in 6E section 3, and I'm going to see if there's anything about like racial bias. Where are you seeing that in particular? You might have to give me a specific subsection, Kyle, but I will absolutely keep looking at that. Anyway, we're at a sidebar, and David Yannetti was like, I just showed my cards to the witness, and judge was like, I didn't know what you were doing, so I don't think the witness knew what you were doing. And Mr. Yannetti was like, I get that. My point is, I don't want the Commonwealth to be revealing to the witnesses where I'm going with this. The court, he won't. The Mr. Yannetti, okay, that's all. The court, otherwise, I don't know when we will get that voir dire in, and I think that's important. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. The court, so does this seem like a good place to end then with him? Mr. Yannetti, that's fine. Your Honor, yes, we can do that. The court, all right, because you're going to have to show him before that. Oh, that's brutal. Yannetti accuses Lally, basically is like, I don't trust Lally not to reveal this sidebar to the witness to help him answer the question in a way that's favorable to the state. And judges right away like, he won't. It's really, I get what people were saying now, like you're not like you need like a helping hand, but you need somebody who speaks the language of lawyers. I'm not a lawyer. None of this is legal advice. I'm a towel. But you need someone who speaks that language and who speaks the language of this case. That's why this is... I get it now. When I read cases from other states and I see like lawyer names, I don't always like get the dynamics of it. But here, like, I know all of these people's personalities really well from having watched this case. And I met almost all of them except for Judge Cannoni. I did get, like, Judge Cannoni used to, like, walk by us, but I never, like, other than saying, like, hello or like bowing my head at her. I used to bow at her because I was like, what else do I do? Like, what do I got to do? Wave at her? Like, smile? I would like smile or bow. I was like, I feel like bowing is. I feel like she was a little like perplexed by the bowing, but I was like, you know what? Let's just bring bowing back in style. In any event, it's really interesting to watch the dynamic because, I mean, it is kind of insulting to say that to the, like, Lally was probably like, what the fuck, like, what the hell, Yannetti? But still, like, you know, you can read the chippiness, even though it seems quick and it's such like a bang bang interaction, no pun intended, it's chippy. All right, so they do the voir dire, and then Lank, so this is a voir dire of Lank outside the presence. Jackson forgot to ask him his name. That happens from time to time. Oh, very interesting. Lank knew Chris Albert for a while. They don't make arrangements to go out. He's close to Chris Albert. All right. These people have known each other forever. Oh, this was about some like fist fight, but I think that was just like Chris interrupt. It wasn't Chris Albert fighting. He was like interrupting or like intervening in something. And like the guys who got arrested tried to sue or something. I don't remember. I think it was like a fight with a taxi driver or something. And then, obviously, Lank was a cop, and he got punched responding to it. So that I remember this voir dire. I don't believe it ends up coming in. This all ended up being for nothing. But we're checking for sidebars during this voir dire with Lank. Okay, I found some popcorn at the bottom of the bag. Sorry about that. All right. Oh, Aguiar is a really good case. And then they're looking for bias or prejudice. I remember this argument. This was all in open court. It was not in front of the jurors, but we're looking for any sidebars. All right, so that was the end of the day. Moving to the next day, ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready for the next day? This is May 7th. Defendant present, jury present. They're going to give jurors a little extra time in the morning. Yes, Kyle Sharkey is a great member of Team Docket Rocket Stars. If you don't follow Kyle and Dee Dee on X, definitely do that. Kyle Sharkey. And if you've been watching, thank you for tuning in. I hope you're having a good Saturday. We are reading through the Trial 1 transcripts in a way that only Towel can from the Trial 1, Karen Reed, John O'Keefe Trial 1. We are 1,200 pages in and making steady progress. We're only pausing for sidebars, by the way. We're back. Who's on the stand here? So they did the Lank voir dire. Now we're back to Good being crossed by Yannetti. And I think this is going to... Oh, sidebar. Wait a minute. No sidebar. Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Sidebar. What is this? It's the Canton Police Department card access log, and they're having a sidebar about it. Mr. Lally. So, Your Honor, I'm a little confused, but Miss Little grabbed me right before. First, I apologize for my tardiness this morning. Miss Little had referenced to me just before the court came out that they had blacked out something to do with TUI material. Ooh! Oh my God. TUI material. No, that's spelled wrong. It's not TUI. It's TOHUY. That's the federal materials. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, I'll definitely look, Kyle. Thank you for the subsection reference, 10A or Section 8. But, Kyle, you seeing what this says on the screen right now? She misspelled TUI. It's THOUY. It's U.S. XREL TUI v. Reagan from 1951. I know that case like the outside of my hand. It's interpolated via 28 CFR 126.000, I'm pretty sure. And that is itself interpolated in the U.S. DOJ's Operation and Sections Manual, section 25.16 and 17. How do I know this? I spend far too much time researching. Now, no one would have ever found this. How would you have found this? Because it doesn't spell TUI right. T-U-E-Y. That is not how TUI is spelled. I demand satisfaction. Oh boy. This is important though. What are they going to say right here? Oh, tell us about the federal material. Do it. Do it. Do it. All right. Mr. Lally. Oh, I'm way too overexcited about this. I can barely contain myself. Is this the kind of thing that gets you excitable, Towel? Yes, yes it does. Mr. Lally. So, Your Honor, I'm a little confused, but Ms. Little grabbed me right before. First, I apologize for my tardiness this morning. Ms. Little had referenced to me just before the court came out that they had blacked out something to do with the TUI materials. I'm just a little confused on that. Hello, Trey. Thank you for tuning in. Yes, it was a great interview. The court. Okay, so Mr. Yannetti, I'm not going to be showing these to the jury. If there's an issue with redaction, the court. All right, they can come in later. Mr. Yannetti. Well, I'd like them admitted now if I can, but subject to whatever redaction before the jury ever sees them. The court. They will remain here. I'm not admitting them. I have some leeway on admitting exhibits. Mr. Yannetti, of course, I know. The court, especially on cross-examination. Mr. Yannetti, I know. The court, okay, so I'm not admitting them because we have to make sure all records are redacted. I have no doubt you'll be able to get these in, just not right now. Mr. Yannetti, okay. The court, so we will mark this for identification. Whereupon key fob swipe records were entered and marked Exhibit R for identification. Marked for identification, Your Honor. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Whereupon the sidebar conference continues. Mr. Lally, all I wanted to say is I don't know where these came from because I don't recall that being in the material. The court, okay, so let's get this in with the evidence. We can discuss this. Mr. Lally, well, I believe it's already in one of the exhibit books as far as the copies that I got from Canton PD and I provided to counsel, but I don't know where that came from. The court, okay, so it's not in evidence. It's marked for identification. Mr. Lally, thank you. Whoa. Whoa. What is that about? Huh. 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 Very interesting. There's some subtext to that, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, there is subtext. I don't know what the hell it is, but I'm going to figure it out. All right. First of all, TUI was spelled wrong. You don't understand. I'm never going to get over that. They spelled TUI wrong. You can't do that. It's not TUI. T-U-E-Y. It's T-H-O-U-Y or whatever the hell it is. But you can't spell it wrong. That's some kind of crime against TUI. I don't even know who TUI is. It was 1951. I wasn't alive back then. All right. So, all right. Was that the end of the sidebar? Yes, it was. All right. That was a ridiculous series of events. I have to write this up. I don't even know how to explain this. How do I explain this to people? Let me talk this through. Maybe we'll talk about it together. All right. How do I explain this? Well, this is interesting. We have our first reference to the federal investigation and its related material in a sidebar of the first John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. The sidebar hints the material was related to the Canton Police Department access log records. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that is the best way to accurately summarize what we have just read. Now, it's a little bit, I don't know what the word is for that. I guess I would call it obtuse. You know what I'm saying? It's a little obtuse the way that all kind of was in there. But it's in there. I swear on my towel, it is in there. There's something to do. It was misspelled. That's not how you spell TUI. But there's something there. There's a there, and I refuse to admit otherwise. All right, let's continue. as I continue to read these documents. All right, here we go. That was the end of that sidebar. So now they go back to talking to Good. All right, now they're still talking to Good. This is Yannetti's cross of Good. Sidebar conference, ladies and gentlemen. What does this have to do with? This has to do... Oh, Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, allow you to explain. All right, hold on. So they're asking about the maps of where John O'Keefe was found. So the objection is sustained as Yannetti tries to get this in. And then we have a sidebar. Mr. Yannetti begins by saying, I guess I'll hear the objection first. Like waiting to hear what the objection is. Trey, I'm so glad you got to listen. There could be a part 2. You never know with Ray, Towell, and Lindsay. Ray's a great host. I guess I'll hear the objection first, says Mr. Yannetti. The court, go ahead with your objection. Mr. Lally, I don't see how any of this is relevant, number 1. Number 2, as far as it was already testified as to what it is. I don't understand why these need to be put in. Mr. Yannetti, so this is going to be helpful to the jury. What I'd like to do, and Your Honor, with regards to police reports, Your Honor is 100% correct. Typically, you don't admit somebody's police report with a narrative and all of the hearsay that it contains. That's not what I'm looking to do here. And in fact, if the court only wanted to admit the top half of both of these forms, that would be fine. The court, also, the no crime involved, there is a lot of hearsay. So what you want is the pictures, Mr. Yannetti, right? That they're separate pictures. Mr. Yannetti, but I think it's far more powerful if the jury sees that the information is identical. And in fact, we can redact the no crime involved. I don't need that. The other stuff is just, I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm offering it to show that it matches and what I think it doesn't match. That's why it's relevant. The court, but he said he didn't know why this had 10. Mr. Yannetti, no, he actually said he did. That's the print date. The court, well, you said the print date, and he said, I guess, all right. Picture by whom? The police station or you guys? Mr. Yannetti, no, not by us. This is a police document. The court, so you just want these photos in to show that they are different? Mr. Yannetti, yes, but I want to show that they are part of the police report, that they are part of an identical police report. I mean, the fact that there is, the police logo and it all looks official. The court, all right. So I'll let it in, but I'm not going to allow you to publish anything on the screen because if this is indecipherable, Mr. Yannetti, well, we have ways of magnifying it. The court, exactly. Mr. Yannetti, you can see it. The court, but maybe that's for a later time. I will let you put it up in the top part after these are, but no crime involved because that would be hearsay. Mr. Yannetti, right, yes, the court. So I'll let you put it in the top third of each of these reports as is, and later we can see if we can expand on them. Mr. Yannetti, let me ask you this. Can we black out the no crime involved with a magic marker? And can I just show that what the court is in your hands right there on a split screen? The court, no, because I haven't yet seen the altered version of this. And again, the jury gets the evidence right here. The jury doesn't get, I don't know, have you seen what this is? Mr. Lally, yes. Mr. Yannetti, I believe you may have it on your desk right now, but I gave the actual exhibit. Mr. Lally, I don't know. Mr. Yannetti, I thought I saw it. The court, do you have the actual exhibit? Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. While Ms. Little is getting that, we need to still talk about Sergeant Lank and what exactly you intend to put in so that I can rule on exactly what I think. Mr. Yannetti, of course. The court, what you would be allowed to put in? Mr. Lally, sure. The court, thank you, Ms. Little. Okay, is this in evidence? I hate to say this without any reference to it. Thanks, Judge. I've been a little confused. Mr. Lally, not that. The court, do you intend to put it into evidence? Mr. Lally, yes. The court. So with that, if you intend to put this still into evidence, Mr. Yannetti, if you could, and is this berm in evidence or, Mr. Lally, it is. The court, is this a different one? All right. So if you put that in first and then put these in, then I'll let you put it on the screen. Mr. Yannetti, okay, thank you. The court, is there an objection to that, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, I do have. The court, to black out the... Mr. Lally, as to the photographs, no objection to that. As far as the report or any part of the report, there is an objection to that. The court, all right, so as to the top, what is your objection? Mr. Lally, again, I think it comes into a bit of a dangerous territory in the sense that if counsel is going to try to suggest there is some sort of difference between the reports, then I think we almost enter into a realm of the entire report coming in. The court, I think he said he's going to suggest that the reports are identical. The only change is this. Mr. Yannetti, correct. The court, so let's make that clear, okay? Mr. Yannetti, okay. The court, all right. So the report is put on the screen. That has to be whited out, and only this part can be shown. Mr. Yannetti, thank you. The court, but you have to put that in first. Mr. Yannetti, okay. The court, your objection is noted. Mr. Lally, Ms. Little will give you that. Mr. Yannetti, Mr. Lally, I'm sorry. Just to make sure there are no mistakes, it's been suggested, and I think it's probably a good idea to cut this exhibit. The court, okay. Mr. Yannetti, there is nothing else that's shown for sure when it's put on the screen. The court, wait, how are you putting it on the screen? I thought we already had it. Mr. Jackson, I was going to suggest that Mr. Bates has the entire report. Because it's electronic, I don't want to take any chance to it accidentally be put up. If we just cut it, we can use the Elmo. We've got an Elmo. The court, okay. Mr. Jackson, is that okay? The court, yes. So white it out and cut it. Mr. Yannetti, and just for the record, the P and Q exhibit stickers are above the point where we would cut it anyway. The court, keep them on it, because that's where we will put the exhibit number. Mr. Yannetti, correct. Thank you. The court, all right. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Oh, goodness. That was confusing as all hell, but I thought they're like holding pieces of paper, showing them to each other, and then you got to try to understand what the hell they're talking about. All right, so now they're still talking about this. All right, brief recess. They're entering evidence. There's Yannetti still talking to good. Objection. Any sidebar, no sidebar. Redirect by Mr. Lally of good. Lally's redirect of good. Recross. Is this a sidebar? All right. Sidebar, and that was after good is done. So the next sidebar is before the next witness. Next witness is Michael Lenk. Sidebar. I repeat, we have a sidebar. Page 1215. The court. So we still need to deal with this. I assume you'd want to know before you did your direct. Mr. Lally, yes. The court. So you were saying before you had the other officer available yesterday to go. Can you call him, or do I have to give this jury another break? And Mr. Yannetti, yes, Your Honor. The court, I expect better from you than that. Mr. Yannetti, I think that is admissible, Your Honor. The court, I know you might, but it's not. Mr. Yannetti, okay. The court, especially we haven't had this conversation yet today about what I was admitting regarding that incident. So I'm just telling you that. Do you want me to call the other witness, or do you want me to give the jury another break? Mr. Lally, yes, I'm sorry. Miss McLaughlin, Your Honor, I just asked if I could step out to see if he's here. The court, okay. Miss McLaughlin, I could step out of the courtroom, and the court, sure. Whereupon Miss McLaughlin steps from the sidebar and exits the courtroom. The court, Mr. Jackson, do you want to tell me exactly, do you want to do this now, here, while the jury is waiting? Mr. Jackson, sure. The court, let me just grab I'm going to send the jurors out for 5 minutes. Mr. Jackson, all right. Sidebar conference concluded. All right. She wants to do it in open court. All right. So I'm a little confused. What did Yannetti get yelled at about? I expect better from you? I don't understand. The witness is already gone. What is she talking about? Oh. Wow. Yannetti asked about the resolution of the criminal case. Of those guys who sued Chris Albert. And Judge scolded him. Oh, Judge scolded him. Oh, he got a scolding, ladies and gentlemen. He got a scolding and a half. Oh, goodness. Now, that's what a defense attorney does to end a good cross or recross. You ask a question that you know is inadmissible. Sorry. And you do it to make a point. And judge was like, you know you can't do that, Yannetti. And he was like, I thought it was admissible. No, it's not. Oh, goodness. All right. That was, you got to push the limits. It's an art form, Judge didn't love it, but she let him, he did it. Lally got the objection in, but, he still did it. All right. Sidebar. Now they do it in open court. All right. So all this is in open court. We're looking for sidebars. All right. Juror back. All right. Of course. I don't think we were at a sidebar. This was all in open court. Let me see this. Where is it? Is there any sidebar that occurred here? I think this is all open court. I just want to see if there's anything that was at sidebar. Nope. All right. Here we go. Michael Lank takes the stand. The direct is from Lally. We are going through Michael Lank's direct, looking for SideBahs. I do not have a sidebar alert for you right now, but you absolutely will get one if it pops up. This has been an exercise. I mean, oh, sidebar potential. Nope. They were just holding up exhibits for identification. Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. We're looking at a picture of plastic. So that was the end. And then Mr. Jackson asks if he can approach before starting his cross of Lank. Okay, we have a sidebar alert. Let me zoom in a little bit so we can see a little more clearly. We have a sidebar alert. Here we go. We are on page 1254. Whereupon there was a sidebar. The clerk, I just wanted to let the court know that we anticipate going into the... No, wait a minute. There's another error. The clerk did not say, I just wanted to let the court know that we anticipate going into the relation. I found at least 6 errors in this. Do I get, like, some kind of reward? They got to go in and edit this because it is very inaccurate. One time a juror was up at the sidebar randomly for one line. It was definitely not a juror. All right, so where it says the clerk, it should say Mr. Jackson. I just wanted to let the court know that we anticipate going into a relationship right off the bat. So if there is an instruction that the court with the whole incident right off the bat, Mr. Jackson, correct, and get that out of the way. The court, all right, thank you. Juror, so you're going to hear about evidence of an incident that happened in 2012. You can only think about it for credibility. And then he goes right into the relationship with Chris Albert and the fight. All right. So we're looking for a sidebar. Any sidebar? Nope. So he's still crossing him. This is Jackson's cross of Lank. Sidebar. All right. So they fast forward, and then as Jackson's fast forwarding the video, he asks if he can approach. Sidebar conference. Mr. Jackson, I just wanted to briefly let you know so you don't become impatient. I'm going to play about 5 minutes of this and stop it at certain points, about 4 different points in the 5.5 minutes in total. The court, okay, just don't narrate it. Mr. Jackson, I won't. The court, okay. Mr. Jackson, okay. So Jackson plays the video, about 5 minutes of it, pauses it. All right, we're waiting for another sidebar. We're in the middle of the Lank cross by Jackson. We're sidebar hunting, ladies and gentlemen, because we've already seen some federal material referenced. All right. No sidebar references. No sidebars so far. Lank's cross. Oh, no. Object. Oh, we have a sidebar. Do you believe, question from Jackson, do you believe in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house? Mr. Lally, objection. The court sustained. Mr. Jackson, may we approach? The court, yes. So Jackson, Lally's objection sustained. Jackson asked to approach. The court, what is the objection, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, it calls for speculation. Mr. Jackson, this goes directly to something. It's not asking him to speculate. I'm asking him what his state of mind at the time was. The court, you have to ask it differently. You're asking him to speculate. Ask it differently. Mr. Jackson, okay. So then he asks, Lieutenant Lank, given what you believed at the time and the possibility that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind, was it Was it possibly it could have started in the house? Okay, and then he doesn't get objected to. All right, we're looking for sidebars. More objections. Length still on cross. So Jackson's crossing length. Excuse me. All right. No sidebar. Nope, just an exchange. Jackson is still on cross with length. This one went for a very, very long time. I remember this. We're only interested in sidebars, though, because you can just watch these as you will. All right. Oh, boy. All right. Is this a sidebar? Counsel at sidebar. Oh, boy. This is where Jackson gets scolded. Here we go. All right. So this was right after the end of Lank's cross. I think it was length, yeah. Lank, yeah. By Mr. Jackson. That's all I have for this. The court. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute. The court. So I don't want to interrupt you and embarrass you. You don't put anything up on that screen without my permission. You did it 5 times. Let's go to tab 1. Let's go to tab 2. Mr. Jackson, I thought if it was in evidence, we were free to. The court. You don't just freely walk about the courtroom and put up displays. Mr. Jackson, where would you like me? The court. Mr. Yannetti should have told you that. Mr. Jackson, how would you like me to? What is the proper protocol to ask? The court. You asked me for permission to put something up on the screen. Mr. Jackson, okay. The court. Mr. Yannetti, you have a role with Pro Hoc Vice to let them know. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. The court. All right. The jury needs a break. Mr. Jackson, I've got about, just so the court knows. Jurors, go ahead and let's take a 10-minute break, okay? Whereupon the jury is escorted from the courtroom for a brief recess, and the sidebar conference continues as follows. Miss Little, the same question by a different witness in the same position yesterday. Mr. Jackson, just so the court knows, I have maybe 10 minutes left, no longer. The court, and yours will be very short. Mr. Lally, yes. The court, all right, I really like to not bring him back again tomorrow. Mr. Lally, no. The court, will we start with another witness? Mr. Lally, I think we can probably get through with Lieutenant Ray. Mr. Yannetti, I was going to suggest, Your Honor, I would really like the court to rule on the photos I brought up at the start of the day yesterday, because I think there is a chance Caitlin Albert could be called tomorrow. Mr. Lally, I doubt it. Mr. Yannetti, you doubt it. The court reporter, I can't hear. Mr. Yannetti, I had just said that I was hoping for a ruling on the photos that I had brought up at the start of the day yesterday. I do have further oral argument to make outside the presence of the jury. The court, why don't you make it right now? Mr. Yannetti, can I get my notes? The court, are there pages and pages, or is this... Mr. Yannetti, there's 3 pages, Judge. The court, Mr. Yannetti, I don't need to hear 3 pages of argument. Mr. Yannetti, here's the thing. All right, let me just try to encapsulate it. I thought that it would be appropriate to discuss what orders have been in place regarding reciprocal discovery. This court is free to make any orders it wants to at any time, and I recognize that. But I wanted to explain the reason why we didn't reveal the photos that were previously marked HIJK previously. Okay? And, you know, it was our view that there was no specific reciprocal discovery order that required the provision to the Commonwealth of material that we deemed to be impeachment evidence. It would have been within this court's purview to order it. And as I've said, the court can order it now if it has not been ordered to this date, and I recognize that. But that was the reason for that. So with regards to those 4 photos, I understand the court's ruling that those were inadmissible to use against firefighter McLaughlin. My position, our position, is that we are in a much different position with regards to Caitlin Albert. Not only with regards to these 4 photos, because now the Commonwealth is not surprised, they have time to prepare here, and the topic of conversation would be a part of our examination anyway. But also with regards particularly to these new photos that we just received over the weekend. There have been no discovery violations with regards to that. I have a list on my desk of all of the discovery that the Commonwealth has proved to us that continues to come in, provide to us, that continues to come in on a daily basis since this trial has started. So, you know, clearly this is not something that we held back. It's new. It's relevant. And, you know, the court had indicated yesterday that, you know, it may be cumulative. That's part of 403, the probative test. It's not just is it admissible, is it cumulative? You can get something rejected on the grounds that it's cumulative of other evidence. I would take issue with that because there has been no photo introduced of their relationship, and there's been an attempt by Miss McLaughlin to minimize that relationship. These photos not only prove that she was minimizing it, but in my view, proof that she was lying on the stand about the nature of the relationship. She had said specifically 2 things. Number 1, that she hadn't had any contact with Caitlin Albert in the last 2 or 3 years. Come to find out, we have a photo from 8 months prior to January of 2022 where there is a limited number of people in a photograph, and Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin had their arms around each other at a baby shower. You know, in addition, Liza, what was the Miss Little, the statement? Mr. Unetti. Oh, yeah. She also said that they had only taken day trips together to the beach in a group. We have a photo of them in Maine, 4 hours away, drinking in a hot tub, which clearly is not just a one-day trip. And then we have photos with the four of them together where she is with Caitlin Albert's 2 college roommates. So there is Caitlin Albert and her 2 roommates and Katie McLaughlin. You know, she started off her testimony by saying, I went to school with somebody by that name. That's like saying, you know, I know somebody who raised me who happens to be a woman and is married to my father. That's fucking hilarious, though. Isn't that the funniest thing you've ever heard? I mean, she misrepresented the relationship. This is central cross-examination material, and these exhibits are relevant. There has been no discovery violation, and I seek to use them during their cross of Caitlin Albert. The court, what do you say? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, what I would say is there absolutely has been a discovery violation. The Commonwealth filed a motion for reciprocal discovery, which the court, I don't know if it was acted on as far as writing on the order, but it was specifically stated to counsel to provide those. Lally saying, Your Honor did order that orally from the bench. The subsequent do absolutely nothing to further any point as far as firefighter McLaughlin. And I remind counsel that it is a firefighter, and that's how she's involved in this case and comes to the scene in the first place. Frankly, the cross-examination, I'm going to leave it at that because I don't want to say something that I may regret. Oh, my word. But with regard to, most of this is cumulative. The other sort of photographs that are in here are, you know, they went to high school at the same time, which firefighter McLaughlin acknowledged. They were on the same track team, so were about 40 other people. Every other photograph that's contained in here is in a group setting, which is what firefighter McLaughlin acknowledged. There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever of any prevarication, any lying, anything mentioned in front of this court and flat out accused fire McLaughlin of doing. There is no evidence of that in these photographs, the other photographs, or anything about her testimony, and frankly, it's repulsive. Ooh. Oh, it was getting feisty. The court. All right, so I'm going to restrike the repulsive part. They didn't strike it. They just left it in there. Strike that. Somebody just forgot to strike it. I can't. Oh my God. All right. That's just too much. Oh, come on now. How do I even post about that? Well, here's one for you. Adam Lally got so upset. I mean, he was fucking furious. He was like, I'm going to say something that I regret. Oh my God. Adam Lally got so up in arms about Alan Jackson surprising the Commonwealth with impeachment evidence about Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin's prior contacts that he called Jackson's actions repulsive at sidebar. Judge struck it, but the words in the transcript anyway. Someone was just going along and they were just transcribing. They didn't read the part that says I'm striking that. No, who cares? Just leave it in there. Oh my God. That's absurd. And also, I still have no idea how to spell the name McLaughlin. I just want to note that for the record. I could read it 17 times. I'm never going to know how to spell it. I just want to admit to that. I do not know how to spell the name McLaughlin. I just want to admit to it. I want to be clear. Anyway, that's absolutely hilarious. And I got a chuckle out of that. Strike that. No, just leave it in there. Screw it. Absurdity, ladies and gentlemen. Pure absurdity. All right, so let's continue. All right, here we go. We were at this part. I'm going to strike the repulsive part. All right. So I did find that there was a violation of Rule 14. I know that counsel said that you didn't intend to use it, but I disagree, and I find that you did. So I will mark all of these for identification. There are 7 of them. And I made an independent finding that they are cumulative, that Mr. Jackson got the answers that he was looking for, and that the photos are not inconsistent. So for all those reasons, the photos from the other day are out, and these are out. Mr. Yannetti, specifically with regard to these, the court, hold on. Mr. Yannetti, I'm sorry. The court reporter, do you want them as one or the court? I think one is easier. Mr. Yannetti, with regards to the court, hold on. Mr. Yannetti, I'm sorry. The court, all right, what's your question, Mr. Yannetti? Mr. Yannetti, just so I understand the court's ruling, with regards to these additional photos that we received over the weekend, is the court ruling that they are excluded in part because they too are a discovery violation? The court, I don't know where they came from or who authenticates them. Did you get these, Commonwealth? Mr. Lally, I mean, when the court did. Mr. Yannetti, I had represented we received these over the weekend, and in fact, we got the court unknown sources. Mr. Yannetti, right. The court, and some are marked. Tori, can I have that, please? Thank you. So I don't hear anything right now that would make these admissible. You need to question the witness first. I don't have your discovery motion in front of me, Mr. Lally. Did it include impeachment material? Mr. Yannetti, I can speak to that because I reviewed it. It did. If that motion was allowed, then my reading of the motion is that these, not these, but the previous 4 photographs should have been turned over. But I also, the court, okay, the motion was allowed because I remember saying I knew you had to wait until a certificate of compliance. Mr. Yannetti, right. The court, and I said that the Commonwealth's motion is allowed, is my understanding, and you had to get it immediately. I think I said 2 days. I didn't know that even Ms. Little complied much sooner than that. Mr. Yannetti, right. The court, and I really would rather handle it in his testimony. Do you need much more time on this hearing from all 3? Actually, just the 2 of you. Mr. Yannetti, well, I was just going to explain, Your Honor, that I checked the docket. The motion was not endorsed, but I don't question what the court just said. The court, okay, I remember specifically. Mr. Yannetti, okay. The court, the 2-day part. Mr. Yannetti, that's fine. The court, why don't we just continue? If you come up with another argument before the witness testifies, you can tell me about it. Mr. Yannetti, okay, thank you. The court, I really don't want to waste any more time. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. The court, so we won't get a break. We'll just bring the jury in. Mr. Yannetti, fine. Wow. Wow. That's why those photos didn't come in? Oh, brutal. First of all, this defense team had played hard and fast. Lally gets the ruling on his motion for reciprocal discovery. Somebody picks up, probably Eliza Little, because she's a genius like this, picks up that the motion isn't endorsed on the docket. So they're like, oh, just say we thought that the motion that included reciprocal discovery was never granted because there was no endorsement on the docket. These slimy fucks. I mean, it's genius. Because then, now, this is why I see why people are like, lawyers just go up there and just do whatever they need to win. Because Giannetti's like, hey, I can play that role for sure. Like, oh, Your Honor, what do you mean? I didn't know there was a ruling about impeachment evidence being part of reciprocal discovery. Mr. Yannetti, I ruled from the bench, but Your Honor, I just checked the docket. There's no endorsement. A likely story. He got spanked. It was a good try. Isn't being a judge really fun? It's so interesting. So interesting. All right, now I got to write up the ruling. Hold on. I got to actually write up the ruling. That was great. I mean, I'm not saying that it was like good or bad for either side. It's just great to watch Judge Cannoni do her thing. She's just like, I'm going to beast you. And then she beasted him. And he was like, and she was like, yeah, how about them apples? And he was like, It's really funny. What's going on? What's the update? Grant, next energy drink run. Pick up a lighter. Yes, Patty, I totally forgot because I was so nervous about getting back in time. I forgot to get one. If we're going to actually do this in one day, I could do it. I could probably do this in one day. I don't know if I can do it in under 12 hours. We'll see how I'm feeling. I'd have to take another dinner break though in an hour or two if we're actually going to do this whole thing. And if you all want to do the whole thing, we'll do it. Are you finding this edifying? Personally, I think it's fucking hilarious when I read this shit because I'm the one who has the context for it. And I'm like, oh God. Well. The Karen Reed defense team during the first John O'Keefe trial violated an order from Judge Cannoni in a very intelligent way to surprise the Commonwealth with impeachment evidence of Caitlin Albert and what's her name? Katie. Oh, I have to spell McLaughlin again. Damn it. I'm never gonna figure this name out. It's the hardest fucking name to spell. I'm not learning how to spell it. No, it took me long enough to figure out how to spell independent. I had to remember there's an D-pen, DEPEN in the middle of it, or I get it wrong every time. Anyway, the Commonwealth with impeachment evidence of Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin, and the sidebar is hilarious. Judge Cannoni forgot to endorse her order for that impeachment evidence to be covered under reciprocal discovery, and David Yannetti played it perfectly. Although Judge Cannoni got really mad at him. And it was hilarious. And also, Adam Lally said the word repulsive. And it got struck from the record, but survived in the transcript. I mean, just a ridiculous... That was the most ridiculous sidebar we've read so far. Yannetti's like, uh-oh, sorry, Judge. But in the background, I can hear Liza Little telling Yannetti, before the sidebar, listen, she never endorsed that ruling. Don't admit that you know. You had no idea. Why would impeachment evidence be covered under Rule 14, barring an explicit order of the court? Judge says to Yannetti, but Mr. Yannetti, I did order that. Yannetti perfectly ready with the response. Your Honor, I just checked the docket. Just by happenstance, like a good little schoolboy, and it wasn't there. I'm kidding, but that's the tone I imagine him taking. No, Your Honor, you didn't endorse that motion from Mr. Lally. No, maybe you said it, but I don't remember. Oh, goodness. Hit my weed pen asleep, speak. Patty, you're funny. Yep. You definitely need a certain amount of calories, cigars, whatever, energy drinks to get through these. It's a lot of material. I mean, that in particular was great, though. That was just very, very catty. All right, here we go. So this is the redirect of, I think we're still on, who is it? Lank or something? I think it's still, I think it's Lally redirecting Length. Sidebar. All right. So this is talking about when Lank interviewed the people in the house. All right, here we go. There was a sidebar, and what, if anything, did you notice to the interior of the house? Anything askew, anything out of place? Nothing further, Your Honor. So this is Mr. Jackson approaching before he does a potential recross of Length. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, the court's order to me, to the defense, that we were not to get into the specifics of the actual fight, which I closely guarded against, and I did not. Mr. Lally just did exactly what the court ordered me not to do. He said, tell us what happened involving this fight, giving him the detail of how he was punched first. He was attacked first. There was foul language used. There were threats used, and all he did was defend himself. With the court's permission, I intend to ask 3 questions. Number 1, you just described a situation in which 2 men assaulted a police officer, basically in front of another police officer, in front of other police officers. They were never convicted of anything. I won't go into it any further, but I'd like to say that they were not convicted. Mr. Lally has indicated that they were charged, but I think the other side of that coin is that they weren't convicted. The second thing I'd ask is he made a statement saying, whoever you are, I'm going to make your life miserable, and that's on the record. He didn't admit or deny it. And then the third thing is simply wrapping it up with this was in furtherance of you coming to Chris Albert's aid. The court, all right, how do you respond, Mr. Lally? So, Your Honor, as it pertains to, I didn't have any indication. There was no indication that anybody was arrested, charged, or anything as it pertains to Lo Poliatos. So whatever, that was the fight with Chris Albert and Lank. So whatever happened, and the people attacking the cop and all that. Whatever happened with that case is not relevant and germane. So far as what I did with the witnesses was in response to Mr. Jackson's question, which understandably on cross-examination they can be leading. But essentially he led him through a certain narrative that I did not believe to be accurate. And so I asked the witness what his recollection of that narrative is. That has nothing to do with any of the subsequent trial intimidation charges or anything of that like. You know, I think as far as his, and wait, what? What? Who got trial intimidation charges? You know, I think as far as his, and I'm sorry, I can't recall exactly what your questions were. Mr. Jackson, the main thing that I would need the court's guidance on or alert the court to is I want to be able to ask him, given the narrative that he just described for Mr. Lally, anybody would expect that he would have been charged and convicted. I simply want to be clear they were not convicted of anything, which suggests that his narrative is spinning the facts in his favor. The court. So tell me the question again. I don't want 5 questions. You said there were 3 questions. I don't want 5 on the same topic. Right. What is your first question? Mr. Jackson, you claimed in Mr. Lally's questions, you claimed that you were specifically physically assaulted by. The fact of the matter is they were never convicted of anything having to do with assault on a police officer. What was the court? What was the second question? Mr. Jackson, you indicated they said to you, and I will adopt my language accordingly, I don't give an F what we do. You know, I'm going to continue to fight you anyway. On record, what was said was, he said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable. Okay. The court. All right. So let me hear the first question again. I thought the first time he said something like, this happened in front of several police officers. Mr. Jackson, right. Your claim is that you were assaulted in front of other police officers. They were never convicted of anything having to do with assault on a police officer or anything else. Regarding the incident, the court? Mr. Jackson, regarding the incident. Yes, the court. I'm going to allow it, Mr. Lally, and I feel bad. It's the one time he did not really ask any leading questions and all of this came in. So I'll allow the in front of police. You know, the first time you worded it was the best. Wait, what? What? Interesting. The court. I don't want you to get into all the details that Mr. Lally, just in response to Mr. Lally's questions. Mr. Jackson. Right. The court. And the second one was, Mr. Jackson, you actually said to them, I'm going to make your life miserable. The court. Okay, all right. I'm going to allow it. Whereupon the sidebar conference ended. Okay, so what was the one he wasn't allowed to ask? He wanted to ask 3. Maybe he combined them? And the third thing is about coming to Chris Albert's aid, so they never go back to the third thing. All right, so does he actually ask about Chris Albert's aid? Yes, so he does, and then they end. All right, all set. Next witness. The next witness is Charles Ray from the Canton Police Department. Remember, we're SideBah hunters right now. So if you're tuning in, we are reading through the first Karen Reed trial transcript and looking for SideBahs. All right, the day ended. Now, if you're also wondering just look at this. Do you understand why it took so long for them to do this? Every word has specific citations. The number of times, for example, handcuffed is used twice. Once on page 83, line 9. Once on page 84, line 24. That's fucking incredible. The word has is used 30 times. The word have is used 173. Every fucking word mapped. The whole document gets repeated, and then they break up the words to their specific references. Every word, not proper nouns, not proper names, every word gets cross-indexed. Do you understand how incredible that is? We deserve to give a round of applause to the court reporters. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen. How many times does the word there get used? 171. There, too, gets used once on page 42, line 5 of that previous document we were just reading. Oh, my dear God, ladies and gentlemen, look at that work. That is incredible work. Grant SideBah hunters. Yes, we hunt SideBahs on this channel, ladies and gentlemen. I sit here, I scroll through this with you, and we hunt SideBahs. All right, we are on to day 13. We're getting close to halfway done. Oh, this has been an adventure. We're 6 hours in, ladies and gentlemen. We are 6 hours in. All right, so Charles Ray's on the stand. We're only looking for SideBahs. SideBah, show me a SideBah. Video was played. Nope. All right, witness excused. Michael Camerano. This is John O'Keefe's friend from childhood. Is this at SideBah? Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. While the witness is coming in, may we just approach on a procedural thing? Says Mr. Lally. The court, sure. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. Mr. Lally, with this, so this is Camerano. With this witness, what I intend to do, and I just wanted to check with the court as to how you wanted me to do this. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, so a couple of different exhibits that I intend to introduce to him, through him. The first would be essentially the text or chat log history of John O'Keefe, of which he's a participant in at least one of the conversations. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, so I'd be looking to introduce that as an exhibit as well as the copies, video. And there's an additional ring video, which is entirely my fault, but it didn't make it onto what's been marked as an exhibit. Essentially, it's number 148 from our count. It's when he leaves. Mr. Camerano moves his vehicle in the top right of the driveway, and Mr. O'Keefe then moves his vehicle over to the top left of the driveway. We did watch that in open court. But I remember that. But it's not what's marked as Exhibit 5. I have a separate disc with the video on it. I just need to mark it as an exhibit as well. So my question is, do you want me to, I know you want to see videos and things of that nature. Do you want me to just mark it as an exhibit as I go, or do you want me to approach each time? The court, you've seen the exhibit? Who is doing this? Mr. Yannetti, I am. The court, okay, so there is no question that it's coming into evidence. Mr. Yannetti, no. The court, so you can play it. How long is it? Mr. Lally, so I'm only playing just a few different portions. I might just play different portions of different witnesses. But for Mr. Camerano's purpose, it's really just a couple-minute clip here, a couple-minute clip there. The court, all right, do you intend to use it as well? Mr. Yannetti, I do. The court, okay. Mr. Yannetti, one additional question, Your Honor, just for guidance. I noticed during Mr. Lally's direct of this past witness, he displayed multiple videos onto the court screen without first asking permission of the court. He asked for permission yesterday to do that. Yannetti tried to get Lally in trouble. That didn't work. Mr. Yannetti, okay, yes, but my understanding was that we had to ask permission every time we wanted to put something on. Mr. Jackson yesterday was looking to display exhibits which are already in evidence, and the court berated us for that. The court, yes, well, because you just went back and said, put on this, or put on the screen that. Mr. Yannetti, in fact, that's what Mr. Lally just did, and I'm not quibbling, Your Honor. I'm just asking, what are the rules? That's all. The court, well, he at least stops it with, Miss Gilman, could you play? But I thought you asked, let me know in advance if you intend to use them. Mr. Jackson, I'm going to ask permission every single time. The court, okay, then you'll ask permission every time, too. Mr. Jackson, I'm not even asking that he do it. The court, no. Mr. Jackson, but you, the court. So yesterday, it was just sort of out of the blue. Put up number 24, put up 26, like that. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, I did yesterday exactly what Mr. Lally did today, and I think it's compliant. However, given the court's upgrading, it's not upgrading, it's upbraiding. It's like yelling at someone of me yesterday. I am going to ask permission every single time. The court, and you'll have to do it. Mr. Lally, I understand. The court, all right. It's not even substantive. They're just complaining at each other through the judge. All right. Michael Camerano takes the stand. All right. Michael Camerano's testifying. We're waiting to see A lot of stuff blacked out about John's adopted niece and nephew. Text messages entered. Sidebar hunting mostly here. Sidebar hunting. All right. This is Michael Camerano's testimony. All right. Mr. Lally still with Mr. Camerano. This was John's very close friend. Was talking to him on the 29th. Was actually going to the bars with him. Karen was going to meet them, so John had a ride home. Video being played. All right. Oh, wait a minute. All right. Evidence entered. Camerano still testifying. All right. Thumb drive. No sidebar. Still no sidebar. Wait a minute. Nope. Video being played. Video being played. Still being played. Still on the directive, Mr. Camerano. By Mr. Lally. All right. Still going. Objection sustained. Sidebar. So this was about what time here? All right, we're talking missed calls on the... this is when Michael Camerano woke up and he ends up being informed John had passed away, I believe. All right, my wife said to me that John... Mr. Jackson, objection. The court sustained. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, may we approach the court? Okay. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. Mr. Lally, so, Your Honor, I'm not seeking this for the truth of the matter asserted, essentially the impact on Mr. Camerano. He's saying it's a state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. So he gets a call from his wife, which would have been the case that she just got a call from the defendant, Karen Reed, didn't know where John was. So based on that, he was then directed by his wife to go to Meadows Ave and pick up, I think that was either PF or KF. His wife, one of John's niece or nephew. His wife, who is the very next witness, will testify to that as well. So I don't know what the harm is as far as him summarizing in general why he went to 1 Meadows Ave particularly. Mr. Jackson, based on that, I don't have any objection. The court, okay, whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Okay, so they continue. Lally still on direct of Michael Camerano. Mr. Lally still directing. Cross-examination by Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson on cross of Mr. Camerano. Mr. Jackson on cross of Mr. Camerano. All right. All right. All right. Morning recess. Miss Catherine Camerano, and I believe it's Mr. Lally on direct. So it's Mr. Camerano's wife going through her testimony. We know something's going to get intense, especially if Jen McCabe or whatnot takes the stand. So we know it's coming, folks. All right. Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, page 1537 of 4252. If you're on my version, we have another sidebar. All right, so it's calls between Miss Camerano and Miss Reed on the morning of the 29th. Objection, Your Honor, may we approach, says Mr. Jackson. The court, sure. Could I please see that Miss Camerano? Witness hands over the document. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. The court, I just want to know what this is before I hear your objection. What is this? Mr. Lally, sure. So this is a portion of the extraction report of the defendant's phone, and there's essentially these essentially are the phone calls. So what I did is sort of parse out on the extraction report just the phone calls between the defendant and Ms. Camerano from the 29th. Mr. Jackson, I have no objection to the fact of the phone calls. I just think she's the wrong witness. She's never seen a Celebrate extraction before. I just don't think that this can be used unless it refreshes her recollection that she independently relied on. The court, has she seen this before? Mr. Lally, yes. The court, so my guess is that she will now recognize that. Mr. Jackson, I think you may be right. Okay. The court, okay, so we'll try that. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded by Mr. Lally. All right, so now we continue to look at the testimony. Mr. Lally questioning Miss Camerano about the calls from Karen Reed to Miss Camerano. All right, we're continuing to go through the directive, Miss Camerano, crossed by Mr. Yannetti. That was it. Now we go to Kurt Roberts. All right, the Kurt and Kerry Roberts part is coming up. All right, if you're interested. So Kurt Roberts is the first up. Let's see if we have any SideBahs. No SideBahs so far. No SideBars so far. Looking at Kurt Camerano. Cross by Mr. Yannetti. We had no sidebars during the Kurt Camerano direct. Sidebar during the cross of Kurt Camerano. So this is, you knew that what happened with the kids. And Yannetti asks if Kurt thinks that Kurt Roberts thinks that Karen was responsible. And before Kurt can answer, Lally says objection. The court says the objection is sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti. Sure. Then Yannetti says she appeared to be caring towards the kids, did she not? Mr. Lally, objection. The court overruled. Mr. Lally, may we approach? The court, okay. Judge, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. Sidebar. Mr. Lally, so, Your Honor, with this witness and with another witness, I'm certainly permissive when it comes to certain background, general things, but there is a specific motion in limine as to character evidence, and I think what we are getting here is a little bit closer to that, particularly as it becomes repetitive with every single witness that the court, he doesn't seem to have had much contact with her, and you're sort of towards the end of what you've got with this, right? Mr. Yannetti, oh, yeah, I don't have much left at all, like 1 or 2 questions in this area, and that's it. The court, to sort of offset any objection, Mr. Yannetti, yeah, I mean, I was going to end with the fact that, you know, she acted in a caring way in terms of these pickups of the kids, and she was sort of motherly duties that as a mother would typically do, and that's it. The court, okay, it may open the door to character evidence, okay? We'll see. If you think it does, you have to come to sidebar. Mr. Lally, and the other, just as far as character goes, there was a motion in limine as far as a prohibition on good character. Mr. Yannetti, I am not offering this as character evidence. I'm offering it as evidence of a relationship that Karen had with John and her family. The allegations that had been the things that were blowing up and, you know, that these type of acts do, you know, defend that against her. The court, I think you've already got that. If that's your purpose, I think it's already been introduced. Mr. Yannetti, could the court instruct the witness to answer that one question, whether she was caring towards the kids? If the answer is yes, I am. The court, whether she appeared to be, not whether she was, but appeared to be. Mr. Yannetti, yes, that's fine, yes. The court, I'm going to let that in, and then that's the end of the inquiry. Mr. Lally, that's fine. Thank you. All right. So Yannetti gets down with that one question. Redirect by Mr. Lally. Now, the next witness is Rebecca Trayers. All right. She's the bartender at one of the bars. I don't know if we're going to have any sidebars about this. Lally's on direct. Oh, sidebar. No sidebar. We're looking for sidebars. No sidebars, just videos of Karen and John, I think, at C.F. McCarthy's. Yep. So we're sidebar hunting. Now the cross shouldn't be that long. Sidebar. All right, lunch break. Afternoon session. No sidebar. Here we go. Oh, next witness, Nicholas Kolokakis. I don't remember Christina Kolokakis testifying during the first trial. I thought Christina testified for Karen the second trial. So was this a hostile witness for the state during the first trial? Very interesting. A hostile witness is a witness that is not friendly to you, but favorable to you. You don't want that situation, though. That is a very bad situation to be in. Because if you call a witness who is smart, you can only ask them open-ended questions, and if they know what they're doing, they'll tear you up on direct. So, here we go. Lally with Nick Kolokakis on direct. We're looking for sidebars, though, not necessarily analyzing what happened. I just don't remember Christina Kolokakis taking the stand in the first trial for the state. I do remember her taking the stand for Karen in the second trial. Cross-examination of Mr. Kolokakis by Mr. Jackson. Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Do you remember a situation in which Miss Reed had arranged a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, a scavenger hunt of some sort? Mr. Lally, objection. The court, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. The court. And so 13th birthday, is this right around the same timing, right? Mr. Jackson, correct. The court, what is the objection? Mr. Lally, I don't know she was 14 at the time, so that would have been probably at least a year before. The court, okay, what's the nature of the objection? Mr. Lally, I just don't know how any of this is relevant or how it isn't sort of backdoor character evidence as it relates to the defendant. The court, where are you going with that? Mr. Jackson, just along that question, how it's a deeper understanding of the nature of the relationship and how Mr. Kolokakis knows Miss Reed and how Mr. O'Keefe and how they connected. He indicated on direct examination as couples, we didn't do all that much together. I want to make sure that the jurors understand that he did have a connection with Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed as a couple. He visited the kids, and this was sort of a bigger event in their lives. That's the only question I'll be asking about it. The court, okay, so I'll let you have this question. Mr. Jackson, thank you. All right. So you can see they were trying to, it was a debate about character evidence. They, like, Lally doesn't want Karen's character. You can't establish good character through cross of the defendant. All right. There was an objection here about Karen and Mr. O'Keefe planning a vacation in the future. And Mr. Lally says, objection, may we approach? The court says, okay. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, I'd move to strike any of the testimony of this testimony as I don't believe this witness is testifying from him overhearing. So when he was asked, what have you heard of Mr. O'Keefe? His answer is essentially non-responsive in the sense that he is stating, I had heard that. There is no indication as to he had heard it from Mr. O'Keefe or who he had heard it from, or even, I don't know, if we are talking about the same evening or if this is something that he had heard subsequent. I'm not aware of any conversations that night about vacations with anybody in this witness. The court, what do you say? Mr. Jackson, I was asking the question of what Mr. O'Keefe had told him that evening, and that's what I was focused on. That was his answer. I certainly can follow up with one question. Was that directly from Mr. O'Keefe on this night or otherwise? The court, this is just pure hearsay. The initial one was the nature of the relationship, so let's move on. It's excluded. All right, move on. So nothing about the future relationship. All right, is that a sidebar? Nope, so they're doing exhibits, video played. Still playing a video. This is Mr. Jackson asking Kolokakis questions on cross. Sidebar. We have a sidebar. I ask you to draw your attention to the two gentlemen in the foreground. Oh, this is the fight, the alleged fight that Higgins or something was having with fists up. And Lally immediately objects. So this is a sidebar about that. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. Oh, don't worry, folks. You keep listening. I'll keep reading. Whether you're engaging or not, it's fine. It's a passive exercise to listen to a lot of this, and I'm just happy to be here with you. Mr. Lally, objection, Your Honor. May we approach? Okay, so I'm the court. So I'm sustaining that objection. Come forward, counsel. Sidebar. The court, why did you want to approach for it? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, essentially what counsel has asked, whether or not he saw this or observed this that night, he answered that he did not. So then showing the video something that he doesn't recall seeing or recognizing and essentially having to narrate what he observes on the screen is inappropriate. It's not. The court, he can barely see. He's squinting at it. He doesn't know who they are. The video speaks for itself. I'm not letting this witness narrate this. Mr. Jackson, I'm not asking to narrate it. I'm just looking to see if I haven't gotten to the point where, and I'm trying to establish the foundation, authenticate for this. The court, you're asking him what he's seeing. I'm not letting that. Mr. Jackson, correct. The next question is, are you in this video and are you staring directly at these two men? I believe I have a good faith belief that he is going to say yes. I recognize it. I had forgotten that they did this. He literally engages. The court, okay, hold on. You can ask him that question. I don't want him narrating that they are in that stance. Okay, how do you want him to describe the court? You can ask him if that's him and if he was looking at somebody. The second part of your question is fine. Mr. Jackson, okay. The court, the law is that he has to be able to assist the jury better than any position that they are in. He said he doesn't see them. This is clear. People can see what these two men are doing, people except for this witness. Mr. Jackson, okay. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. All right, so they really thought that Kolokakis was going to then say, oh, yes, I now remember that. I wonder if Alan had been talking to the state's witness. All right, here we go. Obviously, Alan went with his PI to one of the witnesses' homes. All right, so I honestly don't remember. So there you go. And then he says it looked like play fighting, if anything. All right, they jump forward in the video. And remember, we're sidebar hunting if you want to watch these testimonies of Kolokakis in this particular situation from the first trial. You can watch them in full. They were all in open court. Mr. Lally is now on redirect. And here we go. After Mr. Lally finishes redirect, Mr. Jackson says, when we approach. The court says you may. Sidebar. Mr. Jackson, I only have one question on recross based on Mr. Lally's second to the last area that he covered. He indicated that, and it's because the scope of recross is limited to the scope of redirect. He indicated that he asked the question, did he have any substantial conversation with Karen Reed or John O'Keefe about the nature of their relationship on the witness stand? No, that is not true, and Mr. Lally just opened the door. The court, what do you expect the answer to be? Mr. Jackson, Karen Reed specifically said, quote, I'm sorry, he said, and you've got the grand jury quote, Karen told him she was actually singing John's praises. I'm sorry, I misrecorded that. It's not that she told him. He said, quote, Karen Reed was singing John's praises about how good a parent he was, a father figure, and taking care of the kids for several years, and, being and praising him and sacrificing his life to raise them. She is singing his praises about what a good man, which is indicative about the nature of the relationship. The court, what do you say, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, I don't think it has anything to do with the nature of their relationship. What I was asking about was sort of the status of the relationship or any issues within the relationship, not whether or not she liked him or admired him. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, the entire Commonwealth's case is that 5 minutes after this video was played and 5 minutes after this event closed down, she drove to 34 Fairview Road and murdered him. This is absolutely the court. I'm going to allow this in, and then we are ending everything. Mr. Jackson, thank you. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. The court, just exactly what you said, no build-up. Mr. Jackson. All right. And so then that was all that it was. Jackson was allowed to ask about that. The next witness is Karina Kolokakis. Oh, I see. They were both witnesses for the state who then became witnesses for Karen in the second trial. So here's Lally on direct of Christina Kolokakis. Very interesting. All right. So going through the direct, no sidebars so far. Sidebar. Nope, it's a video being played. That was a false sidebar alert. Sidebars look similar to breaks where videos are played. But you can tell it's a sidebar because it switches. Now we're on the cross. Who's doing the cross? It's already over. It was Jackson, but it ends that quickly. Redirect by Mr. Lally. Done. Recross by Mr. Jackson. Sidebar. All right. That was the end for Christina Kolokakis. Now we go to a sidebar. The court. So your next witness is Christopher Albert. Oh, boy, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. 1,689 pages in, and we get to Chris Albert. Oh, yes, I'm ready. Okay, the court. Do you want to start or do you want to break? Miss Giannetti. It's up to Mr. Lally, but I always like the extra preparation time. The court. It's just been a long day for the jurors. Okay, Mr. Lally, I'm fine either way. The court, do you have an objection? Mr. Giannetti, no objection. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, that's fine. All right, so we've covered a lot of ground today, and we'll start fresh tomorrow morning. Please don't discuss the case, etc. All right, who's ready to... Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness, I'm eating some popcorn while we scroll. My favorite thing about this is you can't cheat. If you're going to do this, you have to read every single page or none of it will make sense. I love it. It's like taking a final, like where you just have to know it. You have to sit there and just do it. Oh, that's KF's name. That's blacked out there. Probably PFLM. No, I don't know who that is. M. I don't know who's blacked out there. But you can see they index every word. That's probably P, right? Yeah, that's PF. Yep, they index every single word. So we're getting there. I mean, we're almost halfway through, folks. It only took 6 hours and 5 minutes, but we are almost halfway through this document. Can you believe it? And like I said, no cheating. You cannot cheat with this document. You have to parse through it all. All right, we're at day 14. Oh, dear goodness. We're not even at the days with multiple parts yet. Oh, my word. I'm being tormented. But we're doing it. We're doing it. 1,800 pages in. We are ready for Chris Albert's testimony. Are we going to get a Chris Albert sidebar? All right. Call your witness. Okay, hold on. Oh, goodness. We have another fully blacked out juror sidebar update. Oh, boy. Just pages and pages. Oh, boy. Something happened with the juror. Everything's blacked out. All right, Mr. Christopher Albert. Here we go. Chris Albert's testifying. Waiting for our first Chris Albert sidebar. Who's ready for this one? Show me a Chris Albert sidebar. Nope. No Chris Albert sidebar so far. This is Adam Lally directing Chris Albert. This is a fresh day. Looking for sidebars. We are the sidebar hunters. Popcorn scrolling with Grant. Duck knows I'm eating the popcorn. So I made a bag of popcorn and I poured some of it out, and then I was like, oh, I want more, and went to the bag, and there was a little bit left, and that now my snack is gone. But I also had pizza. By the way, the plan is we are going to do this, but I might take another 30-minute break because I might have to get food if we're going to do 4,000 pages. It took 6 hours to get through the first half. Now we're on the cross of Chris Albert. There were no sidebars during the direct. Sidebar! You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct? Michael Proctor's sister? Michael Proctor's sister. So not the wife, the sister. Okay. May we approach, Your Honor, says Lally. Objection. The court doesn't rule but says sure. The court, okay, what's your objection? Mr. Lally. The objection, Your Honor, is to the relevancy of any of this. And I understand what Mr. Yannetti would like to do as far as trying to argue that it's biased. What I don't understand is how it pertains to this witness. So what Commonwealth v. Martinez says is that you are allowed to expose bias as it pertains to the witness, not just to any other witness within the case. So any bias, even if it existed as far as Christopher Albert is concerned, has absolutely no bearing on the investigation. He's not an investigator. So his knowledge of any sort of purported bias of Trooper Proctor has no bearing through his testimony and no relevancy to his testimony whatsoever. The court, what do you say, Mr. Yannetti? Mr. Yannetti, I disagree. The court, I know that, but what do you say? That's kind of funny. Mr. Yannetti, right. Well, that's my opening salvo. The evidence that I'm seeking to introduce is evidence that is relevant to Trooper Proctor's bias, his connection to the Albert family, how deep they go, all goes to his credibility. The case law is such that you can introduce extrinsic evidence on the issue of bias. It's that fundamental to a defendant's right to explore. The court, right, which is my discretion. So you've gone as far as I think I'm going to let you go, and it will still be a question by question with this witness again. So if you do individualize it, then you can add more. Mr. Yannetti, well, I think I am individualizing it by talking about his specific connections with Trooper Proctor. The court, so if you focus on that, the Albert's wedding was 12 years ago. Mr. Yannetti, right. Your Honor, I know the court has indicated that that's, or at least with regard to the evidence, I would argue it's a strength. It talks about how far back these connections go. That's like when Ronald Reagan was like, I refuse to make the youth and inexperience of my opponent an issue in this campaign. And it wasn't just that he was at the wedding, that he was one of the invited guests. His son was actually in the wedding party, Michael Proctor. That has to be brought out before this jury, the deep ties that they have. The court, and that can be done with another witness. It's just not him. Mr. Yannetti, but he is a witness that has personal direct knowledge of it. He was there. Why wouldn't I be able to ask him about his own knowledge? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, if I may, what case law specifically states this witness is biased, this witness's likelihood to prevaricate based on that bias? There has been nothing about any relationship that he may or may not have with Trooper Proctor that bears on his testimony or his prevarication. If you want to ask Trooper Proctor about it, I think that is permissible. But as far as asking this witness or any other witness, frankly, about whatever their relationship is with Trooper Proctor is simply not appropriate. It's not allowed by the case law. You can't ask other witnesses about some other witness's bias. Is there any statement to Proctor suggesting he only made that statement because of a friendship with Proctor? That would be how you get it in. Mr. Yannetti, if I may just have a moment. Yeah, the court, yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. The sidebar continues. Mr. Yannetti, okay, thank you for your patience. On direct examination, this witness testified a couple things that he has never testified to before that I'm going to impeach him with. One is that he left the bar at 12:05 to 12:10. The court, are you saying he got home at 12:05 or 12:10? Mr. Yannetti, even worse, because the video shows he didn't leave the bar until 12:13, and then tied it in with that is the fact that he now claims that his son Colin opened the bedroom door and that it's after he got up there. The court, 10 minutes after. Mr. Yannetti, exactly. And he has testified under oath previously that he doesn't know when Colin got home and that he just heard it from his wife. The court, okay. Mr. Yannetti, it is precisely because of his relationship with and his family's relationship with the Proctor's family, I would argue, that Trooper Proctor did not press him like he would any other witness. This was treated as a very informal meeting. He didn't ask a lot of questions about who got home when. He never included Colin in his police report. The court, okay, so the Commonwealth's objection is sustained. You have to move on, including on the wedding 12 years ago. You can cross-examine him on those 2 points that you made that you just did. Mr. Yannetti, yes, of course. The court, and if that opens the door, you think in some way you can come back, okay? Talking to Lally. Whereupon the sidebar, or Yannetti, whereupon the sidebar conference concludes. All right, so Yannetti starts asking questions about, all right, sidebar, another sidebar. Hold on, where is it? Where did it start? All right, whereupon there was a sidebar conference. All right, who's he asking about? So this is Ken Berkowitz, and he asks, did he donate money to your campaign? So Chris Albert ran for selectman. Mr. Yannetti, may we approach Judge? The court, yes. Mr. Yannetti, I have a photo that I'd like to display, actually introduce and then display to the jury of the two of them together, Albert and Berkowitz, smiling for the camera. The court, is there an objection? Mr. Lally, no. Mr. Yannetti, thank you. So he puts it up there. All right. Becoming a town selectman. Looking for sidebars. Objection, objection. Objection, no sidebar. You really got a deep... Oh, potential sidebar. No. Objection, sustained, sidebar. All right, so... Michael Proctor came to question you. You knew who he was, and you knew him by face, yes, and you knew him by name, yes. There was no need for Michael Proctor to introduce himself to you, was there? Mr. Lally, objection. The court sustained. And what did he say when he first walked into the door in terms of introductions? Mr. Lally, objection. The court sustained. Mr. Yannetti, may we be seen at sidebar, Judge? The court, sure. Sidebar during Colin Albert's direct. Mr. Yannetti, I guess I'd like to hear the basis of the objection or the cross of the court's ruling, because I don't understand why this isn't the objection. The court, the objection. Mr. Lally, hearsay. Mr. Yannetti, it's not hearsay. I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter, which is that they needed to be formally introduced. I'm offering to show that it's not true. So, it's an interview that he had with the lead investigator on the case, where the lead investigator characterized it as they had to formally introduce each other, before they spoke. I'm just impeaching that. Mr. Lally, you're impeaching the trooper who didn't even write the report that you're referencing. The civilian witnesses, is that what you're doing? Mr. Yannetti, I'm impeaching the investigation here in the attempt to cover up the nature of the relationship. Part of the handicap is the Commonwealth hasn't called Trooper Proctor yet. The court, so you can do it after they call Proctor. Mr. Yannetti, which would mean I would have to recall several witnesses. The court, we'll see, but I'm not letting it in at this point for the reason I just stated, okay? So they haven't called him yet. Mr. Yannetti, but I'm not allowed to ask what he told the state police or what the state police told him. The court, what do you expect the answer to be, what Proctor said to him? Mr. Yannetti, I don't know what the answer is going to be. I mean, it could. The court, the Commonwealth's objection is sustained. All right, so we continue. All right. Objection sustained. A lot of objections about the Proctor connection. No sidebar. No second sidebar, though. Continuing, looking for sidebars. Getting into Brian Albert now. Yannetti's still on cross. Sidebar. All right, let's see. It's a text message. Let's see. It looks like it's a text between Brian Albert, Chris Albert, Brian Higgins. Sidebar, though, before we go to this, Mr. Lally. So, Your Honor, the entirety of the text communication between Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Albert is already in evidence. Oh, so it's between Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Albert. It's in Exhibit 48, pages 7 through 12. So I don't know why we are putting in separately just one portion of that text communication when the entire communication from that day is already in. The court, okay, so we don't need to put it in, but does your IT person have it all queued up? Mr. Lally, he has it. Yes, he has that queued up. Miss Little, we don't have electronic versions for any of the stuff that you send, so it's hard to coordinate and know exactly what's been. The court, that's fine. So we'll mark this piece of paper for identification, please. The court reporter, T for identification. The court, so I have to give my digital instruction. I have to give my digital evidence instruction that I gave the other day. Mr. Lally, oh, that's fine. The court, before it comes in. So just preface it so the jurors know when we don't need specifically this piece of paper. Mr. Yannetti, yes, we don't. That's all I want to publish. The court, all right, so just let them, just so they know that they have it, just like you all were doing with the different, Mr. Lally, Exhibit 48, yes. The court, Miss Little, do you have the exact, oh, you said the exact exhibit? Mr. Lally, it's on the table right over there. The court, all right, so just say the exhibit and where this is and publish it. Just give me that quick instruction. Mr. Yannetti, will do. Mr. Lally, thank you. All right, then they give the digital evidence instruction. They go back to questioning. All right, we're making good progress. Sidebar. All right, video was played. No sidebar. Chris Albert's still on cross. Sidebar. All right, so 7-minute walk home would have been as opposed to the walk to the waterfall. All right, so you have agreed that you left the bar at 12:13, according to the video, and it would taken you about 7 minutes to walk home. Not exactly sure how. The court, can I see counsel at sidebar? The court, all right, so this is in the middle of asking Yannetti crossing Chris Albert about his timeline going home that night from the waterfall. So you started out with the 7 minutes when he testified to what it was 7 minutes from D&E home. Mr. Yannetti, no, I know. And then he said it was 7 minutes from the court. When you said 7 minutes, that's how long it takes him to get home at night. And that's why Mr. Yannetti, oh, so he was confused what I was the court and you were confused. Mr. Yannetti, okay, I thought we were on the same page at that point. The court, no, he's already testified it took me 5 minutes to get home. Mr. Yannetti, okay, all right. The court, I'm just afraid that now everything that we've heard, Mr. Yannetti, that's fair enough, Your Honor. I appreciate that. The court, and that's why he didn't just give it to you just then. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. Thank you for the help. The court, okay. Mr. Yannetti, just on an issue that came up earlier, Your Honor, I know it's been excluded as of now. We've shown this previously. This was Michael Proctor's mother making that comment, and Chris Albert is the one that is publishing it in October of 2019. So he's essentially publishing the photo, and she's friends with him and has commented on it, so he clearly would have seen it. The court, all right, so the ruling stands, but I'll mark this for identification. Mr. Yannetti, thank you. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Oh yeah, Michael Proctor's mother was at that party that Lindsay went to. I don't know if Chris Albert was there, but Colin was. Chris Albert's wife was. End of the sidebar conference. All right, so now they're back on cross with Chris Albert. Yannetti's on cross. Continuing. Wait, what? Wait, what? Chris Albert's nickname for John was Nebercracker? Dude, that was the name of that account on social media. Dude. I get that, like, anyone could have heard that, you know, but, like, to take up that nickname and to have sources and in that area and for people to be okay with you using that nickname. Okay. I didn't know that till right now. I'm a pretty observant little towel. I did not know that John O'Keefe's nickname from Julie and Chris Albert was Mr. Nebercracker. Okay. That's interesting. And by the way, just so, even though you think I'm scrolling really fast, I'm actually reading this. As you see this stuff scrolling on the screen, I am reading it. That's how I'm able to catch the sidebars. That's how I'm able to catch that stuff. Like, I'm looking for stuff that kind of stands out. Anything that's odd, you know? Redirect of Chris Albert. I'm looking for objections. Oh. Whereupon the defendant was escorted out of the courtroom. What? I didn't know the defendant gets escorted out of the courtroom. Okay, that is interesting. All right. The next witness. Oh, Mr. Unetti says, may we approach before the next witness is called, Your Honor? All right, sidebar. We're about to reach 2,000 pages. Reading with towel. We might get through this in one day. We might actually be able to do this. It's kind of epic to do it all in one day. 4,252 pages in one day. There's not that many people that do that kind of thing. All right, here we go. So, says the court, before you start, the court officer said that you wanted to see me about something that happened. And I thought we could wait until 12:30 so we have time to discuss it. Mr. Unetti, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that we did it today. That's all. The court. So let's move with the testimony. Mr. Unetti, that's fine. The court, and we'll address it at sidebar. Mr. Unetti, I appreciate that. And then the sidebar conference concluded. That's ominous. The court, all right, Mr. Lally, who's your next witness? Miss Julie Albert called to the stand. All right. Julie Albert is on direct. Oh, thank you so much, Lisa Ann Cannoli. Very good to have you with us. Thank you for listening along. We are sidebar hunting. It is an interesting job, but someone's got to do it. Julie Albert's on direct now with Adam Lally. We're looking for SideBahs. We're looking for SideBahs. No SideBahs. No sidebar. No sidebar. Extended period without SideBahs. All this is an open court. The direct of Adam Lally. Of Julie Albert by Adam Lally. Crossed by Missy and Eddie. Sidebar! Ladies and gentlemen, this is about Courtney Proctor. Oh, that's Proctor's sister. Liz Proctor's his wife, Elizabeth Proctor, and Courtney Proctor's his sister. So this is about Julie Albert knowing Courtney Albert. You've also provided child care for Courtney Albert's children, correct? Yes. Mr. Lally, objection, move to strike. The court, okay, I'll see you at sidebar on this, Ms. Gianetti. Whereupon, there was a sidebar conference as follows. All right, LS, you have a great rest of your night, my dear friend. God bless you. You are a super towel. Thank you so much. You are way ahead of us time zone-wise, so you get some rest. We might still be going when you wake up. What is the objection? Mr. Lally, the same objection as with the last witness, Your Honor. The court. All right, she has a little more of a connection than her husband. What do you intend to do with this? Mr. Gianetti, I mean, it's not only relevant and material. In my view, it's absolutely crucial evidence. I'm trying to attack the integrity of this investigation. The things that the police did not do to prevent the conflict of interest. It goes directly to our Bowden defense. That's an unknown third-party culprit. That is the court. So what is it that the police didn't do here? I do agree with you. You can go to that. Lisa Cannoli says, wow, thank you so much for the shout-out, Grant. I'm super excited to participate. We are grateful to have you, Lisa, and I love that little doggo in your picture. LS throws up the British flag, and we love our British towel friends. The court. So what is it that the police didn't do here? I agree with you. You can go to that, but when I gave you the opportunity the last time, you didn't really go back to that. So what do you want to do about what they didn't do? Mr. Gianetti, well, I want to explore just how tied in this family is with the Proctors, and then point out that not only did they not point it out to any investigators, but Proctor never pointed it out either. They kept this relationship a secret when there was a clear conflict of interest. The only way, wow, that's what they kind of were doing in the Turtle Boy case too. The only way I can make this argument is if I lay a foundation through this witness as to the extent of their relationship. The court. So what else do you intend to ask? I'm not sure you can make a foundation through this witness, the sister of an investigator. Mr. Gianetti, again, they haven't called Proctor yet. He will be called either by the Commonwealth or the defense. I don't want to be in a situation where Proctor can just disavow everything. The court, well, if he does, then you can call the people back. Mr. Gianetti, if I could have just one moment, yes. The court, just so it's clear, if Proctor does disavow, totally disavow, you can call the people back, assuming that it's not too collateral, and you can build a foundation. We still have a long way to go in testimony. Mr. Yannetti, right, I understand, and I hope that becomes moot, not mute, moot, another error, because the court is going to allow it now. You had asked me, the court, that's pretty bold, Mr. Yannetti. That's pretty bold, Mr. Yannetti. That's a good t-shirt for Mr. Yannetti. That's pretty bold, Mr. Yannetti. You had asked me, what do I intend to get into? This particular examination is leading up to the fact that we have evidence that this witness is calling Courtney Proctor, who is the court, and I get all of that. Mr. Yannetti, who is calling Michael Proctor, who is calling Courtney Proctor back, who is calling the court. I know where you were going up when you brought it up. The child care. Mr. Yannetti, not just child care. The court, all of that. Mr. Yannetti, not just that. The court, what else do you have? Mr. Yannetti, it's specifically on relevant days to my client's case on February 1st when she's arrested. I'm sorry, February 1st, before she is arrested. February 2nd, when she's arraigned. This witness is acting as a go-between between the lead investigator, Michael Proctor. I'm sorry, Courtney Proctor is operating as a go-between between Michael Proctor and this witness. I need to be able to get into that. We have the records. The court, what was the question specifically that you just asked? I thought it was too far afield. Mr. Yannetti, I asked about the fact that the relationship is so close that she provides child care for Courtney Proctor's children. From there, we get into, the relationship between Michael Proctor, Courtney Proctor, Elizabeth Proctor, and how long they go back. I believe I should be able to get into evidence the fact that she was at, Courtney Proctor's wedding. In fact, the Proctor's son was in that wedding. I don't understand why this is all not relevant and material. I'm trying to establish the relationship between them, which gives them contact, which then gives context to the court. You have to keep it neater. You're going too far afield with it. So we will just do it on a question and answer. The juror, Your Honor, blank is just asking if they would keep their voices up, including the witnesses. I don't think it was a juror. I think it was a court officer speaking for a juror. The court, thank you very much. So we will do that. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. So, Ms. Albert, okay, they go back to the questioning of Julie Albert by Mr. Yannetti. It's cross. Sidebar conference. You've spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not? Yes. You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct? Yes. Mr. Yannetti, may we approach the court? Yes. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. Mr. Yannetti, again, in the context of establishing the relationship that the Proctor's home, that is Michael Proctor's father, Michael Proctor's mother, Courtney Proctor, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, and Courtney Proctor's husband. The court, what does the Commonwealth say about this? Mr. Lally, the Commonwealth would object for a number of reasons. Number one, I don't see this witness in there. And two, there's no date or time. Number three, okay, too many people are taught. It was somebody, Duck Duck says it was Julie and Chris Albert's son in Proctor's wedding. Yep. Okay, too many people are talking at once. So on authentication grounds, the fact that this witness isn't there, what else? Mr. Lally, hearsay. As far as anything that's posted on the bottom, I just don't see how it's material. Mr. Yannetti, it's authenticated because she's going to say that it is a fair and accurate representation of the house, and she's going to say that it's a fair and accurate representation of my husband, my best friend, Courtney Proctor, her husband, that's my son, and those are the Proctors. That's the authentication right there. The court, okay. So we're going to mark this for identification. All right, marked for identification. The court reporter. The court. Okay, the objection is sustained. This is not coming in. It will be kept for identification. That's my ruling, Mr. Yannetti. We've got about 10 minutes. You won't finish with her, right? Mr. Yannetti, no. The court. Okay, so let's go from there for about 10 minutes. Sidebar concludes. Yannetti continues on his cross. He says he's not going to finish today. All right. Objection sustained. Did I miss a sidebar? No. Objection sustained. Yannetti's got to finish up. This is only supposed to be 10 minutes. All right, so that's where they end when she's asking about when Yannetti's asking about Courtney Proctor. All right, so the issue you want to talk to me about, how long will it take? 5 or 10 minutes. All right, so we're going to switch to FDR, and then you can back up and do whatever you need, all right? So it's not the record of this case. We'll switch. We're done. The remainder of the session was recorded on FTR only. Okay. I forget, did Julie Albert testify before Fred's grand jury? I don't know. That's a good question, Duck Duck. All right, so we're on day 15, which is... I don't know what day it is. May 10th. All right, here we go. Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. All right. Sidebar conference to start the day. Mr. Yannetti, I thought it made sense, Your Honor, because we are having the witnesses that are coming up who will involve federal documents. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Here we go. Oh, boy. You duck, get your popcorn. We are about to talk about the federal documents. Oh, my God. 1,975 pages in. Are we about to strike pay dirt? Is this what we've been looking for, ladies and gentlemen? Have you ever heard a man who thinks he's a towel commentate on a 4,000-page court document like it's a football game? I don't know what to tell you. I have a unique set of skills. Oh, goodness. Federal grand jury. Well, the federal grand jury was impaneled from May 26th of 2022 through to March of 2024. It covered 4 different cases that we know of, 3 of which are known. Sandra Birchmore, the CDL scandal, and John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed heated up between May and August of 2023. Birchmore then heated up in August of 2023 with Farwell. Proctor was interviewed for the final time. Karen Reed grand jury closed around February of 2024. Farwell grand jury keeps going and leads to an indictment in August of 2024 against Farwell. All right, so what's it say? Mr. Yannetti, I thought it made sense, Your Honor, because we are having witnesses that are coming up who will involve federal documents, potentially admissible, potentially unusable. And we wanted to get some clarity as to how we refer specifically to, testimony before a different grand jury other than the grand jury in this case. The court, well, just grand jury and a date, right? Because the dates are off by a year, maybe, or how long? Mr. Lally, about a year. Mr. Yannetti, right. Well, our concern is we don't want it to be left, the jury to be left with the impression that the Commonwealth in this case convened another grand jury, that they were the ones asking the questions of the witnesses. Our position is they end up saying another law enforcement agency. Our position is the context matters, and our suggestion was going to be the witnesses be alerted to the fact that this was a different grand jury conducted by a different officer agency, and that neither Mr. Lally nor I, the prosecution, and the defense in this case was not involved or present. The court, okay, so I kept out the whole federal. Mr. Yannetti, I haven't mentioned the word federal. The court, no. So I just think it's you testified before a grand jury on this particular date, and Mr. Lally wasn't there and I wasn't there. Mr. Yannetti, okay, we can deal with that. The court, thank you. Mr. Yannetti, secondly, now I've not lost my train of thought, not chain of thought. Maybe he said chain of thought. The court, the security issue is what I thought we were coming over for. Mr. Yannetti, oh, yeah, there was that too. This is the second issue, yeah. The court, that should have been the first issue. All right, so, the court, all right, so as far as I'm concerned, it is certainly a very important issue. Mr. Fahey, please, assistant director or regional director, could you please come and just report on the record, and this is all sealed on the record, what the trial court folks have done. These are our microphones, so do you need to come a little closer? Mr. Fahey, all right, after looking into the incident, all right. Oh, this was about Carl Dougal. Oh, no, Nina, I wish I could stay that still for 6 hours. I paused the camera because if I run it, it causes my computer to buffer the feed. So I find it just saves time. Someone's like, are you using a screenshot? And I was like, no, I'm not using a screenshot. My camera lags my computer. All right. So this has to do, I'm pretty sure, with Carl Dougal or Ken Dougal, one of the Dougals. And there was like a potentially bumping into Karen Reed, like while trying to go to the bathroom or something, while Karen Reed was going to the bathroom. Okay, after looking into an incident reported to us, the security department concludes that one court user's behavior did not align with the proper dignity and decorum expected in a Massachusetts courtroom. As a result, we have informed the party that he will not be allowed to enter Norfolk Superior Court for the duration of this trial. Mr. Yannetti, that's acceptable to us. The court, and you've already told them about assigning Officer Dunn? The court officer, yes. Mr. Yannetti, we discussed that with our client. I think our position is my client being allowed to use the court officer's bathroom, which we greatly appreciate, will solve this problem here. She doesn't need somebody walking with her through the courthouse because she has counsel. She is always with somebody. The court, I was surprised, frankly, that you weren't with her on this occasion when she walked down the steps. Mr. Yannetti, almost, yeah, so it was the Dougal incident. I can confirm because it's talking about when Karen was going down the steps to go to the bathroom. All right. Miss Giannetti, almost every time when she goes to the bathroom, I go with her. For whatever reason, I didn't this time. The court, there are too many bystanders, and just so the record is clear, what we have proposed and what we are willing to do is assign a female officer here to your client. Eugenia Dunn is a phenomenal officer. She has worked closely with me on trials and has been assigned to protect me during trials in this building. She's fantastic, and she will simply walk with your client anytime she leaves the courtroom. But if you're telling me you don't want that, we won't do that. Mr. Giannetti, we don't. And I would put on record that the security in this case has been phenomenal. We appreciate all the consideration from this court and the security, but I think we'll be satisfied as long as she can use the bathroom. The court, okay. Mr. Giannetti, just one other issue, Your Honor, which you don't have to give us an answer now, obviously, but I wanted to flag it for the court. We are breaking for Memorial Day weekend on May 24th. This is the Friday. We have obviously the Monday off because that is Memorial Day, and then we have another day off, I believe on May 29th, which is that Wednesday, which means that the only court day that we have been off, the 24th and the 30th, would be a day and a half. The court, so do you want to go all day on the 28th? Mr. Giannetti, well, I was going to ask if we could have that day off instead of going half a day. The reason, Your Honor, is the trial is difficult on the lawyers, but that's not the issue. It's more difficult, I would assert, on the lawyers' families. The court, I don't have a problem with changing the schedule, so I can tell you on that week on the 30th, that Thursday, juror issue, we probably will stop at 12 on that day, and we are not in session on the 29th and the 31st. So if you wanted to have the 30th off, it would be 2 long weekends in a row for counsel. It would be, Mr. Jackson, that would be incredibly nice. The court, so you'd have the long weekend. We could break on the 24th. You'd be off for Memorial Day that Monday, the 27th. We could do a full day on the 28th and then have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off. Mr. Giannetti, that's great. The court, so you'd get 2 long weekends. Mr. Giannetti, beautiful. The court, I mean, I wanted to propose that because counsel is here from California. Mr. Giannetti, he's got a very young daughter. My daughter is not seeing me either. It would be great. The court, it goes with the territory, right? I tried cases. Mr. Giannetti, of course. The court, but I do understand, and I was going to offer that so that they'd be off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's one day, and then it would be a full day. Mr. Giannetti, wonderful, awesome, thank you. Mr. Giannetti, one other issue. Mr. Lally, one other issue, Your Honor. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, the Commonwealth filed a motion to Turtle Boy reference. Turtle Boy reference, ladies and gentlemen. Turtle Boy has entered the sidebar. I repeat, Turtle Boy has entered the sidebar. Oh, goodness. Here we go. Got overly excitable there. Mr. Lally. The Commonwealth filed a motion to exclude Mr. Carney while certain witnesses are testifying, and some of these witnesses are here today, as is Mr. Carney. The court, all right, does the defendant take any position on this? Mr. Giannetti, no. The court, okay, I was just told someone wanted to tell me that Tim Bradel was on his way, so I read the Commonwealth's motion. If Mr. Bradel is here, he has a right to be heard as well. As I'm concerned on this motion, just so it's clear, you're moving to exclude Aiden Carney, who has been given SJC 119 status recently. So we will have a hearing on your motion. Mr. Bradel has a right to be heard. Mr. Kearney has a right to be heard, but you're not asking for him to be excluded during the witness who is presently on the stand, right? Mr. Lally, no. The court, okay. I just took a quick look at the names. I need to highlight them. And your witness after Julie Albert is through? Mr. Lally, Nicole Albert. The court, okay. Is she on this list? Mr. Lally, she's not on the list as a named victim, Your Honor, but part of Mr. Kearney's activities have included her residence. So I think what they did as far as the main victim was they put Brian Albert, her husband, but I would submit I think she falls into that category. The court, all right. So we will have a hearing, I guess, after this witness. Mr. Lally, that's fine, thank you. The court, are we all set? Mr. Giannetti, yes. The court, okay, thank you. We need a Turtle Boy sidebar counter, right? I think our counter can be people who just start putting turtles in the chat, all right? You want to do that? We got a bunch of Ray from Dallas friends here. You want to put turtles in the chat when Turtle Boy comes up at the sidebar? Go ahead and do that. I'm not going to stop you. All right, here we go. Well, now, this is interesting. Here's the sidebar moment when Adam Lally told Judge Cannoni the state was seeking to exclude Dr. Turtleboy. I'll give him a tag. No, Lally is capitalized. From the courtroom for certain Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial witness testimony. An interesting peek behind the curtain. An interesting peek indeed, little towels. All right, so let me grab those two. Got to get the first one. All right, got to get the second one, and then we're done. All right, there we go. And I am however many thousands of pages in. Yes, I see you all enjoy your turtle emojis. I'm thrilled for you. I'm very happy for you. You all seem to be very happy. All right, there we go. Next question. Oh, I thought we were playing trivia. We're not. All right, sidebar concludes. All right, so they start the day. Julie Albert's the witness on direct. I think it might actually be Unetti's cross continuing. It is. It's a continuation of Unetti's cross. He's still going. We're about to hit page 2,000. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We have hit page 2,000. We're not quite halfway through, but we're getting damn close. No sidebar. No sidebar yet. No sidebar yet. We might get an interesting sidebar, though. I think things could be starting to get interesting indeed. It's like reading War and Peace. Oh, okay. So I would like to let you all know there are special towel emojis, but I wish it wasn't so, but you have to be a member. So maybe if we get a membership parade, I think I gave out all my free memberships already this month. Damn it. Yeah, I did. Otherwise, I would gift you all memberships. I have a cigar. Yes, I do smoke cigarillos. I'm trying to quit cigarillos entirely, but the nicotine helps my colitis, but I'm trying really hard. I use vapes for the most part. All right, now the redirect of Julie Albert Miss Julie Albert by Adam Lally. We're on the redirect. We have a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. We have a sidebar. All right, here we go. All right, so at the end of the redirect, Mr. Unetti asks if they can approach, and Judge says, go ahead. Mr. Unetti, I didn't want to do this without the court's permission. I don't know that Mr. Lally has opened the door to this, but I neglected to ask this witness about the text messages that they exchanged. It may just be a couple of questions just to the court. Who is they? Mr. Unetti, I'm sorry. Ambiguous pronoun. This witness and Courtney Proctor. She had testified that rarely did they call. It was mainly with text messages. I just wanted to highlight, in addition to the 67 calls, there were numerous text messages. I wouldn't go deeply into it, but again, I realize he is not opening the door. I'd have to get the court's permission to do that on recross. The court, what's the Commonwealth's position? Mr. Lally, it's outside the scope. The court, so is that an objection? Mr. Lally, yes. The court, I'm going to sustain the objection. Mr. Lally, thank you. The court, so while you're here, a couple of things. In an effort to move this case along with the next witness, not everybody needs to identify the inside of the waterfall. They can certainly identify where they sat or whatever you want, just the basics. Mr. Lally, I'm done with the video from the waterfall until the court. Okay, but the repetitive nature, like it was with the storm, so if we can try and avoid that, Mr. Lally, The court, and maybe it's just a personal pet peeve, but Mr. Lally, what am I doing? The court, the first question, we've never met. Sometimes it's two questions. No, it's not. Just that I don't like. You're not testifying, and I would have let it go, but Mr. Jackson picked up on it and started doing it a couple times. If it becomes crucial to it, ask for permission by coming to sidebar. Mr. Lally, okay, that's fine. The court, and sometimes it might. I've had occasions where on one occasion I had to do it, and I never did it. Mr. Lally, gotcha. The court, but in an effort to sort of move things along, I think we have this issue now before your next witness. Mr. Lally, yes. The court, I was told Mr. Bradle was here. Okay, hold on. Turtle Boy's about to come up. Turtle Boy's coming up. Turtle Boy's coming up. Here we go. The court. I was told Mr. Bradle was here and that I received something saying Mr. Bradle had no idea about this motion. I don't know if he's even planning on being here. Mr. Unetti, I texted him when I saw him. I was actually in the process of texting him to notify him. I don't know if he knew or not. The court. I saw him in the hall when I came in. Mr. Unetti, I think he knows now. Yeah. The court. So that's what I called Mr. Rose for, to order bagels and coffee for the jurors in case this takes a while. Let me send them out, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do. Yes, Turtle's in the chat. Jurors, we're going to take sort of an early morning recess. Miss Albert is complete. Thank you. The witness is excused. All right. All right. Whereupon the sidebar conference continues. The court. So FDR may be picking up your conversations. Mr. Unetti. Oh, sorry. The court. All right. Can we call Mr. Bradel in? All right. Mr. Unetti, are we doing this at Sidebar? The court. I'll have him come to Sidebar to see how we all want to do this. Is he out there? Is Tim Bradel out there? The court officer. He's on his way, Your Honor. The court. Mr. Unetti, you said you texted him about this. Mr. Unetti, I did, yes. Here he is. The court officer. Quiet down, please. Court is still in session. Mr. Bradel. Good morning, Your Honor. The court. Hi, Mr. Bradel. Why don't you come on over? I'm actually doing this. This is a microphone. So if you would come on over, Mr. Bradel. Okay. The court. So I have Commonwealth's motion to exclude Mr. Carney, who I don't know if you're going to represent him on this motion, but I know you represent him in a pending case in this courthouse. So the Commonwealth's motion to exclude him in connection with this case from the proceedings regarding certain witnesses. Oh boy, here we go. All right, here we go. This is going to be very interesting. All right. All right. We are now at the part of the SideBah transcript from the first John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, wherein Tim Bradel, Aidan Turtleboy Kearney's lawyer, has just arrived at the courthouse regarding Kearney being excluded for certain witnesses. Oh boy, this is going to be a hell of a sidebar. Let me just tell you, this is going to be a hell of a sidebar. I don't even know how this is all going to go down. All I know is it's going to be a hell of a sidebar. Lynn Britton says, thank you for taking your day to do this. Oh, it's my pleasure. I wouldn't make any of you will read 4,252 pages. That would be cruel and unusual punishment under the 8th Amendment, I'm pretty sure. All right, here we go. Mr. Bradel. Okay, so this is news to me, Your Honor. The court. Okay, Mr. Bradel, and I don't have any service of it. The court. Okay, so, Mr. Bradel, I'm here on Mr. Curry, not on Mr. Carney. The court. Nothing can happen on Mr. Curry because Mr. Bradel. No, of course. I figured I was just going to get a date and be out of here. So this is all news to me. The court. Okay, have you seen the motion? Because Mr. Unetti said he texted you. Mr. Bradel. He texted me that there was a motion, but not the court. Okay, Mr. Bradel, but I don't have the motion. I just looked on mass courts, and it's not in this court. So I don't know anything about this. The court. So we'll give you a copy of the motion. Mr. Bradel. Okay. The court. We'll give you some time to talk to Mr. Carney. There is no case on this. Mr. Bradel. Okay. The court. It's sort of an ancillary matter in the criminal case of Miss Reed. Mr. Bradel. Yes. The court. And it's a motion that I'd like to have a hearing on in about 15 or 20 minutes. Okay. Mr. Bradel. Okay. The court. So I'll give you time to speak to Mr. Carney. Take a look at the motion. Mr. Bradel. Okay. The court. I don't know that the defendants have any. They told me earlier they don't have a position on the motion. Mr. Bradel. Okay. The court. Logistically, I don't know how to set up. Do you want to be present or do you just want us to separate you from counsel table? Mr. Jackson, that's a great point. That's a great point, Your Honor. The court. That's why I called Mr. Bradel while I had you all here. Mr. Jackson, for this purpose, I don't think that involves Miss Reed's interests or taking a position on it legally or otherwise. So I would ask that she sort of be separated away from it. I don't even like the optic. Oh! 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 Brutal! Oh, just absolutely brutal. Look at, like, Alan Jackson's thoughts on just laid bare. Alan Jackson had optic concerns during the SideBah. I think that's the lightest way to put that. He had optic concerns. Oh dear God, this is pretty rough and tumble, folks. That's a very light way of putting it. It's rough and tumble. I mean, you're seeing. I know they knew this was going to come out, but I don't think they thought this was. They're speaking very candidly right now, to put it lightly. Yeah. What is FTR? For the record, it's the audio recording system the court uses. For the record, you can order clips from For the Record. It's kind of expensive though. And they make you say like what date and what hour you want. And they only give you like specific things, and it's very expensive. But yeah, this could get litty, to put it lightly. The court. Well, let me read Mr. Jackson's response. For this purpose, I don't think that involves Miss Reed's interests or taking a position on it legally or otherwise. So I would ask that she sort of be separated away from it. I don't even like the optic. The court, yeah, well, that's why I asked. Mr. Jackson, yeah, I think that's a great idea. The court, all right, so we will excuse the parties on the Reed matter, okay? Okay? The court, and I'll give you 10, 15 minutes. We do have a jury out, Mr. Bradel, and so, Mr. Bradel, I may have a procedural objection, Your Honor, just so you know. The court, okay, yes, you can. This is a motion that's filed in a criminal case that I have to act on. Mr. Bradel, sure, I appreciate it. The court, and just so you know, Mr. Lally said that our next witness, though not a named witness on this, also Mr. Lally, as the witness herself, expressed concern. Mr. Lally, yes. The court, okay, and maybe you want to talk to the Commonwealth about this. The court reporter, and Your Honor, for the record, this whole thing is sealed, correct? The court, yes, and I said that to Margaret. I should have said it to you as well. Yes, and the hearing will be sealed. Mr. Lally, thank you. The court, we'll do it in open court somehow, I guess, or maybe not, but we'll deal with this, okay? All right, so we'll see you in about 10 or 15 minutes, Mr. Bradel. Mr. Bradel, very good. The court, and the Commonwealth, Mr. Lally, thank you. The court, and I know you all have all of your paperwork on the table. You're free to leave it. Nobody will see it. Mr. Jackson, that's fine. What time would you like us back? The court, so the jury just went out 10 minutes ago. Let's say 10:45. Mr. Jackson, okay, that's fine. Mr. Lally, thank you. Mr. Bradel, thank you. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded and a recess was taken. Court resumes, defendant present, jury not present. Whereupon there was a hearing with Attorney Lally, Attorney McLaughlin, and Attorney Bradel present and is under a separate cover prepared by Nancy King, whereupon there was a recess. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? The Turtle Boy hearing transcript from the first John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial is prepared under a separate transcript. Do we not have this yet? I'm a little baffled. I thought we had it. Maybe it's under a separate, what they mean is that it's under a separate transcript in this packet? I don't know. That was a little odd. It was very odd indeed. All right. I'm going to keep reading. That is, I'm confused. Wait a minute. Was this hearing public? What the hell? Let me see. Turtle Boy hearing excluded from witness Karen Reed. Let me see if this was actually a hearing. Was there actually a hearing on this? How much multitask are you? Oh, I multitask very easily, and I post. Like, even when I was being interviewed by Ray with Lindsay, I was posting about what Lindsay was saying while I was on the interview with her. Like, my brain rebels at stagnation. Let me see if this is it. Because if Bradel just appeared... Is this it? Yeah,
Back on the record on the Reed matter.
All right. Sort of a side issue in the Reed matter. So the defendant and her lawyers have been excused.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay, so why don't counsel identify yourselves, please?
Sure. Adam Lally for the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
Sarah McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradel on behalf of non-party Aidan Carney, who for the record is present in the courtroom.
Hey, does Mr. Carney want to sit with you?
I think
Hey, that's me. I'm a little towel.
he's okay right there,
Okay.
if that's all right, Your Honor.
All right. So, Commonwealth, so I do want to say a question before we begin. Commonwealth, in your motion to exclude an individual, charged with witness intimidation in connection with this case from the courtroom during the testimony of certain witnesses. Before we begin, are you advancing the concerns of the DA's office or the concerns of the witnesses themselves, or both?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay, so
Judge, if I may, I'm sorry to jump in, but just if I may, I do have what I think is a pretty substantial procedural objection.
Okay.
Maybe I'd ask that you sort of just make a quick bifurcation of the issues here, and we can address the procedural issue before we get into the substance of the motion.
Sure, I'll hear you.
We could. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, so the record is clear, because we may need an appellate record in this case.
Okay.
But I was here in the Norfolk Superior Court today, completely unrelated to Mr. Carney, my client, as you know, in the other matters. And I was here today on the matter of Commonwealth versus Tylee Curry for a motion to suppress.
Which is a case that I am in the middle of that motion to suppress with you.
Exactly. And I actually figured that we wouldn't do the motion and get a date. But I was fully focused on that matter and had no notice whatsoever that the Commonwealth was in the Reed matter, was seeking to exclude my client as a journalist from this courtroom. The first thing is that, and I know the court has a job to do in terms of ruling on this motion, and that's fine. And I ask that the ruling be that it be denied on procedural grounds. The procedural grounds are, Judge, that there's been no service of process whatsoever on a case where the government is seeking to essentially trample all over my client's First Amendment rights as a journalist. On 15 minutes notice. You know, I know you gave me the thing 15 or 20 minutes ago.
And it's more than a half an hour, but I understand.
All right, well, you get the point. So, you know, this is not something that I can process and absorb and make any sort of cogent arguments on the merits of the motion on that time period. I'm sure that the court respects that. I'm trying to address it as best I can, but I think that the procedural issues here should control. And here's the procedural situation, Your Honor, that the government filed this 6-page motion. There's a footnote 2 that refers to them serving this motion on May 8th to the Associated Press. Why they couldn't just pull up my email and serve me is an open question that I'd like an answer to in open court. So they can serve the AP 2 days ago, but they can wait and not even serve me with the motion when I get here to court today on a completely unrelated matter, I might add. So there's some funny business going on here, and you know there's been nothing but funny business from where I sit from the Commonwealth on Mr. Carney's matters, and here we go again. So I don't appreciate that from counsel, from the Norfolk County DA's office, number one. Number two, Your Honor, Mr. Carney has covered this case and written about 350 news articles on this case. He has developed evidentiary scoops on this case that have added to the quantum of evidence in the matter. He's never caused a problem. He wishes to be in the galley of journalists like everyone else and cover the case. There's never been a problem whatsoever. This is more personalized retaliation from the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Carney. Another point, Your Honor, is that this matter, as far as the Commonwealth is concerned, is res judicata ×2. Judge Krupp in this very court addressed this exact issue about Mr. Carney covering this matter, being in the courtroom with witnesses that had a stay-away order. All the same people that the government is trying to have another bite at the apple with here. All these people, this was adjudicated fully with the Special Assistant DA before Judge Krupp, and Judge Krupp ruled against the Commonwealth. Judge Krupp said that Mr. Carney was able to be in the courthouse covering this case regardless of any of these witnesses in the stay-away order. The stay-away order was exempted from Mr. Carney's presence in the courtroom, rather, was accepted from the stay-away order.
Okay.
So this is done. This has been adjudicated. It's been adjudicated again, Your Honor, by Judge Pomeroy across the street in the district court. One of these people associated with Mr. Carney's detractors, Ms. Gattani, has taken up with the Commonwealth and sought charges and sought a restraining order against my client. And Judge Pomeroy recently, as recently, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, we were across the street, Your Honor, seeking to vacate the order under the doctrine of unclean hands because this plaintiff keeps trying to contact my client while under a restraining order. Putting that aside, the ruling in that matter, Judge, was another ruling in support of Mr. Carney's First Amendment rights. It was another ruling that said Mr. Carney was not subject to the restraining order in any court of the Commonwealth. And the reason we brought that motion, Your Honor, was because these same witnesses that the government here is again trying to advocate for their own personal issues, those same witnesses somehow took up with this plaintiff across the street, Ms. Gattani, brought her to court here in prior Reed proceedings to kick out Mr. Carney, because at the time she had an operative order against him. And Mr. Carney, to his credit, got up and left and got out of here. And that situation was what we addressed across the street with Judge Pomeroy. He agreed with us and said, you can go to court, you can cover this case. So litigation number two, this has been established. Mr. Carney followed all proper channels. We worked with the SJC media office. He has a press pass. He's doing everything in accordance with all of the rules and regulations that are in place. He's been harassed, and we have it on video, by other so-called journalists on this case at the steps of the courthouse. And he just wants to be here. He doesn't want to be an issue in this case. He wants to sit here and cover the case. He's done his job. He wants to watch the trial unfold. And he has an absolute fundamental First Amendment right to do so within the confines of this.
I'm so pissed off in the background. I'm crossing my arms at him.
Courtroom, and within the confines of time, place, and manner restrictions. He's followed everything, and he's here. We've gone through all of these hurdles, Your Honor, and Mr. Carney triumphed, as he should, because it's the First Amendment that needs to triumph here, not any particular person. And that's what he's doing. And there's absolutely no reason for the government to sneak behind my back to interfere with his First Amendment rights. It's outrageous, and on procedural grounds, I ask you to deny the motion for all of those reasons. And if the court has some hesitancy to do so with respect to these procedural issues, I ask that you set a date give me 7 days or so that I can properly respond to this motion on the merits of whatever's in these 6 pages of the motion that I haven't been able to look at. So thank you for hearing me, Your Honor.
All right, sure. And you wanted a response to your question from Mr. Lally on why you were not served, but the Associated Press was served.
That's correct.
So if you talk about that in the procedural part of this, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Simply put, Mr. Bradel, neither Mr. Bradel nor Mr. Kearney are parties to the case. I can't presume that Mr. Bradel's representation on one criminal case is going to extend to a motion of which he would be at best a third party on a separate criminal case. We are required under the SJC rules to serve it upon the Associated Press, which we did.
So I think that's your record now, Mr. Bradel?
Thank you.
Okay, on the procedural issue, okay? We have a jury out. I do want to address the merits of this as best we can. And Mr. Bradel, at the end of this hearing, whatever I end up doing, if you want to come back and readdress it when there's more time, depending on how I rule, I'll give you the opportunity to do so. But I have to get this trial moving at this point one way or the other. So I'm going to hear the Commonwealth on their motion. Then I'll hear you, Mr. Bradel, to the extent that you can respond, okay? All right, Mr. Lally, I'll hear you on your motion.
Your Honor, very shortly, very simply put, this is an instance in which the Commonwealth is not asking that Mr. Kearney not be allowed to cover the case or that he not be allowed to watch the trial. What we're requesting is a partial closure of one individual. And the legal standard for that is essentially a substantial reason. Substantial reason, Your Honor, being that Mr. Kearney has been indicted and has open cases for intimidating witnesses, specifically witnesses in this case. He has confirmed statements indicating publicly that his actions that he's taken in regard to those indictments were to prevent the case from ever going to trial and to intimidate those witnesses. Those witnesses will be called to testify in this case, and what the Commonwealth is simply requesting is that he be excluded physically from the courtroom, not excluded from watching the trial, not excluded from covering the trial, but excluded physically from the courtroom while those witnesses are testifying from the stand.
And the witnesses you told me have expressed concern. What do you say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. The witnesses have expressed concern. The Commonwealth is concerned as to his presence affecting their testimony or their ability to recall. And for all of those reasons, the Commonwealth would submit the administration of justice and the witnesses being able to testify, as well as the witnesses' own concerns, are more than meet the test of the substantial reason for Mr. Kearney's exclusion during the course of their testimony.
Okay. Mr. Bradel?
Your Honor, the witness's concern has no legal materiality under the law. So the answer that I have is, so what? The witness's concern, where does that fit into the law here, Your Honor? This matter's been adjudicated twice. Mr. Kearney has the right to speak on the case. He's gone through all the proper channels to be here. He is not in any way wants to or is trying to make any issue of his presence here, and he's just trying to cover the case as best he can. And this is just a personal vendetta that's been carried out by the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Kearney. And this is where the court needs to hold the line on the First Amendment. This witness intimidation statute, Your Honor, is an absolute abomination. It is going to be struck down. It's just a matter of time. And this is just a continuation of everything the special counsel's been doing to Mr. Kearney. Now the office itself is doing it. There's no reason for this motion to be allowed, Your Honor. There's no discomfort exception to the First Amendment, Your Honor. There's been absolutely nothing advanced, especially on an emergency basis, which is, I assume, why this is being done with no notice. There's been no establishment of any emergency. There's been no conduct whatsoever on the part of Mr. Kearney to justify this motion. And I did happen to see some reference to the Chestnut trial about published something to the effect of doxing a seated juror. That is false. Mr. Kearney wrote a story on a juror after the jury was discharged. There's absolutely no prohibition or problem or issue with that. And it is absolutely protected conduct by the First Amendment. And it is not in any way a grounds for this court or the Commonwealth to assert any wrongdoing against him.
So I can assure you I am not considering that incident in this. You all know I was the judge. I am not considering that experience in this motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr.
Nothing further,
Bradle?
thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Bradle, I agree with you that Mr. Kearney is certified by the Office of Public Information pursuant to SJC Rule 119, and that he has a right to be here today. He arrived timely, and that he is registered. I have honored that 119 registration today, and I will continue to honor that. However, my role in this case, Commonwealth vs. Karen Reed, is to assure that the defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial are honored and upheld. And because of the chilling effect that Mr. Kearney's presence, I find, will have on the witness's testimony, I'm going to excuse him while the named witnesses in the Commonwealth's motion, Julie Nagel, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, and Yuri Buchanan. And the Commonwealth also today requested Nicole Albert because of the incidents that reportedly have been held at her home. I'm going to excuse him during all of that testimony. Now, in my media order, if you have it, I'm sure your client has it because they're handed out to the press. Under number 1, I say that anyone leaving the courtroom to the media during the trial.
Oh, Lynn, I'm so glad you're excited, and I know Ray's starting up, so how about this? Let's get through this day, and then I'll wrap up. We are halfway through. There's no way I'm doing this in one day. I want to go eat, and I think what we're going to do is, so I can have some downtime, we will pick this up. I very rarely stream on Sunday. We will pick this up tomorrow morning, all right? Do the Pats play tomorrow? When do they play? Hold on. I have to schedule my Sundays around the Pats. I think it's at 1. No, they play at 8:20 tomorrow night. All right, so we can do it early morning tomorrow. After this day, all right, this is the last day we're going to do. We will pick this up tomorrow. So we're going to finish this day we're on, okay? And then we will pick this up. We're halfway through, all right? So Nicole Albert's now taking the stand. And Nicole, obviously, we just watched the Kearney hearing that was not part of this record. And we are monitoring for SideBahs. And by the way, folks, definitely give Ray from Dallas a watch. Give him a shout out tonight after I finish up. Go take a look what Ray has to say. He's always got something to talk about. But yeah, I think 6 hours is relatively appropriate. All right. SideBah, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, absolutely. I think splitting it up 50-50 is good. And I didn't actually eat enough earlier. The pizza was delicious. I'm so grateful I was able to get that. But coming back tomorrow, I think for the other 50%, I'll be, yes, Sunday stream indeed. I don't normally stream on Sunday because I like to go to church, but I can attend the later Mass. I already missed 4:30 Mass today, but I can attend the later Mass tomorrow. Okay, so I actually wear the Virgin Mother on a pin every single day of my life. I just wear the Virgin Mother around. You'd be surprised how many people are Catholic out there. They just don't talk about it. They definitely smile when they see the pin. When I go into court, the court officers are like, why are you beeping? Well, because I have my pin on. Will you take it off? No, it's a religious symbol. Oh, okay, you can wear it. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. All right, so what's the question? It's about, this is Nicole Albert, and she's talking about when her husband, Brian Albert, came in. Okay, so objection from Ms. Little, hearsay. All right, next question, Your Honor, if I may we approach, Your Honor. The court, what is the objection, Ms. Little? Close to the microphone. Ms. Little, it's hearsay, Your Honor. The court, okay, Mr. Lally, it is hearsay, but I believe it falls under an exception based on the state of mind, as well as I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm offering it based, those are two exceptions to hearsay. One, not truth of the matter asserted, two, its state of mind. You got to know Rule 804 of the Massachusetts Rules of Evidence and Rule 801 to understand that. I'm offering it basically, that's what gets this witness downstairs in the house and onto the sort of the next observations as far as where she goes, what she sees, effects on the listeners, essentially. The court, what do you expect to ask her and what do you expect her to say? Mr. Lally, so I just expect her to say that eventually her sister, as to John O'Keefe, and she still at that point doesn't know what she's talking about. And then the sister, Jennifer, says the police are downstairs and they want to talk to you. And that's what causes her and her husband to get up and go downstairs. Miss Little, I think he can just ask the witness what happened next. The court, that's fine. And the witness, ask the witness what happened next. If she answers this way, I'll allow it in. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Okay, so the sidebar, apparently she answered that way. Do we have a sidebar? Objection, Your Honor. All right, there was a sidebar conference. I'm asking Jennifer, like what happened? How did you end up here? What's going on? Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Next question. May we just approach briefly, Your Honor, says Mr. Lally. The court. Okay. Whereupon there was a sidebar. Same objection, Ms. Little? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Lally. Mr. Lally, I understand what this witness said to someone else is not hearsay. Ms. Little, yes, it is. The court. So what is the conversation you intend to? Mr. Lally, just as far as she was asking what happened, but again, I can make clear to the witness that she is not to respond as to anything that was said back to her, but her asking questions I think is perfectly reasonable. Ms. Little, you're asking questions. It's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. She can't testify to things she said. She also can't testify to things she heard other people say. The court, you can ask her what she did, and as a result of any conversation what she did. You can't ask her the specifics. Sidebar ended. Eliza Little won that one. That was a good win for her. Hearsay statements can be the witness's own statements out of court. You can't ask the witness what the witness said out of court. Which, I didn't know that. But I guess the defendant's statements are always an exception to the hearsay rule. They're just not hearsay because it's a party opponent. But a witness isn't a party opponent, so the witness's own statements out of court are hearsay. Huh. Who would have thunk it? Well, Eliza Little won that battle. Jay-Z, Eliza says, you're doing great work, Grant. Amazing. Sunday stream. Yes, for sure. Jay-Z41 says, great job, Grant. I'm still catching up. So funny. I, too, am Catholic. Just received an early Xmas present in the mail with a necklace and with a medallion of the Our Father engraved. I love it. I'm sending a prayer for you today, Jay-Z41. I absolutely love it. All right. Here we go. Lally approaches. Remember, this is the last day we're doing before we sign off today. I'm exhausted. Julie Albert. Cross of Julie Albert. All right. Let's see. We're looking for sidebars here. All right. We're looking for sidebars. No sidebars so far. This is the cross. All right. We have a sidebar. Your husband has no fighting experience whatsoever. A highly trained fighter? No, he's not. He has boxing experience, correct? Mr. Lally, objection. The court. So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please. The court. Mr. Lally, what is the nature of your objection? Then I'll hear from you. Mr. Lally, relevance. Miss Little, Your Honor, this is highly relevant. This goes, first of all, to the witness's credibility. It allows the jury to evaluate the circumstances that occurred that night right before they went to 34 Fairview. The witness has just stated that her husband has no fighting experience whatsoever. The court, well, no, I think she said that he was not a highly trained fighter. I disagree with the Commonwealth. This is relevant. Just the wrong witness. Brian Albert is the next witness. Ms. Little, I just have two more questions. The court, what are the other two questions? Ms. Little, I just want to ask her if she knows whether her husband has a lot of training in boxing and whether he's highly skilled in fighting from being in the military. The court, I think you're going to get some pushback on the highly skilled. I think that's what the problem is. Ms. Little, I'll ask if he has just any general training and experience. The court, but he's the next witness. Can you explain what you need it from her? You started out by saying it went to her credibility. Ms. Little, well, she's just testified under oath that he has no experience, and she was reluctant to agree to the boxing as well. Mr. Lally, that's not what she testified to. The court, I think what she hesitated to was the highly skilled. She gave you the boxing. Why don't you ask those two questions? Ms. Little, thank you, Your Honor. So she asked those two questions. All right. So she is still up on cross. All right, this is Julie Albert on cross with Eliza Little. We are sidebar hunting. All right, hold on. Sidebar conference. She's in Vermont. Oh, it's about Chloe. Oh, no. Free Chloe, ladies and gentlemen. Free Chloe. God bless Chloe. Chloe in her wig. She's in the witness protection program now. Chloe the dog in a wig. All right. Let's see. Can we approach? All right. Was I present at the hearing that you testified about this? Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Little, I want to ask her a question about, the nature of the testimony. Obviously, that was in front of the federal grand jury asked about Chloe. No! That was in front of the federal grand jury. I don't want to overstep. I believe she's trying to reference that, but I don't want the jury to be left with this false The court, you're talking pretty loudly. Miss Little, sorry, I don't want the jury to be left with a false impression that information was provided to us. The court, so did you, Mr. Lally, it was provided to you. The court, where is this testimony? Mr. Lally, it's in the federal grand jury minutes. Ms. Little, but not by the Commonwealth. The court, oh, I'm not going to split hairs on that. Mr. Lally, what difference does that make? The court, so I'm not going to allow you to get into that. Shh. So she said she testified about it and you were aware of that. Ms. Little, okay, thank you. May I have one moment? The court, sure. The sidebar conference concluded. Oh, well, that is very, very interesting. Look at that little squabble those two had. Oh, no. Oh, poor Chloe. Oh, God bless you, Chloe. Oh, no. Oh, Chloe was investigated. Ladies and gentlemen, Chloe was investigated by the federal government. Oh, no. I have terrible news. Chloe the dog was investigated by the federal government. What the fuck? According to a SideBah transcript, I cannot even write this. During the first John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, free Chloe. Free Chloe now has an entirely different meaning. Oh, poor Chloe the dog. Oh, that poor dog. The poor dog was investigated by the feds. Oh, no. Oh, Chloe, what has happened? Oh, that's why they put her in witness protection. Chloe was investigated by the feds. They sent her up to Vermont. She's in WITSEC. Oh, dear God. Oh, no, not Chloe the dog. Why did the feds have to investigate Chloe the dog? I was not prepared for this. Oh, Lord. Oh, somebody help me. Listen, we are 7 hours and 2,116 pages in. I was not prepared to find out that the federal government investigated not just a dog, but Chloe the dog. This is outrageous. Listen, Nicola, from what I understand, they put the best tactical teams on the FBI on it. They didn't just find her, they put her in WITSEC. She's clearly cooperating. That's why she's in a wig, Nicola. Do you understand? She is in the federal doggy protection program. Clearly she flipped, all right? It wasn't Higgins that flipped. It wasn't Albert. It wasn't Michael Proctor. It was Chloe the dog. It was Chloe the dog the entire time. She was the informant. Listen, this makes it clear Chloe got investigated by the feds. She couldn't handle the pressure of Josh Levy asking her questions at a grand jury. So she flipped, all right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The bombshell that we needed to close out the day. All right. Let's get through this sidebar. All right. I think that probably is a good way to close out the day. Let's see. Any other sidebars? Can we just get done with this? That was the greatest sidebar I've ever read. Elizabeth Little was so excited to say that Chloe was asked about at the federal grand jury. Oh, my word. Oh, wait. They're going to approach about Jen McCabe going into the Albert's bedroom. All right, here we go. Your Honor, if we could approach sidebar or Miss Little, yes. So Miss Little asked to approach. Miss Little, I'd like to be able to show the court, I'm sorry, the witness, this demonstrative. It's 34 Fairview. The crime scene photos, as you've seen, they're not the best. This is an actual replica of 34 Fairview Road. It's to scale. The court, keep your voice down. Miss Little, it's to scale. I think it will assist the jury of being able to determine where certain things are on the property. The court, Mr. Lally, the objection. Miss Little clearly has learned to talk loud because she's in a very high stress, high profile world. I'm going to guess men talk over her all the time. So she's just like, screw you all. I'm going to talk really fucking loud. And judge is like, Miss Little, stop yelling. Mr. Lally, as I told Ms. Little, as long as the witness can because they're at sidebar, and if she yells too loud, it will go over the audio masking. As I told Ms. Little, as long as the witness can recognize it and adopt it as representative of her home, then I have no objection. The court, all right, so you just want to use it as a chalk instead of an exhibit? Yes, Your Honor. The court, okay, Ms. Little, and do I have permission to publish this to the jury? The court, is there an objection to that, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, assuming the witness adopts it, no. The court, okay, Ms. Little, okay, thank you. All right, end of that sidebar conference. All right. Oh, may we approach the sidebar conference? All right, so what's this here? You're aware that Celebrate Records indicated that you answered 2 calls from your sister, 6:07 a.m. and 6:08 a.m. So Jen McCabe called her sister twice. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Your Honor, if I could just show what's being shown to the witness. All right, let me see that. Sidebar conference. The court, what's the objection? Mr. Lally, I don't know how this witness is supposed to authenticate a Celebrate report of someone else's home. The court, what is the question? Ms. Little, my question is just, does this refresh your recollection as to the calls you received at 6:07 and 6:08? The court, but you incorporated in your question that she answered them, right? And then she said no. Ms. Little, Mr. Lally used the Celebrate report with another witness yesterday. The court, the Celebrate, are these reports in evidence? Mr. Lally, I don't have any objection to them coming into evidence, but no, they are not in evidence. The court, so ask her if she recognizes it, ask her if it refreshes her recollection as to only the calls not answered, anything like that, and see if it does. And it will likely take a break after that. Ms. Little, okay. The court, but let's mark it for ID. Ms. Little, all right. So they mark it for ID. She asks if it refreshes her recollection. They object, sustained. And we're done for lunch. All right, listen, we're going to the end of this day. I don't like stopping in the middle of the day. I'm sorry. It just makes me, I'm a little bit weird like that. I'm OCD. So we're going to the end of this day, and then we're done. You can go. Then you all go watch Ray and all the other fun things you got to watch tonight. All right, here we go. Witness resumes the stand. All right, here we go. Sidebar conference. Let me see. We're marking that for identification. Sidebar. All right. It starts, Miss Little, maybe it was X. Mr. Jackson, that's not it. The court, I thought you said S as in Sam. Mr. Jackson, I thought it was S as in Sam. Miss Little, I think we misheard when the clerk marked it. Mr. Yannetti, it might have been X. Miss Little, it might have been X. My apologies. The court, all right, so what do you say? Miss Little, I believe we laid the proper foundation for Exhibit X. We'd ask that it be in evidence. The court, any objection? Mr. Lally, no. I mean, it's not a photograph, and I just don't want the jury to be left with that misimpression. It's my understanding it's not a photograph. It's some kind of graphic rendering. Ms. Little, we'll stipulate to that. Mr. Yannetti, we'll stipulate it's not a photograph. The court, okay, I don't want to read the stipulation on this into evidence, so if you're going to stipulate to it, either you say it or you say it. Ms. Little, okay. The court, I think it would be best for you and Ms. Little say that it's a stipulation. Ms. Little, okay. Mr. Lally, I would agree. The court, okay, and before you put it in evidence, Mr. Lally, yes. Ms. Little, okay. All right, so she says the stipulation. Now we go to cross-examination, continued cross-examination. Now we go to redirect by Mr. Lally. Now we go to recross. Sidebar conference. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Sidebar conference to end the day. Well, maybe not to end the day, but I think that was the end of Julie. Hold on. Oh, my goodness, it's Chloe coming up again. Have you ever provided information about the whereabouts of Chloe to the Commonwealth in this case? Yes, I believe I have. You have? I believe so. When did you do that? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, may we approach the court? Yes. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, so over the luncheon break, Attorney Gregory Henning was here with both Miss Albert and Miss Albert, who are his clients. My understanding, and it's the first time I'm learning this, is that apparently there was some meeting that he had with the U.S. Attorney's Office in which they provided documentation related to them to the U.S. Attorney's Office. So I think when the witness is answering this question, she is answering in regard to that. Nothing has ever been turned over to my office or myself. So before we go down that road and into that, I think that what's a truthful answer would be to this, and obviously based on the Commonwealth's motion in limine to include any reference to that federal investigation is what he's saying. I just want to cut it off before we get there. I also don't think it's relevant in any way, shape, or form. Ms. Little, this is obviously the first time we're hearing about this. We've had, had motions in court regarding this information for a long time. The court, do the two of you want to talk for just 1 minute? I'm not inclined to allow this questioning based on the representation of Mr. Lally. Ms. Little, I just don't want to leave the jury with the false impression that the court, you've asked the same question 4 times after I sustained the objection twice. I understand it. I'll let you, Mr. Jackson, talk with Miss Little for 2 seconds. Whereupon there was a discussion off the record. Ms. Little, can we just suggest a stipulation that she never provided that information to the Commonwealth or the defendant? The court. But I don't know I don't know that she has that obligation, and that's a whole different line of questioning. Do you want to stipulate to that? No further, Ms. Little, no further questions. Mr. Lally, for that reason, I think it leaves the impression that she somehow was hiding something, or she was never ordered to provide or never asked to provide anything. The issue I would have with the stipulation is that it's the court. All right, I'm going to end this inquiry right now, I guess. Okay, Mr. Lally, thank you, Your Honor. All right, okay. That's interesting. What? Chloe the dog was not just a focus of the federal investigation. Chloe the dog was like central. Okay, then. During a SideBah of the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, an attorney for Brian Albert and Julie Albert, or Nicole Albert, sorry. For Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, that's his wife, right? Hold on. Brian Albert's wife. I think it's Nicole, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's Nicole. Told Adam Lally that the couple provided information about Chloe the dog to the DOJ, to federal authorities. Chloe was apparently investigated by the DOJ. Free Chloe. Oh, Chloe. Oh, no, Chloe. Oh, this is just absolutely heartbreaking. It's so sad. I never thought the day would come, but the reveal has, we kept reading for good reason. The reveal has been made. Chloe the dog was investigated by the federal government. Yes, it wasn't Michael Morrissey, ladies and gentlemen. No, it wasn't Tully. No, it wasn't even the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, apparently. The real target of the federal probe was Chloe the dog. Yes, the FBI used the grand jury to look into Chloe the dog, and then Josh Levy personally, clearly, brought Chloe the dog in to a befuddled group of grand jurors and tried to ask Chloe questions. When she said nothing, Levy was like, clearly Chloe did it, and they shut it all down. You know what I'm saying? You can't really charge a dog. They're not really a person. You know what I'm saying? They definitely found Chloe the dog. It is not hard to find Chloe the dog. They found Chloe the dog. They put her in witness protection. She's the cooperating witness. She's going to bring down Jen McCabe. I'm telling you, that's what Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts were really worried about. Chloe joining the witness protection program. All right, Brian Albert's up on direct now. Let's see how far we get into this before we get a ridiculous sidebar about Chloe the dog. I swear to God, if we find out that Chloe's a federal informant, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to absolutely lose it. If that was the missing piece to all this, that first of all, the FBI figured out how to speak dog, and second of all, that it was Chloe the whole time. Oh, goodness, you don't understand, ladies and gentlemen. That will be the absolute absurdity that this case deserves. Yes, Chloe the dog was the cooperating informant, not Ken Berkowitz, not the unnamed person in the Canton PD. Nope, not Karen Reed. Nope, nobody else. It was Chloe the dog. Chloe the dog was spying on all these people. Oh, my goodness. Chloe the dog was a long-term undercover FBI plant. Clearly, she was spying on all these people. They didn't need a Title III wiretap. They just put a microphone on Chloe the dog. Who's going to think a dog is wired up? Oh, my goodness. It's the perfect plan. Lynn Rubb said, been listening to your stream on and off. You did a good job. You've come a long way. I hit the subscribe button. I am thrilled to have you with us, Lynn, and enjoy your towel wrench. But yes, clearly I put it all together, ladies and gentlemen. Chloe is the cooperating federal witness. That's why she is in Doggy WITSEC. Now, I don't know if there is a witness protection program for dogs, but if there is, Chloe the dog in a wig is in the WITSEC. We all were fooled. They pulled the doggy wool over all of our eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my word. It was the surprise, the twist, the swerve no one saw coming. Chloe the dog was a federal informant. I knew it. I knew it. Eliza Little was jumping at the bit to tell Judge Cannoni, and Judge Cannoni was like, stop yelling, Eliza Little. I know you're excited to tell the world that Chloe the dog in a wig is the cooperating federal witness, but stop yelling it. Chloe has been moved to a secure location in Arizona. Oh, God. Free Chloe. Free Chloe the dog in a wig. I'm telling you, she has a... Listen, ladies and gentlemen. She has a wig for a reason. If you've never seen Chloe the dog in a wig, it's because she's clearly in Doggy Whitsec, all right? That is not a coincidence. We all missed it. That's how they got him. They sent Chloe the dog in a wig into Morrissey's office wearing a wire. He went over to... Chloe the dog went over to Morrissey, got a bunch of dirt, went over to Tully. Tully thought it was a little dog, gave him a pet. Nope, it was a federal informant dog. You've heard about informant squirrels? Nope, it was an informant dog. Nobody would ever suspect it. It's just a little dog. Oh, aren't you an adorable dog? Oh, no, it's wearing a wire. Who checks the dog for a fucking wire? That's the most genius plan I've ever heard of in my entire life. You might have to do some kind of surgery on the dog to get the... Or yeah, I guess you could put the dog in a sweater. But then the dog would have to wear the sweater all the time. So I think you kind of have to implant the microphone in the dog. That probably brings up some ethical issues. Needless to say, I'm totally in favor of using dogs to become federal informants. I have thought this through extensively. Someone promote me. Yes, nope, I can confirm that Chloe did make it. Is Chloe's testimony in the TUI material? Question from Josh Levy. Are you a dog? Response. Inaudible barking. Ladies, the attorney, U.S. Attorney Levy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clearly a dog of the federal grand jury. Oh, goodness. But yes, Chloe did get rehomed into another New England state. It's not just that she got rehomed. They gave her a wig, and she's now in the witness protection program. All right? I don't know if they got the micro... I don't know. First of all, I don't know how they came up with this idea to begin with. But it all makes sense, and Eliza Little put it together, and that's why Karen Reed hired her. All right, there you go. Eliza Little's claim to fame. She got to tell Judge Cannoni that Chloe the dog was interrogated by the federal government. I actually think I have been able to confirm it, Nicola. I'm pretty sure. I can independently. I didn't go to where Chloe is, but I think I don't remember exactly who I talked to, but I know where Chloe went. And I know, what the new owner does, and I know who the new owner is. So, yes, I can tell you that Chloe's... I don't know if she's okay now. I have no desire to follow up. But I can tell you that Chloe was okay. She did get sent to another home, and she was doing just fine. Now, whether that was by the FBI or not, now I'm confused. I don't know. Maybe they did go bring her to that other place. Maybe she's in the Doggy Whitsec protection program. All right, SideBah at the end of Lally saying he has nothing further. The court. So it's about 10 minutes of 4. It's been a long day. Do you want to start or do you want to wait until Monday? Mr. Jackson, I'd rather wait until Monday. The court, Mr. Yannetti, you asked Mr. McDermott, the clerk, about whether do we have that. Mr. Yannetti, yes, Your Honor. Duck Duck says, Grant, remember when feds provided TUI material to the court, CW, in defense? Bev said in open court she would not be reading it. Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. No, that's probably true, Nicola. I mean, I don't... But, Nicola, if Chloe the dog is in federal Doggy Whitsec, I'm not going to go speak to her. What if she's got agents around her? And what do you say to a dog anyway? Like, hello, little doggy. And the doggy's going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? Who are you? Anyway... Mr. Yannetti, yes, Your Honor, just to be clear, we are very happy with what the court announced, but I just checked my notes, and I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page and the court understood where we had been, if you don't mind me touching on. The court, yes, so the 28th, I'm going to go back and ask them if, Mr. Yannetti, if they can do a full day. The court, they can do a full day. We are already off on the 29th and 31st. Mr. Yannetti, okay, well then, I withdraw what I said. The court, so I thought I'd give you the 30th. Mr. Yannetti, I didn't have in my notes that we were off on the 31st. That's why I brought it to Mr. McDermott's attention. juror issue. And rather than going, it gives you 2 long weekends. Mr. Unetti, we were very happy with what the court gave us. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. The court, all right, redacted juror issues. Mr. Unetti, okay, that's great. The court, so rather than ending that Thursday at 1 o'clock, blank, a 12:30 blank, I'm just going to say, does anyone mind if we go a little later? Mr. Unetti, perfect. The court, that gives you another long weekend. Mr. Unetti, that's great. Mr. Jackson, the other procedural question, as I mentioned to Mr. Lally, and I figure we might as well make use of the time, there's one exhibit that I was considering using. I am considering using. It's not been marked. Mr. Lally has it. It is a video. The court, did you give it to me? Okay. Mr. Jackson, the court has it. It's a video of no sound of my investigator and me at the bulkhead, walking to the back gate and then to the front yard. The court, yes, I can tell you the concern I have. Mr. Jackson, tell me. The court, you can't be a witness. Mr. Jackson, no. The court, you are in that video. You are in both of them. When I saw those last week, I can't let them into evidence, even if Mr. Lally agrees. Mr. Jackson, he doesn't. Mr. Lally, for the same reason. Mr. Jackson, it's not a perfect scenario. I think we could overcome that if push came to shove, because I'm smart enough to have a witness with me. Mr. Mikowski was with me, and it was videotaped. The court, you should have been videoing it, and he should have been in it. Mr. Jackson, probably. But I didn't, so I just want to take the court's temperature on it. I'm not married to it. If the court's not comfortable with it, I can parry and use some still photographs. The court, especially with the objection, but when I saw it, I can't let it in. Mr. Jackson, understood. The court, okay, so I'll make these dated and announced to the jurors. Mr. Jackson, that'd be great. Thank you. Mr. Lally, thank you, Your Honor. And that's the end. All right, so Jackson fucked up. How about that? Alan Jackson's really good, but I mean, if we're going to call it down the middle, he fucked up. He shouldn't have been in that video. He cost Karen's team the ability to use that video. All right, so that is the end of that day, folks. All right, that was the end of the day. We're done. We're stopping at page 2,234 of 4,252. Yuri testified in the second trial. He drove to Vermont to interrogate Chloe. Oh, my goodness. Yuri Buchanan went on a Find Chloe mission. I wonder if the feds backed him off. All right. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Hey, if you like that, if you thought what I did was helpful, if you want to support this stream, I've gone for 7 hours today and 37 minutes. We did 2,234 pages in that time. Feel free to subscribe to this channel. Give it a like. We do also have ways for you to donate to Towel. I'm going to go eat dinner now. I never eat 2 meals in one day. Some pizza earlier, and I'm going to follow it up with a cheeseburger. If you liked it, there's a Cash App. It's # at Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.com/Grant, or paypal.me/Grant Ellis. God bless each and every one of you. God bless you, Jesse and Duck Duck and Nicola and Ray and so many of you, Serenity and Christina and Nina. Oh, goodness, and LS and Patty. You all, we had a great day. I'm so glad I got to see so many of you. Let me save my voice. We're going to come back tomorrow. Now, if you've watched this stream before, you know I like to say it like this. So the point of this is a public information service. It's designed to engender cogent public discourse by educating, informing, and entertaining the wider public, and therein warding off usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. These types of services can only exist because of viewers like you. No one's going to pay for it. No institutions are going to support it. It exists because of the raw, ruthless authenticity of your support. So God bless you for that. Furthermore, if you really want to pay it forward, ladies and gentlemen, if you learned something today, if you had fun today, Chloe is absolutely a towel, and so are you, Kyle Sharkey. God bless all of you. But if you learned something today, Nicola, good night to you as well, my friend. If you want to pay it forward, if you have found camaraderie, if you had fun, if you laughed, whatever it may have been, you know what I'm going to say. Look for a way to pay it forward, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, look for a reason to do small acts of service and kindness out there today and let that ripple outwards and make the world a better place. It can be something like donating to our homeless veterans. There should not be one veteran in the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen, who's homeless against their will. If there is, we have failed as a society. They want to go live in the woods. We're not going to stop them. But there should not be one veteran in the United States of America who served this country nobly, honorably, or otherwise, who is homeless against their will. We can and should help them, and you can do so today around the holidays by making a donation to charities that support our homeless veterans. Now, what if you like animals? I like animals as well. Thank you, Kyle. I'm so glad you learned something today. What if you like animals? I like animals. People like animals. What if you like animals and veterans? Have you considered donating to an animal shelter run by veterans? Maybe a program that trains animals to help veterans? It's a great way to help animals and help veterans. Now, what if you want to help animals in general? Well, look for an animal shelter. It doesn't have to be run by veterans. It's a great way to help. However, what if you're in the UK and you want to donate to help homeless populations there? You could consider donating to The Big Issue. That's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK. But it doesn't have to be a donation. It can be something simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even donating 200 tomato plants to a friend, and like Francis Futrell did one time, and having them designated honorary towels forevermore during the outro. Yes, in that way, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in unconditional love and small acts of service. And as such, we can live up to our tau eudaimonia or summum bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin, respectively. I used the word human flourishing the other day, actually. I thought that was a good way to put it. That might be a different word, though, but I like human flourishing. And as such, may those small acts of service and kindness ripple outwards, therein bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. So glad you all learned. God bless each and every one of you. Have a great rest of your Saturday night. Special Sunday towel tomorrow sometime early in the morning. We'll read 2,000 more pages together. You all go have fun. Go listen to Ray from Dallas. Watch college football. Eat chicken wings. Whatever the hell it is humans do these days. I'm going to go get more Gatorade. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Towel loves you very much. Thank you to each and every one of you for being with me. Towel friends on the X. However many of you watched. I think a lot of you watched today, actually. Let's take a look. Almost 3,000 of you over on the Towel X today. Wow, that was quite a long day. I'm glad you found this helpful. Part 1, Part 2 coming up tomorrow. Be well. God bless. Towel loves you all very much on the X. Going to say goodbye to Towel friends on the YouTube. See you all very soon. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. All right, Towel friends on the YouTube, I'm so glad you had a good day. Thank you for watching with me. God bless each and every one of you. Towel loves America. Towel loves you very much. Have a great rest of your Saturday night. Enjoy it. Smile. Be happy. Reach out to me if you need me. You know where to find me. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I'm done for the day. That was 2,234 pages. We got to do it again tomorrow. See you then. God bless.